Good evening, everybody. If anyone would like to sign up to speak on the Greenwich Academy project, we just put a clipboard out on the table behind you. So give everyone a couple seconds if they want to speak on the Greenwich Academy.
All right, we got everybody here? Patrick?
Yeah, we're all here.
Patricio? Patrick, do we have you here? Yeski? Sometimes you just got to chair the meeting. Okay, good evening, everybody. This is a meeting of the Planning and Zoning Commission. This evening, Mr. Yeski will be seated, is the seated alternate, and he will be seated for the first few applications until we get to number 5. The second application, David and Alicia Collier on Sound Beach Avenue, has been withdrawn. And I think we had one postponement besides, or not? No.
No.
Okey doke. And so with that, Deborah and James Walker, a final subdivision at 21 and 27 Vineyard Lane for an exchange of 3,877 feet from one property to the other. Mr. Hagney?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Turn it so that you're not looking funny.
Yeah, it's a little, I'll just take it like
This is one of those nights.
Yeah, I know.
That's the best way to do it, get right up.
Yeah, I think so. Let me just move to the next screen. These are two properties on Vineyard Lane. The property on the south side is number 21. It has 2 acres, however, under our current zoning regulations, it only has 1.68. And what we're proposing to do is to take the 0.89 acres right here and add that to it, so it becomes 2.5 acres. The remaining portion of 27 would be 3 acres. We're in the 2-acre zone, so we're going from one lot being non-conforming to being conforming, and the other one continuing to be conforming.
27 Vineyard goes from 3.5 to 2.6,
Yes.
not 3?
Now, the area that we're proposing to, it goes from 3.5 to 2.96.
No, 2.96 is incorrect because 3.5 minus,
Right, it's 2.5.
okay.
I
I don't think that's right.
was reading the staff report, actually. What I've done here is superimpose the proposed lot line with the area that we're proposing to take from 27 to 21.
It's 2.
As you can see, that's a very large wetland area. And on the aerial photo, you can see that there's actually a pond that was created as part of a wetland application a number of years ago.
The pond was created, is it? Okay.
Yes, there was a wetland pocket there that was significantly expanded and turned into a pond.
Okay, got it, and that's what the problem was about. And there's the area to be, and just to correct you again, 3.5 minus 0.9 is 2.6? 2.62 is, it's not 2.96. There's an error in the staff report.
That's
That
correct.
place where the staff report says 2.96 is actually incorrect.
Correct.
Okay, so just to cut to the chase, you're increasing it so that 21 Vineyard becomes fully conforming.
And 27
X,
remains
right.
as conforming.
And as you heard us discuss at the briefing session, there was an issue of a wetlands violation a few years ago. That has been solved and all the correction has taken place.
Correct.
That there are some conditions that are on 27 Vineyard that should be transferred onto 21 with the transfer of the pond, with the
Yeah.
part of the pond transfer. And that you'll do, when you file the maps, you'll make both of them have the conditions for the pond.
Yes, we'll refer to those wetland conditions for both properties, because taking that .89 acres and adding it on to 21, it still is subject to those restrictions from wetlands, but it's good to make that clear. on the map.
Exactly, because otherwise you end up with another violation one day.
We don't want that to
And
happen.
you don't want that to happen. Okay. Does anybody else have any questions? I know this is a pretty straightforward item. Questions?
Mr. Hagney, the septic system on 27, has that been resolved?
I have another map here. This is one that SE Minor did a few years ago. It shows a replacement area there. The house itself is right in this location. This map was done as part of proposing to construct a tennis court. There's also an additional area here. When you look at the health code, it says you can't have a lot line revision if you're taking away an area that could be used for a reserve or replacement area. And when I look at the area we're taking, it's all wetlands and a pond.
Yes.
So it's not an area where you would construct a septic system. But the SE Minor plan shows two areas that could be used.
Okay, so that's been resolved.
Yes.
Anybody from the public want to speak on this? Mr. McRae, could I have a motion?
Well, so what did the health department say? Because is this one you have with the open permit?
This is the one that has the open permit.
So was it not closed out?
It was not closed out.
Why was it
Right.
not closed out?
When I go back to the SE Minor plan, the two septic areas that were identified with test holes being done are far away from the area that we're looking to transfer. And they were only needed as part of constructing the tennis court.
So you're planning to file a map with this revision?
It
After
wouldn't
the
be
fa-
this map, it
But
would be
a map.
this map.
So would you be willing to sort out the septic before that map gets filed?
Yes. I have nothing further. I would ask you to make a determination that it is neither a
Waiting.
subdivision nor a re-subdivision.
We're waiting for the motioner.
Okay, microphone. The matter of PLPZ 2018-0058, 21 and 27 Vineyard Lane. Commission finds that this is neither a subdivision or re-subdivision. All references to any wetlands violation or conditions on the permits shall be referenced on the subdivision map. Septic system for 27, any outstanding issues regarding that from the health department need to be resolved before filing of the subdivision map. Let's see, I don't think I have anything else on that.
As long as you've got the wetlands and the septic.
Yep, wetlands, okay. Vote.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Next application is Stephen C. Friedheim, final coastal site plan and special permit at 1 Smith Road. Hello, Mr. Brower.
This is the public hearing?
Yes, it is. I apologize.
We're early.
Oh, wait, do we have to wait?
Minutes?
We have to wait 4 minutes. Sorry.
Would you like to do the minutes?
I have one set here.
Yeah.
Yep.
We need to work, we can vote on the January 8th, not the 22nd.
June, okay.
No, January, excuse me. Yes.
All right, Mr. Yeski, could
I
I?
propose that the minutes from Tuesday, January 8th be approved by the commission as written.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Now, there was another set I thought we got. Is that,
Had one.
okay.
Well, there was another one, there's one listed.
Pat's Wall. Pat's Wall, 60 Lockwood. We had a discussion item.
It's not as official, so you have to take a motion.
Well, why don't we make Mr. Brower wait, and let's just use the time. Do I have a motion to discuss 60 Lockwood?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is regarding a subdivision application and subsequent development of 2 lots at the corner of Lockwood Lane and Lockwood Road in Riverside. The subdivision specifically required that the historic stone wall along the northern property line be maintained as is. When the applicant was developing the lots, they modified the wall. The commission subsequently told them to replace the wall in kind. The applicant has now done most of that except for a small portion on the eastern side of the driveway where there was a small stone pillar approximately 5 feet tall that has not been replaced to that 5-foot height. So in your emails, you have 2 photographs, the pre-construction and now current as of Monday morning construction of the wall. The question that staff has is that sufficient to meet the intents and purposes of the decision, or does the applicant need to do further improvements to replace the wall in kind?
Why don't we turn on Nick's? Okay, yeah. So, Peter, you had raised it, so that means it's on your mind. You want to?
Yes, comparing it to the original configuration of the wall makes me think that the work that's been done to it subsequently is not adequate. There is no relationship between the north side and the south side of the wall. Before, there was a pillar that would, because there was a change in elevation between one wall and the other wall, which was much lower, there was a pillar to try that would visually not only create an entrance, but create a relationship across the drive. That was, I think, an important feature of the wall. So I think that would be an easy fix. The reconstruction of the wall, though, seems that they used much smaller stone, and I don't think that was quite in keeping with the character of the wall. I don't know if anybody has any strong feelings about that, but I was disappointed to see that there wasn't more attention to the rank and style of the original stone. That could have been an easy thing to do at the time.
I'm looking at the picture. Anybody else?
I tend to agree with Peter. I guess we asked them to put it together and replicate what was there the first time.
Mm-hmm.
They've got something on, I guess, the west or east side, but not on the west side.
Mm-hmm.
It would seem that actually just a few more stones to elevate that one side to actually create the pilaster or the pillar at that corner would be better, because then it actually gets back to the historic nature of that stone wall. I remember we actually having a long discussion about that wall initially during the subdivision.
Yes, we did. So, does anybody else have any comment? Everybody agrees? Go
Was
ahead.
there a specific stone that was specified when the,
No, we just said keep it.
say again?
We said keep it.
I think the stone was actually to match what was out there, because the stone wall itself was, I think it was original to the property. And they were going to try to replicate the stone, lay out the stone itself, that kind of thing, and the rebuild of the wall.
And Patrick, this is in Old Greenwich, isn't it? Not
Riverside.
Riverside.
Technically, it's Riverside.
60 Lockwood,
And it does look like,
the other Lockwood.
the the stone does look like it was blue stone. But
So,
not having seen the original wall, I can't really tell because it's.
So if I could re-summarize, is the
fix it.
is to replace the height of the other side as was original. And
Fix it.
And that's it? No, not reconstruct the part that's already been retouched?
Can they fix it?
I'm not sure why they didn't use much of the original stone, but
I'm not sure when they did it, if they, what they did with the stone that they took out of the wall, so.
And fix it by making a pillar, right?
well, sculpturally it helps to put that pillar back on the other side. But visually it will look more like the original stone wall, but there's a clumsiness to the construction of the new wall that really has very little reference to the original wall, which is unfortunate. The question is what to do about it.
I think from looking at the photographs that were supplied, they need to provide, actually, I would say, about a foot more on top of the wall to the east, I think it is, where the lower wall, on the east, west, whatever it is. I would say about a foot, maybe 18 inches on top of that wall, to bring that height up to what it was the first time. I think that was the intent of our discussion when they came in last time. And as I said, we had a huge discussion about the wall out there and keeping it, initially, and that was 2 years ago, I think.
Feels like.
Do we know what the original height of either wall was?
Yeah, the wall height out there is, the wall was only modified, it was not removed or taken down all the way, so the wall was cut back and scalloped up to the existing wall height, so they continued that height back over to the edge of the driveway, so I'm confident that the height of it is matching what was there originally. Again, the material may not be the exact stone that was taken out, but clearly the other side of the driveway where the pillar is not been replaced exactly as it originally was, so.
So I think that the consensus is to do what was requested at the time of the
Okay.
subdivision and hold it up.
And fix the other side and make
Yeah.
that, okay.
And I would certainly not give them, do they have a CO?
No, that's what's being held up. for.
Certainly would not encourage giving it until,
Very good.
Wonderful.
Okay.
Stones.
Thank you very
Okay.
much.
now we've probably lost. Okay, now we're going to start the public meeting. And Mr. Brower, and this is the application of Stephen C. Friedheim, final coastal site plan and special permit at 1 Smith Road, and now we have our ducks in a row. Mr. Brower, I don't think you were at the briefing session on Monday?
No, but I did speak with staff afterwards.
So basically, what the commission discussed at the briefing session is this site plan was previously approved, or something very, very close to it. It's been through all the iterations in 2014. It lapsed, it was not constructed, and now you're back. And at this time, this is where we stumbled on this, was that at this time, DEEP has no problem with it and has no comment, but the Conservation Commission has a lot of concerns about where it is. And yet, you're in full compliance with CAM regulations, with coastal application requirements. And so there's not much that we can do to change it, but there are concerns that conservation addresses that we would very much like you to consider. Again, not having any regulatory authority because you're consistent with the regulations, but that there are issues, and that when someone is in a flood zone, they are taking a risk, and conservation emphasizes that. So with that, I think everybody's fairly familiar with the application. Do you want to make any comments now, or would you like the commissioners to ask you more?
I'd like to respond just to what
Okay.
you raised, because I think that is clearly the only issue. Everything else is going to be resolved. We're going to the Board of Appeals on the 20th for the variances, and obviously this will be held open for that. Was hoping we might be back on the 21st for your final consideration of this. That would work from a timing point of view. In any event, as you noted, the CAM is fine with this. Conservation has some suggestions regarding rain gardens and plantings.
And the buffer.
We're certainly willing to talk to Alex about that with our landscaper. We have Doyle Herman is on board as our landscape architect. So we can definitely look at those. The point that is made in the memo is significant in that, as you observed as well, this is pretty much a fully developed site. Historically, these buildings go back almost 100 years on the footprint of the old house. It's an established seawall, and we are making significant improvements that I don't think should be understated, in that we currently have a building that's at elevation 8 within the V zone.
Right.
It's residential. So we're taking all residential out of the V zone. We're raising this building fully compliant. It is an accessory residence. It is not obviously the primary house. So it, in terms of risk, it's obviously not.
Well,
something that is.
It could still be occupied on that day, and that's,
Oh, it could, absolutely. But the evacuation,
Right.
if you would like, is simply just to go up to the main house, and you're out of the flood zone. So we're not putting at risk really anything. The fact that it's fully developed really limits what else we can do, where we can move it around. And I would say the most significant import of those comments from Conservation, frankly, is as a heads up again to the town to develop a resiliency program so that you can actually then, from the planning aspect of that, develop regulations so that if we do have these inconsistencies, they can be enforced on a uniform basis. And I'm all for that. I think was discussed in the 09 Plan of Conservation and Development to look into that. So I think it's time to bring everybody, all the stakeholders together and see how to develop a plan for coastal resiliency and then regulations that can relate to it.
If I may interject, the town does have an RFP through the Conservation Department that is going out, or has gone out,
Okay.
to get a consultant to help with the resiliency plan.
I don't mean to take us down the rabbit hole, but I thought that there was an initiative, a coastal Connecticut initiative after Sandy. That there were a bunch of meetings and a resilience program that was made for the whole coastal line. Did it kind of stall out?
Well, there's been a myriad of different
Okay.
activities, but this one is specific to the town of
To the
Greenwich
town.
with
Okay.
a consultant for Greenwich only.
Okay.
So I think that's where we need to be going. If we can tweak things in the meantime, case by case, I think that's okay. If you had a vacant site, I think maybe that would establish perhaps a different perspective. But I think what's important is getting uniform standards that everybody can rely on through regulations.
Drilling down a little bit, the CEO has a comment about the patio.
Yes.
And have you addressed that with the CEO?
Yeah, that, all he's saying is that essentially in the back where the terrace is elevated on columns, we have arched columns. He just wants compliance, and obviously we'll have a certified structural design before we can apply for the building permit, demonstrating that it meets those standards, so.
We're missing some other departmental comments, but I assume that they will be in.
I think sewer was
Yeah, sewer is the only one
they had
that's out.
commented last time, so I assume it would be the same this time around. They wanted a lot of video work confirming what's going on within all the existing systems, so.
And you owe us a green sheet.
No, that's, you have it.
Oh, you did get it, okay.
And so the structure's being moved out of the V zone, it's in the AE zone.
Right.
And it's being raised.
Yes.
And-
There's some
So
questions.
the
about-
only thing in the V zone would be the elevated terrace,
Right.
which is open underneath, no floor area.
So that's the thing, is that, and they're going a foot above.
Right, but you're not willing to construct it on piles?
The terrace,
No, the structure,
well, the structure is, it's going to be,
since it's being moved.
right, but it's, I mean, the land itself is solid. It's just a matter of having it being, I mean, it can, a regular foundation can support it, so there's no issue with the house. It's really just the terrace. Jody wants to make sure that the pilings aren't going to present a blockage to wave action in the V-zone. So that'll be designed V-zone standards, and it is actually going to be detached from the main house. So the house will be built to A-zone standards with a regular flood crawl space and flood vents underneath it.
Right, no, I'm only asking because it's literally on the V zone line, and when the wave crashes, it probably won't stop immediately at the line.
I think we'll
But
make
just
sure
a
that's
question.
designed with that in mind.
Okay. So, any other commissioners have comments? Do we have any, oh, sorry.
Mr. Brower, I wasn't here for the original approval back in 2014. How different is this one from that one?
It's approximately the same square feet. Both the original approval and this one reduced the size from the existing house that's there. And its orientation changes really from what was more of a square to a linear form.
And back then it was still a separate residence?
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
Okay, and this one's slightly smaller than that one?
Yes.
Okay.
So it's all, and the property actually did comply before the 2000 FAR regs. It used to be, it was built at .15, and so that's where that number comes from. So the existing was in compliance. It's now over, but we're reducing.
But you're still going to get the variance.
Yes.
Mr. Brower, as I recall, we have some neighbor comment about view. Have you met with the neighbor and addressed these concerns?
Yes, and that's something, the neighbor, the only one we've ever heard from is the owner immediately to the north, and I met with her, reviewed photographs that she brought into the office. Her concern was that there wouldn't be landscaping in this area that would come up and screen or block views. And his neighbors, Mr. Friedheim is willing to agree with her on that. There's a large row of very tall evergreens here. As they get towards the water, this owner maintains them so as to maintain the view line. So when I met with her, we went over the height of the building and everything as it relates to the structures, which were not of objection to her. So it's the planting or the not planting in that area, which Mr.
So
Friedheim has agreed.
something like those sedge, that's what the grasses that they use in the buffer zones would work really well there.
Yeah, I think that's, conservation was talking more about the area along the waterfront.
Yep.
So that's a concern, we can address that.
Because that'll stay low. Okay. Do we have any members of the public who wish to speak on this application? No. Okay, but you've addressed the neighbor concerns in any event. And if nobody has any other comment, we will leave this application open. I don't know what our agenda looks like on the 21st.
It's filled with stuff already, I think.
They're never good.
Well, hopefully this-
see how it goes
You're
and-
going to have the variances or we're not, on the 20th. So if we're
Okay.
denied for some reason, then it's a different project. If it's approved, I think we're all
Yeah.
on the same page. So
Okay.
if you can, hopefully if you can.
We'll see. I think we have to get over a hump right now.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so we'll leave this open, thank you. The next application is the Greenwich Academy main campus and Phase 1 of the master plan. final site plan and special permit at 200 North Maple Avenue. Two things before we start. Folks, there is a sign-up sheet. If you want to speak, if anybody wants to speak who hasn't signed up yet, please do so. I don't know who has it. Where is it?
It's over on the card table.
Okay, and the other thing I just wanted to mention to everybody is, if you hear the commission say this afternoon, blah, 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 this afternoon, the commission went on a site visit. It was a publicly noticed meeting, and we walked the entire property because there were a few of us who had actually never been at the academy on site, and we really wanted to see the context that this was that's being proposed, what's the context is for this project. And with that, Mr. Cohen, if you would like to speak.
They read that letter and everything, you got to give it a chance to respond.
Yeah, I know, I read every word
Madam
of
Chair,
it.
one more comment. Mr.
Yes.
Cohen, if you could speak into the mic.
Oh, yes, we had a lot of
We had-
complaints about you.
Yeah, specifically, unfortunately.
Only about the mic?
Only about the mic, isn't that amazing?
She's being nice.
So anyway, yes, people were texting in that they couldn't hear the attorney
As I was speaking.
Yes.
I think
as
the
you were
idea-
speaking.
Mr.
Correct
Khan,
that.
I really
How's that? Yell.
Well, we only put dead batteries in that one.
For me. Thank you, Ms. Alba, members of the commission. I'm Bruce Cohen, and I represent Greenwich Academy, a nonprofit private school for girls located in a residential zone and operating for many years by virtue of special exceptions granted by the Zoning Board of Appeals. The school operates its main campus at 200 North Maple Avenue, shown on this board before you, and, well, not quite, on this board to my right. There's 33 acres, and the thrust of the proposal is to remove the lower school and replace it with a new building further to the east. There are a number of other related things that will take place in order to make that happen. And this will, as you say, Ms. Albin, be the first phase of the school's master plan. It'll be described tonight by a few of the school's consultants. The site plan will be reviewed by William Kenny, who's been with this plan for a number of years. It will be the lower school has been designed by Ann Beha, whose firm designed it, and also designed the changes to the middle school that will be resulting from the move. Tim, pardon me?
Mr. Cohen, as you go, one of the things that the commission kept asking about yesterday was to have an understanding of all the phases, to understand the whole scope of what is planned for this property. If you could elaborate as you go.
Well, I'm
Thank you.
going to let our consultants talk to you about that in detail, but be assured that we're prepared to do that. I was going to say that Ms. Behar is going to be followed by Tim Peck, who's also had responsibility for designing a number of important changes to the school resulting from the Phase 1 work that's being proposed. The school buildings currently comply with FAR requirements and will continue to do so after the implementation of the plan. The proposed plan complies in every respect with applicable zoning regulations, and the school has operated for many years, for nearly 20 years, with an enrollment cap which has stayed static and which will continue after this phase of the master plan. You've heard a portion of some of the background information that I'm going to discuss in connection with the application that's pending for the moving of the Cowan Center, the preschool and daycare facility, to 96 Maple Avenue. And so you'll forgive me if there's a little repetition, but the two projects will relate to each other, and we'll show you how that happens. The school was founded in the 1820s at a location further south on Maple Avenue and moved to its current location in 1950, at which time the Zoning Board of Appeals, under the authority that it had at that time, granted a special exception to allow the nonprofit school use at this location. And over the years, as the school has grown and changed and its site plan has been modified, the school has gone back to the ZBA and obtained modifications of that special permit under which it now operates. As you know, Section 6-94A5 of the regulations was recently changed by the Commission to remove this authority from the Board of Appeals and replace it with the special permit review now under consideration by this Commission. The importance of the town's educational institutions, including its private schools, has long been recognized by this community. The POCD specifically spells out that fact, noting that in 2009, nearly 5,000 children were educated in the town's private schools. GA, like all other schools, public and private, continues to address changing and expanding educational requirements of the community. GA has, as you know, developed a master plan to aid it and the community in addressing these needs. This is its first master plan in about 20 years. The planning process for all schools is often challenging because of limited area available to them and available zoning rights, including mainly FAR, which over the years has diminished, at least for this location. As you know, the POCD encourages schools to improve their existing facilities and to acquire adjacent land for future expansion. And I quote that from the POCD, and that's what the school has tried to do over the years and is continuing to do. The materials submitted with our application and comments you'll hear tonight from GA's representatives and consultants will provide details of how the school has attempted to meet these challenges in order to achieve the physical improvements required by changing educational requirements while being mindful of resulting impacts to its nearby neighbors. Questions raised by your staff reports will be addressed by your speakers, as well as describing in detail not only the master plan that you're interested in, but also the specific project before you tonight. Speaking tonight to address these matters will first be Molly King, head of the school, who will describe the master plan and the educational reasons that we are now proceeding before you tonight. Bill Kenny, the school's landscape architect, will provide a general description of all site plan changes, including the newly developed plans for landscaping as they've evolved during conversations and meetings with neighbors. As an environmental consultant, he'll also discuss the school's plans which relate to the pond and wetlands on the site, all of which have now been reviewed and approved by the Wetlands Agency. Ann Beha will then next speak about the designs, as I told you, for the new lower school and the changes to the middle school. Tim Peck, the project architect for other portions of the architectural changes, will discuss the important need for relocating certain of the school's facilities as a part of meeting its master plan objectives. And then finally, John Canning, the school's traffic and parking consultant, will address changes to traffic and circulation, discuss a parking management plan, and attempt to respond to your staff comments and the comments of your consultant, Beta. And so I'd like to simply summarize what's happened in up to this date. We've been, before ARC had a number of comments. The plans you'll hear from the architects tonight will incorporate those comments. We're going back to ARC tomorrow night. As I mentioned, Wetlands has approved this. The Engineering Division has found the Redness and Meads Drainage Summary Report acceptable. All comments of the Sewer Division are acceptable. We understand the comments that Ms. Mock has made, and will accept as a condition of any approval that those final development plans will be acceptable to her. And so I'd like now to introduce...
Before you do that, you had mentioned DPW engineering, and we still have outstanding the traffic comments from DPW.
I thought we got some.
Yes, we do. We do have them, but they're saying that they need to be addressed before there can be an approval. So they are not satisfied at this point with the traffic, which brings me to a favor we may ask you as you go through this process. In our briefing yesterday, the concerns that I think were raised, and please correct me and add in, that we want to be supportive of great education in Greenwich, be it public or private, but at the same time, we are very concerned about impact on the community, neighborhood, that is a very strong focus for us in a balancing act. What is happening to the neighborhood? What's happening? What's the impact? And for that, where we kept coming back was that traffic and the traffic management and the degree to which you are bringing the queuing, you're having more storage capacity for both moving and parked cars on site was critically important to us, because what we have seen in the neighborhood is the intense traffic, not just Greenwich Academy, but that all the schools generate. So I believe that we would like to bring Mr. Canning forward after we've heard the big picture and the strategy overall. We would like to hear from him sooner. Is that amenable to everybody?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Ms. Albert, I prefer to follow the schedule that I gave you, because I think it's important that you understand what changes we're making campus-wide. If you would like to defer hearing about the architecture until we've talked about the site plan and the traffic, that's perfectly fine.
Well, we'd like to talk about the architecture, but we know you're going to go back to ARC, and we have an obligation to talk to you about the traffic concerns. So
Why don't we start with Mr. Kenny, that we can get a sense of the site plan? And then
no, I
traffic.
want the big picture. I think we got to look at the whole phase 1, phase 2,
Yeah, Mrs. King.
I think just let them do their presentation.
and then as we begin to probe, maybe we'll all be flexible.
Why don't I introduce Molly
Okay.
Kenny, so you can hear a little bit about the big picture, and
We definitely want to do that.
then you'll hear from Bill Kenny, who'll tell you the big picture from site planning point of view.
Okay.
And then you can talk to Mr. Kenny, but to Mr. Kenny. But I think Mr. Kenny is more than prepared to talk to you about the issues of concern to you.
Great, thank you very much. Hello again.
Should I take it out? Okay. Thank you. Is that okay?
I think everybody could hear you last time. It was really only Mr. Cohen they were having trouble hearing, so you should be all right.
All right. Let me know if you can. I'm Molly King, head of school at Greenwich Academy, and I live next door to the campus at 40 Patterson Ave. I wanted to share an overview with you on the execution of GA's strategic plan completed in 2016 and our correlating campus master plan completed in the spring of 2018. As Mr. Cohen noted, this is GA's first master planning initiative since 1999, and so we brought in the renowned planning and design firm of Sasaki Associates to assist us. We engaged the entire campus community to identify what was best for our students and faculty. And working with Sasaki, we analyzed our existing buildings and landscape, both in terms of their overall condition, as well as their ability to continue to support the school's goals and fulfill its academic priorities. It should be noted that the master plan was prepared with the understanding that the current enrollment would remain at today's level. And when competing priorities emerged in this process, as they invariably do, every option was fully vetted. At GA, we are planners. So several key findings emerged from this year-long process, and while only a portion of these are before the commission tonight, and just following up on your comment, Ms. Albin, we want to be transparent about the full scope. So first, in terms of the findings, there's a need to provide contemporary learning environments that include flexible spaces for small breakout groups or larger collaborations. This aligns with current trends towards interdisciplinary programming and project-based learning. We need to increase the number of gathering spaces across campus as well. Community is one of the defining components of Greenwich Academy education, and people consistently seek out spaces to connect, fundamentally student to student. Sasaki's facilities analysis highlighted the fact that some of the learning environments are inconsistent in their quality and do not support current educational trends, namely GA's lower school, which serves grades 1 through 4 on the main campus. Built in the early 70s, it has reached the end of its useful life. There's a clear disparity right now between the lower school's learning environment and the spaces devoted to middle and upper school students. This is also one of the reasons why we are currently constructing and renovating our preschool and kindergarten spaces on the Ridgeview campus. In addition to the lower school facilities being nearly 50 years old, the existing spaces in this building do not lend themselves to the school's educational needs. The spaces are closed off, they lack natural light, transparency, and optimal supervision. The master plan also focused our attention on the fact that the current location of our facilities department makes the lower school entrance feel like a back entrance. And for security and supervisory purposes, the lower school needs a properly dedicated entrance space for our youngest students on the main campus. The master plan recognizes GA's desire to continue to increase science and lab spaces to meet the school's growing commitment to STEM and STEAM programs. Sasaki recognized that the campus landscape plays a significant role in the day-to-day experiences for students and teachers and should be more accessible and welcoming. Something you'll see a lot of in our designs is an increase in and an enhancement of the outdoor and indoor connections and outdoor learning spaces. And in terms of the neighbors, view sheds from every neighborhood street will be significantly improved. As part of our facilities analysis, Sasaki reported that the academic space in the upper school is constrained and should be expanded to provide spatial relief in the upper school classrooms. Sasaki recommended that the current visual arts classrooms within the upper school be relocated, which would allow those spaces to become much-needed new STEM labs within the upper school's existing footprint. To that end, the master plan recommends creating a new standalone visual arts center to house the upper school's art program next to the current performing arts center. The visual arts center would add classrooms, some gallery space for displaying art, no auditorium. Although a part of GA's master plan, this visual arts center is not part of the application before you. It's part of phase 2, but again, I just wanted to be transparent about the full scope. Also part of phase 2, adjacent to the upper school classrooms, is what is known as the Harrison Courtyard. The master plan encouraged the school to renovate this space so it's more welcoming and accessible as an outdoor gathering area for our upper school community. It will also include much needed handicapped access path to key academic buildings. And a final dimension to phase 2 will focus on the school's cafeteria located within Young Hall. The dining equipment is starting to become quite outdated, and as a long-term goal, the school's cafeteria and kitchen should be updated and support classroom spaces as well for food science and nutrition education. In terms of vehicular circulation, GA was encouraged to make improvements to reduce conflicts between circulating traffic and parking vehicles and to redistribute parking throughout the site to help reduce traffic congestion both on site and in the surrounding neighborhood to the greatest extent possible. Our traffic consultant and engineer, John Canning, has been engaged since the early stages of the master plan on a comprehensive study. He is here tonight, as has been noted, and he will address the commission and share those recommendations. In this day and age of safety and security, which is just critical, we have sought opportunities to enhance the security and incorporated that into the designs. As part of any campus analysis, development constraints are always in play. In GA's case, the site has a challenging topography, many natural resources, including wetlands and a man-made pond, and zoning constraints, most notably its floor area limitations. Given the evolving trends in education, Sasaki identified the need to prioritize the school's permitted floor area at its main campus on teaching and learning spaces that support grades 1 through 12. Obviously, realizing a comprehensive master plan is a large undertaking, and so we've prioritized our objectives and focused on the areas in greatest need of improvement, and that is what we are calling Phase 1, and that is what is before the Commission tonight. So to that end, we are proposing the following as part of this application. Construct a new lower school that reflects an outstanding foundational academic experience. The new building will feature learning spaces with natural light, sorely needed flexible breakout spaces for each grade, library and media spaces that are open and able to support multiple academic priorities, and enhanced spaces for the lower school's administrative team that provide visibility, well-coordinated supervision, and increased security. 2, expand the school's engineering and design lab to meet the demands across all age groups. The lab will be expanded into an existing multi-purpose space, and then a new young auditorium will be established as part of the new lower school and provide that much-needed gathering and performance space primarily for our lower and middle school students. 3, within a new middle school entrance cap, we propose a new collaborative learning center and counselor's office. 4, we want to enhance outdoor spaces and landscaping. The application reflects a new interior courtyard, important for safety and security, as well as an outdoor deck by the middle school to encourage outdoor learning. Other important elements are enhancements to the pond, the creation of several wildflower meadows, a butterfly garden, and increased screening on the borders of our campus with new evergreen screening trees. A new, more natural playground is also proposed, and you'll hear about this from Bill Kenny. 5, partially demolish and renovate the existing carriage house, currently the Cowan Center building, to enable the reorganization and relocation of the facilities department, which must remain on the main campus. This will improve how the school presents itself to North Maple Avenue, and this move returns the facilities department to this original location prior to the opening of the Cowan Center. 6, demolish ancillary non-academic buildings at 2 Patterson and 176 North Maple. Particularly returning 2 Patterson to green space will extend the school's landscape buffer area between the main campus buildings and the residential neighborhood. I do want the Commission to know that GA understands there is sensitivity to removing residential structures, and as such, we gave significant attention to this issue. The physical locations and conditions of the homes we are proposing to demolish do not provide any security or supervisory benefit. This is in stark contrast, for example, to 68 Patterson Ave at the southwest corner of the campus, which provides very good visibility and supervision of the path and the turf fields, and 296 Maple, which borders the northern section of campus, including our biggest parking area and point of campus access. It isn't practical for the school to dedicate nearly 10,000 square feet of floor area, and that's the approximate square footage of these 2 structures, to non-educational uses that don't support key priorities. We've been steeped in neighbor communications, particularly with those that are contiguous to 296 North Maple and 2 Patterson. 7, even though GA is not proposing to make site plan or operational changes that would increase the school's traffic generation, i.e. GA will continue to operate under its current established enrollment cap and is not proposing to increase overall gross square footage for the school's main campus. The school did engage a traffic consultant, John Canning, who has performed a thorough analysis, particularly looking at the impact on neighboring streets. And the school has agreed to accept the recommendations of our consultant. These recommendations include adding parking in high-demand areas, better management practice in terms of assigned spaces, and streamlining drop-off and pickup procedures, all of which will have a beneficial impact to the surrounding neighborhood, and there will be greater detail to follow from Mr. Canning. Phase 2 of our master plan we will bring before the commission once phase 1 construction is well underway. This is the full breadth of our master plan as presented to GA by Sasaki, and there are no subsequent phases of development being considered by the school at this time. Sensitive to our location in a residential neighborhood, we began conversations with our neighbors well over a year ago and have continued to work with them in order to balance our priorities with their understandable sensitivities. As I noted at the beginning, GA has not made a significant alteration to its campus for nearly 20 years, and its lower school has not been altered for nearly 50 years. While GA is still considered a top educational institution, we must be able to evolve and keep up with the trends in education in order to maintain our leadership and compete with surrounding schools, both in Greenwich and beyond. We hope the Commission appreciates the care and thought that has gone into this multi-year planning process that will allow Greenwich Academy to continue to attract and retain bright, deserving girls and their families to the Greenwich community. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anybody have any questions from?
I do. Ms. King, thank you very much. That was very comprehensive, I have to say. We've seen a number of these. Let me ask you a question going back to the lower school. How much bigger will the lower school be, the new one, compared to the existing one in terms of either square foot size? Because I know some of it's open space, some of it isn't. Just ballpark. It doesn't have to be to the square foot.
I mean, what I can tell you is that the biggest change, and again, reflective of these trends, and if someone can help me with square footage, it's basically that each grade, and so each grade 1 through 4 has 2 classrooms right now. It's that each one will also have a breakout space associated with it. So that is the main change. And then, that's the main change, and then a bigger library. So existing lower school square footage is 20,643. Proposed lower school is 22,484.
So it's not really that much larger. It's just reconfigured inside.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
And the some of the other items, you didn't mention much about the parking, the northern campus parking improvements.
Yes.
And as Ms. Albin said, we toured today, and that was a big concern to us. Apparently, it floods,
Yes.
and you're going to fix that.
Oh, yes. Yes, we are. And we have, Redness and Mead has been working on that. It needs significant regrading, landscaping. It needs significant.
And that's all been approved by Inland Waterways right now? I think I heard Mr. Cohen say
Yes,
something to that effect.
exactly.
Okay.
And
You
they've been to the site as well.
You mentioned the neighbors. Now, we're going to get into this in more detail.
Of course.
You did mention the sensitivity of demolishing a couple of these buildings and the overflow parking over here. Is there an agreement with, I saw some and then I wasn't sure about how you're going to shield this whole area over here, the campus green extension, the proposed southern campus overflow parking. Is there an agreement in place with the neighbors?
With the neighbor that is contiguous, we were quite specific because we wanted to be sure that we were addressing all of the questions that they raised. Yes.
It's our understanding that those buildings, in order to get the FAR for the first phase, those buildings don't need to be ripped down yet.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's right.
So this is part of the application with the idea of going to phase 2.
Oh, sorry.
It's 5,000.
Sorry, yes, it's 10,000 total between the two, so
and you
one
have-
of them does need to.
You have 5,000 left over at the moment, so yeah, one would need to come down.
So one would need to come down, okay.
Yeah, no, me too. I nodded, and then I suddenly remembered the numbers.
Thank you for staying close, Michelle. The day job gets in the way occasionally.
I'm curious because we, as Ms. Altman said, the education system in Greenwich is the #1 reason people come to town, and they stay here because of it. And they only leave because their kids have moved on at that point. You mentioned something last time that caught my interest, which is you kind of feel like you're a little behind the 8 ball here in terms of competing, not only with the other private schools, but the public schools? That was my question. Is it?
Well, the current trends that I described to you around flexible space, more collaborative
Right.
learning, that is well documented for public schools and private schools. We are absolutely behind in that. You go down our straight hallway right now with classes on one side. That's just not the way things are being designed now. Other areas where we're behind, faculty housing, and that's specific to our private school counterparts, but I know that affordable housing is a huge priority for the town overall, and so we've been working hard on that. So yes, we are behind in several areas, and we're very constrained. The upper school building, which was built, I believe, for a capacity of 260, is at 340 now, and our STEM program has evolved significantly, and frankly, on the national landscape, STEM, an interest in STEM has exploded. We absolutely need to upgrade our labs. We don't have enough of them, and they don't reflect where the program is.
Are those the labs you're taking out in Phase 2 and moving to the Visual Arts Center?
Correct.
Are those the same ones?
So we're
Okay.
taking the visual arts classes out of there. Those will be ideal spaces, actually, for big STEM labs, which is great.
Okay. Very good. I mean, very comprehensive overview. We obviously have
Yes, well,
that
thank you.
in
And I know.
detail.
Oh,
Yeah,
please, Mr.
a
President.
question on Phase 2. We've heard several times that you're FAR constrained and you have excess FAR. Will that be consumed in Phase 2? Is that something we should expect, or?
Well, you can, consumed, yes, but we will not exceed it. So it's been we will not exceed the allowable FAR. We've been very meticulous, mindful of those constraints.
Thanks, we were just,
Yeah, absolutely.
And
Yes.
when you build the new, in Phase 2, when you build the new art center, you're taking up a parking lot. Will you have ample enough parking? Are you planning for that parking now, or will you be
As
planning?
part of the whole plan, yes.
So the parking you're planning now, are you planning for that?
Correct, correct.
The intention, Ms. Goff, is that with the new Visual Arts Center, there won't be any reduction in parking.
Thank you.
Ready for Mr. Kenny?
Now, Ms.
Great.
King, Mrs. King,
Yes.
your statement that, can you provide a copy of that to staff?
Absolutely.
We talked about the master plan, Phase 1, Phase 2. Has the whole master plan been developed and documented? I feel at a significant disadvantage because I'm not seeing the big picture here. I'm seeing your first proposal, and you're asking me to review and look at things that are being done today, and now I know things will be done tomorrow. And I'm kind of a little lost here because I don't want to get into issues here that may have impact on issues down the line. Is there something that we can actually see?
Absolutely.
Show what the whole picture will be,
Yeah.
soup to nuts,
We
when
can-
everything is
We
done?
can give you a copy of that PowerPoint. And we did that for the commission because we were doing that for the neighbors as well, as part of the
Great.
neighbor meeting, because we wanted to be completely open with the entirety of the
Okay.
plan.
The proposed plan that we have now, is it going to significantly change as part of Phase 2?
I indicated to you what will be in Phase 2.
I got that,
Yes, it will not, we do not.
but I'm talking about the layouts, the positions of the buildings, the driveways, all of that kind of stuff. Is that changing as part of Phase 2?
There are changes in the architectural plans that were developed from the master plan. In other words, the master plan is not an architectural plan.
No, I'm talking about the site. I mean, you got placement of buildings.
There are some changes.
Okay, so what I'm looking at today is going to change as part of Phase 2.
No, no. What you approve today, or at your next meeting, will be integrated into Phase 2. But those two phases aren't exactly the way the master plan had recommended, because we brought architects in after the master planning was done.
Okay, I think it would be quite important for us to
We
see
have no problem with
all of that detail, because I'd rather not take a look at this in the dark if I know somewhere down the line I'm getting additional information or another
Absolutely.
project.
Yes, so for example, while we will consider multiple designs from architects as we look at that new visual arts center, we also know what we'll be telling them in terms of square footage.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Okay.
so hopefully that clarifies.
Now, and the enrollment cap will stay,
Absolutely.
okay? We're just basically making bigger buildings, but no more students.
Correct.
Okay, good, I just want to make sure I got that on record. Thank you.
Great.
I have one more question. You mentioned the houses in connection on Patterson with the security, and you said one house didn't, the number 2 Patterson, I believe, did not provide any security factors. Could
It's-
you elaborate?
As compared to 68 Patterson.
And which 68 is?
Like the 11 o'clock position up there?
Yes, exactly.
Okay, all right.
So that is on top of that intersection with Skylark and Patterson. It oversees the path where the students move back and forth between Brunswick and GA. It oversees the turf fields as well. And so it's a wonderful supervisory site.
Oh,
And
okay.
and that's a significant point of pedestrian traffic coming onto the campus. That's not what 2 Patterson is. 2 Patterson, as you know, is right at the corner of the 2 streets. Does that
Okay.
make sense?
Yes, it does, thank you.
Great. I will now hand it off to Bill Kenny, our landscape architect, who's going to give you more detail around the site plan. He has worked with Greenwich Academy for many years on the main campus and as well on our Ridgeview campus. Bill.
That's the one I was looking for. Thank you. Good evening. My name is Bill Kenny. I am the principal of. Okay. Sure. Okay. Sounds like a good idea. I won't get involved. I'm the landscape architect. Sure. I'll lean over. Good evening. I am Bill Kenny. I'm the principal of William Kenny Associates. I am a registered landscape architect, a professional wetland scientist, and a soil scientist. I've been retained by the school to work with the other design consultants on the project to integrate the proposed architecture into the campus in achieving 3 primary objectives as we see them. One is to preserve or enhance existing landscape areas that are high functioning and of high value, such as the campus green in the front of the campus, on the east side of the campus along North Maple. 2 is to take some under-functioning, lower value landscape areas and raise them up to high functioning, such as the entrance at the north of the campus, the parking lot in the north of the campus. And 3 is to create some new high-functioning, high-value areas, and we'll be talking about those. Those are some outdoor learning, gathering, and play areas, very structured and designed, that don't exist today with relation to the middle school and the lower school. I'd like to review with you first some of the existing conditions and then go through the proposed conditions. So first, the campus green, and we see this as this historic green. I think of it as the central park of the neighborhood. You drive up north or down North Maple, and you come across this wide sweeping lawn with old trees, mature trees, and it has great significance and value to the school, to the neighbors, and to the community at large. So we're working to preserve the core area of this and to expand it, and we see it as a great value for all those involved. Second, we're looking at neighborhood buffers and screening. And existing, you have forested areas to the west and to the north, and those are some high-functioning areas now that are buffers for the campus. Those are being preserved. We're not touching those. We haven't expanded the proposed improvements into those areas. Second, you have buffers immediately east of the north parking lot, vegetated buffers. These are areas that we'll be improving. Third, you have buffers in the southern portion of the campus, just south of the existing tennis courts, and we'll be preserving and enhancing those and looking at ways to expand those in the southern portion of the campus. Then you have campus entries, and you have the vehicular entries into the campus. A southern entrance and a northern entrance. The southern entrance, from a landscape and aesthetic, really functions very nicely. It's clear that it's the main entrance. There are some traffic items that could be enhanced, and John Canning will talk to you about that later. But otherwise, it really works nicely with the campus green and as an arrival for the campus. At the north end of the campus, you have the northern entrance. And it's really a low-functioning arrival for this campus. You pull in, and as you come up the driveway here, the driveway takes you into what is today a facilities yard, a facilities parking lot and drop-off area. You have school vans and buses and deliveries made to there, and the drive takes you up into that area, and it's confusing to the user whether you head up into there, and once you're in there, it's a bit of a dead end, or do you go off into the parking, and you're not sure. That leads me to the arrivals for the buildings themselves, and the lower school and the middle school, you really don't know where those entries are to those buildings. So that is strongly addressed with the architecture of the project, but working at the site level, we're working on the vehicular arrival to the campus overall. Here's some pictures of that northern arrival, and you can see all the parking that's in here, and at the facilities yard, there's trash, there's recycling, there's garage bays for deliveries, maintenance of equipment perhaps at times. The facilities office is right here. There's a lot of conflicts between vehicular access and pedestrian access. There's, you want to walk from this area across to the southern portion of the campus. You have to cross through that facilities area, and it's unclear how to go through there in a safe manner. Additional views of the northern portion of the campus. Sure. At the top left corner, this photo is a picture of the existing lower school. It's a view southeast of the northwest corner of the school. You could see the entrance is on the other side of the building here, and you have a playground that's within a fenced area there, and the arrival really, this is a drop-off area for students in the morning and pickup, and it's not very welcoming in its current configuration. Top right is the end of the where the lower school and the middle school are currently joined. The bottom left is a picture of the existing northern parking lot. And some of the existing conditions to be aware of with this is one, that there is this parking lot. I don't know if I've ever seen something like this. It was designed and approved at some time in the past to be used as a detention basin. The parking lot slopes from the south to the north and drops quite steeply, probably 4 or 5 feet across its length. And at the bottom northern end, there's an earthen dike just beyond the edge of the parking lot. Under severe rain events, water ponds in the lower third of that lot to depths of a couple of feet or more. And with the storms that we've been having recently, there have been cars that have been totaled just in the past year due to detaining stormwater in that parking lot area.
And what you're really doing with this, as I understood the submission, is you're actually making that a functional detention area, but sub-ground. You're going to raise it, how many feet was it? Is it 10? You're going to raise it a lot, and then there's going to be sub-ground detention. The water will flow there. Looking at it today, it seemed like there's flow down from the ledge as well as out from the pond. So in a flood event, they might, when a heavy rain, they must both. So that gets raised and then paved over. But is that pervious? That's, yeah.
So nearly entirely correct, except it's about a 6 foot.
6 foot. I couldn't remember how many feet I was.
Yes.
It was. I remember being startled by how much you had to raise it to get rid of the flooding, and that seems an extraordinarily good idea.
So we're going to put subsurface storage, porous pavement. Today, the wetlands on site, you have the existing pond, and you have an interesting water course that comes from the neighborhood from the west. It comes down the slope and it runs along a grass swale here.
Yep, today.
Enters a pipe at the southwest corner of the parking lot, and then it's piped under the parking lot, under the northern forested area, to the south end of that. Part of the plan is to take that pipe, and we worked with the neighbor to the north, Mr. Fritz, and as well with the wetland agency, to have that pipe cut back to this location so that it rehydrates a wetland that exists here that has been drained. Because they put that pipe in decades ago, it took water away from that wetland area. So we're going to reintroduce that water to that wetland area and allow for an opportunity for that water to be infiltrated into the ground or evaporated or transpired from the vegetation. So to help reduce the amount of water, surface water, flowing downstream. Lastly, this picture in the bottom right is the current Cowan Center. That's where currently the daycare for the school is located. And this is a view from the... Sure. Sure. Some additional views at the north end from the street to show you what it looks like from the street. So you can see the facilities area, how that impacts the campus green, and with the cars and the activity that occurs there. And then directly across from the Cowan Center, there is some vegetation that is not doing well, and there's some screening there there's opportunities to improve that screening. As you move further north up the street, there's some woodland screening that is functioning fairly well, but again, more opportunities to improve it. You can see some gaps here where if you look through this forested area, you can see back into the parking lot. There's an existing privacy fence here. We're going to maintain that and expand that fence and add evergreen tree planting. At the south end of the campus, as has been discussed, are the two residences, and these are views of the residences from the intersection of Patterson and North Maple, and then moving north, a view into the house at 2 Patterson, and lastly, a couple of views of the 176 North Maple. Yes.
Where that overflow parking is going to be, and it's intended to be kept grassed, Does the drainage there support using it every 2 weeks, essentially, a little less than that, but they say that it'll be about 15 times a year. Will that drain well enough that in that area where the overflow parking is?
Yes, so we will amend the soil so that we are, and pick certain grass species that are very tolerant of those conditions, and amend the soil to enhance the structural capabilities of that, as well as the water infiltration capabilities. So.
Okay.
Were you involved in the inland waterways application for that whole, I have to keep going backwards, should turn this thing around, the northern section?
Yes, I was deeply involved.
And when you went through, I mean, we were there, we walked it.
Okay.
It was mud today, by the way, on the playground.
Yes.
That just strikes as a large project to bring that up to grade, or, the 5 feet that you're talking about.
Yes.
And they approved it though, right?
Yes.
Did they have any other observations about it? For example, parking, which I guess is not you, right? It's going to be somebody else?
As far as capacity.
Going to be Mr. Canning.
Right. But parking's a problem, not so much on the northern end, but on the southern, but there's some transferring going on. Was there a possibility of further enlarging that parking lot? Because from the analysis, it looks like you don't pick up many extra spaces up there, right? And I'm just wondering, when you were going through inland waterways, did you perceive there was any ability to expand that parking based on the very difficult water conditions there?
I don't know the exact numbers.
Well, you're going to get into it then, right? But my question was more of water and the inland waterways, about, is it possible to expand that even further, or is there some fundamental problem with the amount of space there that inland waterways just won't,
That's correct. That's
objected
correct.
to it?
So we have, at the southern end, a wetland right there that prevents us from moving in that direction, and of course the school. At the northern end, there's a wetland right here that extends north.
So that parking lot is as big as it can be,
Yes.
as far as you know,
Yes.
according to wetlands?
Yes.
And I believe there's also some sort of agreement over on that side to maintain a buffer.
On the western side, there is a zone, a non-development zone, and on the northern side as well. That's right.
On the northern, okay, that answers it, yeah.
I think
So it's as large
related
as
to
it can.
previous approvals. Yes. So the northern campus, this image is an image of the proposed improvements, and we're going to significantly enhance the campus screen and the streetscape by relocating all of that. The proposed lower school is located right where the existing facilities, parking and deliveries and storage are located in this area right here. So we're going to take that facilities area, which is totally exposed today, encroaching into the campus screen, and reduce it down to its absolute minimum size needed, screen it, and then take all those activities and move them over to the Cowan Center and put them behind all this new and existing screening, where we're going to have evergreen trees installed and a privacy fence installed along the road here, where there's existing screening on the northern end that's functioning fairly well. We're still going to add more evergreen trees there. And then at the north end, although we have this existing forest, a couple hundred feet of forest, it is primarily a deciduous forest. So we are going to supplement that with a border of evergreen trees on the northern end of the parking lot. So we're really going to beef up and significantly improve these screening activities. We met with Mr. Fritz, who's the neighbor to the north, and he has seen these screening plans, and it's my understanding that he finds these plans to be acceptable. We also met with him, members of the team, particularly Redness and Mead, on various occasions to discuss the drainage improvements. And again, my understanding that he finds the improvements that are being made acceptable to him. So, speaking earlier about how the northern campus entry does not work very well. So it has been, with the new building and the arrangement of the parking lot, that entry has been improved substantially. It's very clear when you pull in, you're arriving at the lower school campus, at the northern campus, and it's very clear where to go. There's no conflicts with the facilities. The facilities parking now is tucked away here. You would enter from after you've passed the main entry into the campus, so it's offline. And John Canning will discuss later all the queuing and how this helps with queuing and just improves the arrival and flow of traffic. One other thing I wanted to mention about planting in the parking lot is that under existing conditions, there are a handful of trees there. I don't know if they've grown in size since the day where they were planted 10 or 20 years ago. Yeah, the soil conditions are not good there. We are making a great effort to provide we're increasing the number of trees, and we're going to enhance the soil around the tree planting areas beyond just even into the pavement. We're using Cornell structural soil to ensure that those trees will be vibrant and healthy for many years to come. So next, as I talked about earlier, about the third major objective we wanted to do was to introduce some really high-functioning and high-value learning spaces, outdoor learning spaces. And with the positioning of the school here, rather than coming off the north end of the middle school previously, positioning it on this slope here in the area of the existing facilities yard, it's created this really beautiful courtyard. And then an opportunity. The building previously had been sitting on the level portion of the campus. It was downhill. There's a central ridge line that runs through the campus here, and the building was sitting in a flat area right here. By incorporating it into the slope, it really the master plan did quite a beautiful job with that. They allowed for the creation of a very nice, large, informal space, a level space for the children to play and use for all sorts of different activities. And then within the courtyard, this slopes down, and we've developed these pods, these outdoor classrooms that are at different levels. This is at the lower level. You come up half a flight here to another level right outside the middle school entrance, and then you come up another half level to this middle level of the lower school, and so you have these different outdoor classrooms that are right outside main entrances from the building. You have a slope here, a lawn slope that could be used as an outdoor amphitheater type situation. And then so you have the oval that's an informal gathering area. We've taken the playground, the active playground, and moved it west. It's generally in the same location that it is today. Lastly, we've done quite a bit of wetland improvements. That existing wetland lawn swale to the north here, we are enhancing that and naturalizing that area, removing the lawn and introducing native meadow plants, native shrubs, native trees. We're taking the pond that has been fenced in and visible to the students, but they couldn't touch it before. It was completely fenced in. We're going to introduce a small dock that the students can access the water and actually touch it and sample it and test it and use it for science, education. We introduce some fun features here. They're called floating wetlands, and these are mats that float in the water, and the plants grow through them. And you harvest these plants every year at the end of the growing season. You can test them to see what nutrients they may have taken up and removed from the water column, or other things as well. So that provides a really nice educational opportunity there. And And I've touched upon the screening, but again, we have substantial additional screening here and here. And for the North Campus, I think that handles most of the elements. At the South Campus, with the removal of the 2 residences, we're taking Central Park of this neighborhood and expanding it, and you can imagine what the value that would have in Manhattan by expanding Central Park into some other areas. But the screening, there's existing tennis court here with substantial evergreen tree screening here. We're going to supplement that where there's a few gaps. We're going to infill that with new evergreen trees. And then as you head further east, where the overflow parking is proposed, we're showing a substantial amount of screening. Based on discussions with the neighbor, this screening buffer will be expanded to be, I believe, 50 feet in width. And this includes both evergreen trees as well as a privacy fence. So that's going to move over 50 feet from the property line to even improve that even further than what's shown on our drawings at the moment. And then we're going to add evergreen screening here and a lawn, park-like setting to expand the existing campus green. That is the end of the materials that I had to discuss with you.
Questions?
Sure.
I'm looking to the right, but the left has spoken.
That's okay. Curious, I see that beefed up screening around 22 Patterson, and also it looks like 28, but why wouldn't you do the whole neighbor?
Here?
Yeah, all the way up, right.
Okay.
I can understand 40 because that's Greenwich Academy property. But 44, 60, is it just a case where the neighbors haven't asked for it, or?
It exists. So the darker colored plants are proposed, and in that area, if you look, there's circles that represent existing trees. They're not colored in dark because they're existing, but all of those circles are, each one of those is an individual evergreen tree that exists today. So there's a substantial evergreen screen there today.
Okay, and the other question on the playground area, we were there. I feel bad for the kids. There was a mud puddle all the way. Are you elevating the playground the way you are the northern parking lot?
We are. And today, something, as a soil scientist, something to consider. We've had a deep frost, several 6 inches, 8 inches of frost in the soil. And then with this warm weather we've had, the top couple of inches have melted. That lower level holds
was
the water.
messy.
It can't infiltrate down. So every site I went to today
Yeah,
had,
we also
had a
had,
slick layer of mud on the surface.
we also had very heavy rain before the hard freeze.
Right.
Is this, sorry,
The question is, that whole playground back in there, it looks like it's definitely in a flood. Are you elevating that the way you are this whole parking lot back here?
Not to that degree, but we are elevating it, yes. Not to 6 feet. We're rounding off that area so that it pitches both to the pond
Right.
and to the wetland, the lawn wetland to the north.
And the way
Swale.
that you have the permeable paver in the parking area, though, it will retain considerably more water than it does now, presumably, so that will reduce the amount of water getting to the playground. Is that true?
The parking drains away from the playground.
Oh,
because it goes, that playground is in one corner and,
So parking is draining in this direction. The parking's draining to the north, playground's to the south.
does that ridge that goes behind extend into that upper parking? Or let me ask it simpler, what's the soil underneath that parking lot? What's the soil quality? Is it more of the ridge?
The ridge ends in this general area.
So that's soil.
This
that's
is soil, there's
fairly-
there's fill here. Redness and Mead has conducted soil borings and deep hole tests. Brian McMahon is here, and he may be able to answer that question for you. Like,
before he comes up, and this may be a question for the architect, but why was green roof not considered for the lower school as opposed to the peak that it is now?
I'll allow Ann to address that.
Okay.
Good question. Because I have a couple.
Okay, how about on the other side? Any questions? Okay.
Oh, actually, Mr. Kenny.
Yes.
At the front of the site, the pine trees there, they're very tall, very slender. I guess it's my understanding, those would be retained.
That's correct.
Okay. They seemed very vulnerable. And I think one of the things that I think we're seeing here is that the prominence of the new lower school. Was there any consideration of actually changing that out or fixing that? Because their canopies are actually very high. You're getting more of tree trunk than screening or anything. It's very sparse, which gives you really great visual access to the school, which is set farther back. But I know you've got some new stuff planned closer to the building, but it was their consideration of really evaluating what's happening now with those very slender pine trees.
I can say that we have pine trees are in this area right here. They are very tall and not many no lower branches. So we're proposing to plant shade trees and flowering trees here to carry over the same characteristic, the same landscape theme that is on the rest of the green. We certainly can look at adding some understory plants, trees under the pines. So as they decline over time, there'll be some shade trees that are growing in their place. I think that it should continue to be deciduous trees across the green, and you'll see some very beautiful renderings of the school that I think makes sense with that concept.
The site lighting for this reconfiguration, can you briefly touch on that, please?
Sightline for traffic?
Site lighting.
Sight lighting.
Yes.
Yes. So there is the northern parking lot, the courtyard, walkways, entries to the lower school, entries to the middle school, and this walkway here all new lighting, both vehicular lighting in the parking, bollard lighting, and building lighting around the building and on the paths, all LED lighting, dark sky compliant. And we have included with our package photometrics and all the information on those fixtures.
The site lighting now, does it turn off at a certain time?
There is
during the
a
evening?
requirement that it turns off in the northern parking lot at 10 o'clock.
Okay.
And we'll continue to do that with the new lighting.
Okay, thank you.
So with that,
Well, I had trouble interpreting a couple of the comments that you got from the ARC. Could you explain, I've got to find where it is. Oh, most members noted the middle school building was more successful architecturally than the lower school building. The board and batten finish and the folded roof of the lower school were noted as elements that may need to be reconsidered. I don't speak fluent architecture.
I think this is a great opportunity to have Ann Beha
Okay,
come up and speak to you. Thank you.
great. So, Mr. Kenning, we are obeying Mr. Cohen.
Good evening, I'm Ann Bea, architect for the lower school. My firm, Ann Bea Architects, is designing the lower school and the small extension of the middle school.
Could you just say your name again?
It's Beha, B-E-H-A.
You've been explaining that to people most of your life, right? Yeah. Okay, welcome.
I'd just like to start by saying what a privilege it is to work in Greenwich, a historic town that has a modern set of issues, obviously, in front of it, and also at Greenwich Academy, which is so dedicated to the lives of young women. I also think the project is distinguished for its holistic thinking. You heard from Bill, who's on our team, and as a soil scientist as well as a landscape architect, and John, who is working on all of the implications of running a day school. And you also have Redness and Mead and other key people, as well as Tim, who will speak about the other alterations on the site that are related to this proposal. So the images I'll show you today are responding to the ARC. They're updated from what the ARC saw in January. And as Mr. Cohen mentioned, we'll be meeting with the ARC tomorrow evening. I do want to say on the issue of holistic planning that there are aspects of sustainability, although the building does not have a green roof. There are important aspects of compliance with the Americans for Disabilities Act throughout the campus. The project incorporates a tremendous number of considerations around security, visibility, ability to monitor, and ability to feel safe. As well as it offers an opportunity to work with a really remarkable sloping site. And that's a site that allows you to move the building with the land rather than level the land and assert the building on it. So that's why the building has a kind of meandering flavor, because that is what the natural contour of that site has given us. What I can talk about is the new lower school building, and then Tim Peck will talk about some of the other things, and I'll talk about the extension to middle school. But basically, you see in this diagram a shadow study, or sort of white study at the top of the existing massing of the site. Can you hear me? Are you okay?
Yes.
Okay. And then in this particular study, I'm sorry, boards are tough. What is happening on the site. So here's the service and facilities yard that you saw this afternoon, and all of the dispersed parking. And this is the proposal for the building, which reduces the service yard, reduces Young, which is a rather simple brick building that's adjacent to Ruth West Campbell. And then about 100 feet from the edge of Ruth West Campbell starts this building. This building is about 85 feet back from the road. At various points it varies because it's angled, as is the road. It extends along North Maple and then meanders back to the Oval and integrates Bill Kenny's and Katie's very wonderful play space that is just really special. So the project puts a lot of emphasis on landscape as the binding theme at Greenwich Academy, because as you all know, Greenwich Academy has historic buildings and also has some very modern structures on it. So it already is a kind of lesson in early 20th right through 21st century architecture. And as you saw today on your site walk, and maybe Michelle, you could advance these. This is the area of arrival. So let me get out of the way and say that that's the current view as you enter the campus from North Maple and you're heading towards the lower school area. And you're greeted by areas that really need a rethink. So this is the position of the building on the site.
And
The
do you wanna
building
sit
is
here?
composed of stone, a random coarse rubble stone, similar to what is in Ruth West Campbell. It is composed of a batten, wood, cedar, stained, rich brown red stain, and its intention is to sit with the land. I feel the land is what gave us the site, The building is made of materials that are from the land, wood, stone. Obviously, the windows have to be thermal and perform better, but they're operable. They create a lot of visibility, and unlike many other kinds of school buildings, there's a fair amount of glass, because the idea of connecting with nature and of people being able to see where students are coming and going is very important. These few studies do, as I say, respond to ARC's comments, and I will just pop them up here. I'm showing them in two ways. One is looking at the arrival on campus as the building is today, coming into the campus and having a drop-off that actually makes sense. It's actually next to the classroom building, part of the classroom building, and it's a porch with an underlayment of wood on wood columns. And this is the body of the building, and here is the wing that turns the corner on North Maple and is the library. And that's all stone, this is all wood, and the first floor of this is also stone. And you can see over here on the right this end piece that we're adding to the middle school building, because currently the lower school is attached to the middle school, so when you take the lower school away, you have some healing to do. Let me show you a few other views. This is a view along North Maple. As I say, it varies in distance from the road, so we took this shot quite close. You're between 77 feet and 100 feet back, depending on where you are. If you're over by the south part of the campus, quite a lot further away. But this starts as a piece that's next to the former service yard, and Tim will talk about that because that's now a stone garden wall. This is a gathering space for the school with a pitched roof. There's an entry to that area of the building. The stone courses along and then continues into this library building. The library is all made of coarse stone and has these large windows. The roof has been repitched. That was something that ARC talked about, so we repitched the roof and we're able to offer larger windows than we were when we were in front of ARC in January. And then with Bill's help, we were able to say, well, what's it like when everything starts to really mature? And Bill's adding, I think, 147 new trees to the site over net gain. So there's quite a lot of reforesting, as you've heard, of the whole site. It's meant to be recapture some of its history as a planted horticultural kind of arboretum setting. So moving along, this is the North Campus entrance. As you can see, this is the library here. That stone piece is a hinge that turns the corner. That was the entry, and then coursing along North Maple is the auditorium. And then as you come into the site, this is the entry canopy for the lower school. This is the building itself. We've modified some of the board and batten patterning and changed the way that the windows work with this wood as a kind of belt course at the spandrel. So all of it has a kind of crafted feeling. This will be a building put up stick by stick. This won't be something that arrives on a flatbed and is put up in a panel. This is crafted building. So the idea of this building is to say something about architecture to young women, to see a piece of architecture that is made out of things that are part of the site. The wood and the stone are on the site already. They are part of the history of that site. And then from here, I'll just give you a couple of close-ups. And here is one. Michelle, where are we in this?
I don't think I have that slide.
Okay, that's fine. This is a close-up of the entry. You can see here a piece of the middle school that's back here. This is the kind of canopy that everybody walks through in this design to get to either the middle school or lower school. So everybody's passing through this kind of floating piece that's up here, and it's a porch. And you can wait there to be picked up, you can get dropped off, you can enter, and that leads to the oval that Bill was talking about. And this is a image of that when there's more of the green that's grown in. And then finally, the middle school entry. The middle school is a very simple brick building, as you know, and the far end of it needs to be repaired and reconstructed. So this is a study for that far end. It's a simpler board and batten system. The building has a different kind of feeling. It's a flat roof building. So this is just a piece that is added to it to terminate it and try to make it relate in a more fundamental way to the lower school. And it does provide a new, more direct entry into the middle school, as well as far improved windows and views. Let me ask, is there anything that we talked about that you want to talk about? I mean, I think that I've mentioned that it has a relationship in my mind to the materials that are found on the site. There certainly is a robust sustainability program here. We think our roof will perform better than a green roof. Sorry. So that's exciting. Internally, although this isn't about the interior, the structure is very expressed on the inside. So when students are in the building, they see how it's put together.
Two areas of inquiry. I'm going to go with what we basically have to do from a regulatory point of view. This is an application for a special permit. One of the things that we have to look at is consistency with the neighborhood and how it fits with the surrounding neighborhood. Could you comment on that?
Well, it's a contemporary building, of which Greenwich does have its fair share. It's also a building, one of the ARC members said, that doesn't look like a school building to me. I said, yeah. It's a building that says something different about place. And it has, for me, much more relationship to the kind of barn traditions that you've seen in Greenwich over the years, the tobacco barns of Connecticut, all of the ways in which simple materials were deployed in this kind of understated way. So in terms of how it fits with the neighborhood, I think it has a dialogue with the neighborhood, but it doesn't replicate the neighborhood. But North Maple has a great diversity of architecture. I mean,
when you say
that whole thing.
dialogue, what would you mean by that?
Well, that's something I've been thinking about for 45 years, so I can tell you what I think about it. But do you have that kind of time?
Well, don't tell me the 45-year answer, because
I
we're
don't
probably
need
not
to.
young enough for that.
All
but-
right. I think that I think all architecture must respond to place, because there is no place that isn't already built, really, in the Northeast. Everything has a context. But I think it needs to also say something new about the way it's put together. And it's using different kinds of structural systems, right? It's steel. That's not common to the buildings along North Maple. It's using different kinds of contour. Most buildings in many residential areas here flattened their site. It is also using different kinds of attitudes about visibility. Most residential areas have domestic windows. Schools want visibility and light for their classrooms. So in that way, it is a school or campus building. But if you look at the dimensions of the building, 30 feet tall, other parts fit lower, that scale is the scale of many residences that are right on North Maple, and certainly lower than many other residences in this community. So it's trying to snug in a little bit. It's not taller than Ruth West Campbell along North Maple. It's part of that same kind of contour of buildings.
Sure.
Impressive. Could you take us through the interior of the building? I'm not an architect.
Not unless you're a girl. Can't. Yeah.
The reason we went on the tour is I've lived here 45 years. I've never been on the campus other
Yeah.
than once. And I couldn't imagine me walking on the campus, so I had to have permission to come on the campus.
You're darn right.
Yeah. But the interior of the building, not being an architect, I have noticed around Greenwich that a lot of the elementary buildings are single-story buildings.
Yeah.
They're small children. These children are very small, right? Some of them. So are there 3 floors here? Okay. Could you just take me through that? I'm not passing judgment. I just noticed that from a land use perspective, we build, horizontal buildings for elementary schools. This is more vertical than I would have expected.
Yeah, well, it's the whole site. It contours 12 feet when you're on it.
Tough site.
No,
we
it's
saw.
a great site. Are you kidding? It's a gift.
Well,
it's fabulous.
You like the ridge and the fitting
Yeah.
in, but we understand. We always
Yeah.
felt it was a little tight back in there
Yeah.
as you walk through. But
Well, it's really going to be looser now because of the green space
The
and all the
playground, yeah.
trees. And also, I don't think Bill focused entirely on this, but there's green that comes further out to the site. If you see this additional oval that he has. So there's some nice kind of vistas to open space. Now, on the interior, it depends where you are. Not all of the building is 3 stories. So in the auditorium, you're in 1 floor, and you enter that from the oval in the back. So because of the contour, you're up, right? North Maple is considerably up. And so the 3-story part only occurs back here. And there, you know, it depends on the age group. I think, Molly, there are different children at different floors. So they move around during the day, and moving around is good. And the different experiences in the building include classrooms, but also collaborative areas. That's something Greenwich Academy has had in many of its buildings. But they're better because they're lighter, they're a little less formulaic, a little more, you can create your kind of own ideas there. And there's a science room and a library that's on 1 story as well. So it's a lot of single-story areas, and then there are some that are stacked. Yeah.
I'd just like to make a comment about the scale. I've noticed working through today that there's something very nice about entering into some of the different buildings because everything was the entrances were all 1 story. So especially for the lower school, there is a sense of scale there that seemed to work very nicely for children. In Scarsdale, New York, there's one of the elementary schools, Heathcote, was designed specifically to accommodate children. There's this sense of, even though the auditorium is an extremely high and large space, it's set back from a very low corridor which wraps all of the spaces and creates a feeling that the child is child's perspective is respected. Everything is, there's a lot of glass, but there's a sense of creating a space which is smaller, quainter, it's a space that's definitely not for adults. This space, I mean, I'm looking at your rendering, seems a little bit more imposing. It's a 3-story building at the entrance. It's modified by this canopy effect that you're putting in front there to welcome the children. But it does seem quite imposing. You have a facade which is a little bit monolithic compared to a lot of the other buildings on campus, which have a reference that are a little bit tighter and smaller. So this is going in a little bit of a different direction. I'd just like you to comment a little bit more on that.
Well, I think it does set a standard for quality of building, and it's a companion to Ruth West Campbell, which is a tall building and has a large porte cochere on the front of it, also equal in kind of formality to what we're proposing here. I like to think that the building has a lot of energy, and I like to think that the students who are going into it will feel pulled into it by the way it's opened up. And I don't think that height is particularly imposing. And I think the scale of the children who are in this rendering is realistic. And the entire building has been designed with the involvement of all the lower school faculty who are incredible thinkers about young children and their needs and the kind of students who are there. So they've really shaped the design with us and made it, I think, feel like a place for the entire community.
Why such a significant departure from the existing brick and glass that's on the site? In a tour today, it seems that almost every single one of the buildings there, except for the Ruth Hall, Cowan, that kind of thing, had followed a similar style, similar character, brick color, glass, the fenestration. Why has this building deviated that from so significantly?
So the building, for me, is kind of a balancing cornerstone to the front of the site. And if you look at the history of the site, there are probably two very important buildings that are there. One is Ruth West Campbell, built in the early part of the 20th century, very typical kind of Greenwich estate house. And the SOM, Adrian Smith building, which is buried into the ground and is a glass curtain wall of substantial complexity. And that meanders into the back of the site. That's the upper school. The buildings built in the 50s and in the 60s, there are what we call infill buildings. They don't have significant defining character. They were intended to fill the site, and they were subservient always to Ruth West Campbell Hall, which was the main heart of the campus. So in terms of responding, you know, one wants to set a high bar and not set kind of a bar of the most utilitarian buildings setting the tone of the campus. I'm hoping that actually the brick buildings will feel treated better because of the landscape and the way we're working with the walkways. But I don't think of them as the heroic or even historic or pace-setting quality buildings that one would want to replicate on the site.
Understanding that, it would seem that this actually now is significantly competing with the Ruth building, and that being what I'm thinking as the cornerstone of the site, the original school. Now I have a new object building that is very different from anything else on the site completely. I mean, it's its own thing in scale and materials and fenestration. The whole 9 yards is completely different. It's almost like it's such a significant departure from the campus, is that to be out of place. I've got an older building that has no relationship to the newer buildings. The newer buildings seem to fit together, and then now something significantly bigger, larger, sitting on probably the highest point of the site, that really has no relationship to anything else at all. I understand from my colleagues on ARC, they had the same kind of issue, roof lines, materials, that kind of stuff.
I don't know if they had it at that level, but we'll find out tomorrow night how they feel about the changes. One thing I would point out is that Ruth West Campbell is made of stone and wood.
Yes, we were there today, I saw that.
And so
yes.
is this. And Ruth West Campbell has stained shingles in its addition, and this is a stained building. It's a thicker stain, but it's stained.
And that's
Only one mic, sorry.
That's an administrative building for, and it's not a central part of campus life. What I really enjoyed walking around campus because it does meander, but the scale of the buildings do tie everything together. Everything does seem very approachable. A lot of the buildings are one story. And as I said before, the entrances are very inviting.
I don't think you have one-story buildings on campus. 2.5 is
Well, it's as you're walking from the front of, when you're walking from the front circle, and you look at the upper school entrance. That's a one-story entrance. When you go into the there's an entrance to the lower school. It's one story. There is the gym viewed from the circle is a simple brick horizontal wall, and is scaled very nicely. It's certainly not imposing. And my comment is this just seems very different. And not that it can't work, I'm just commenting on that it seems to be a bit of a departure. The massing's a little bit different, it's more vertical. And it's the lower school and a much more vertically impressive building than the other parts of campus.
Ms. Behar, oh, perfect. Can we talk about that facade? That's basically the North Maple facade.
That's correct.
Okay. What's the height of the peak of that roof in relationship to actually North Maple itself? Because you're really right on top.
This is about 30 feet, but Bill, I don't know, how high are we off of North Maple there? This drops down, as you see, significantly. So this is 2 stories. In terms of this comment about 3-story buildings, this is an oversized 1-story building. This is a 2-story building. This is a 2-story building. And this is the only part of the project that is a 3-story building, and it's down 12 feet. So if you take a level and run around the whole building, the 3-story piece lines up very tightly with the 2-story piece. It doesn't read from North Maple as a 3-story piece because it's down in a hollow. So we don't have a 3-story building
I think what I'm trying to get at is that
North Maple.
that particular corner,
Yes.
which is actually that corner and then going up towards the service court, is at the most exposed and most prominent and closest point to North Maple. And that the slope that it's sitting on top of is actually very significant from North Maple. So actually, I think rather than seeing it from the view you've done in the rendering, we'd actually be seeing or perceiving the height of the building as much greater than it actually is.
Well, you'd perceive everything up there, up the slope. The slope is relatively even up there. It drops back only when you enter the site and go deep into it.
I'm talking about actually from the street, from North Maple, looking
Right.
up at the building. When we were there today, it's actually very interesting to see that there's a single-family residence across the street, up very, very high. And it would seem to me, standing at the front door of that building, you'd actually be looking into the front door of this building because it's so high. And I think what I'm trying to point at is that the building being closer to the street becomes now the object building of the site, and probably would have a sense of looming over North Maple. Even though it's set back and you do have the trees there, that height is going to be exaggerated because of the lower level of North Maple.
So any building placed on the service yard is going to be up from the street because that's where the land is. And this is a 2-story building up from the street. It is 100 feet back from the street. There are probably how many trees in front of it, Bill, today, and how many in the future? And those trees will be taller than this building. So maybe you could talk about the slope, the setback. So there is a part of this which is only about 70 feet back, but the site itself goes like this. So you're looking, when you go north, you're looking fairly far back.
Would you repeat the question? I was researching elevations.
What I wanted to know is what is the change in elevation from the roadbed of North Maple to the peak of that corner of the building?
Yes.
Okay. Understanding that actually we're at a lower level a significantly lower level of North Maple. If we're driving north on Maple.
I'm interested in the question also because it's the ARC that asked us to change the pitch of the roof. I said I would like to point out that the peak of the roof has been changed at the request of the ARC.
Yeah, we did notice.
Yeah, so
we figured that
that's
out.
why it's higher there.
The road is at 145 at the entrance. The upper level finished floor is 168. So that's about, 23 feet there, and then you go to the roof from there. Another 12 feet. Yep.
Okay, I have the plans here in front of me. I've got a roof height of 186 at one point. I'm not too sure if that's the correct one. And that's actually taken from grade. I guess this is the lower level grade was at 144. That's actually in the back. So I'm really having a hard time to understand exactly what that height is based on what's going on at North Maple. And I think the question I would have is that we're trying to look at this as a new building fitting in with the campus, but I'm kind of struggling with that, seeing as it's such an object building. It's becoming, or it's actually making the rest of the campus, even Ruth Hall, subservient to this building itself, because of the departure in the architecture, because of its size, because of its prominence on the street. I know you're going back to ARC tomorrow. I'm not too sure what they will say, but they did have comment. I guess what they were talking about actually was most members noted middle school building was more successful architecturally than the lower school building. The board and batten finish and the folded roof of the lower school were noted as elements that may need to be reconsidered. That's from their minutes from the last meeting. And I think that's the same kind of point I'm trying to make, is that we've got stone, we've got board and batten, we've got stained wood, that kind of thing, and I don't see that anywhere else on the campus. And I'm not too sure how this is tying the campus together.
So, but the question is, Phase 2 is completed, will this become the dominant architectural motif of the campus? And
I can't tell you that.
Ruth West Campbell becomes a acknowledgement of the past, but not the dominant architectural style?
I don't have any information about that. I'm sorry. I do just want to make a point of correction. There's a great deal of stone on this site. So whether it's in retaining walls or in Ruth West Campbell, there is a lot. The way we got inspired to use stone was by being on the site. And the way we got inspired to use wood is by looking at the patterning that we found in Ruth West Campbell and asking ourselves how to respond to that for the 21st century. So if I was coming here and telling you to make the building out of steel, you might say there's not a lot of that on campus. But there is wood And there is a great deal of stone on the campus, and wood and stone are also a strong Connecticut vocabulary.
Yeah, my question was almost more to Nick. If over time the campus is dominated by this architectural style, which, would be potentially consistent, but with an acknowledgement to several of the older buildings, as opposed to the older building being the dominant architectural motif.
I'm thinking that because this is such an object building and that the phase 2 may not be so significant, that this still would be, the dominant structure on the site. I would think actually because we don't know what the whole master plan, where those other structures are, if there's any kind of relationship, if they're on the far side, would it be better actually to make it part of that vocabulary as opposed to this?
I'd be more interested in, as you said earlier, what's a longer range plan look like, because I think this could be very exciting architecturally. Pays homage, as I said, to the older buildings on campus, but this becomes a dominant motif. It could be quite attractive.
I would like to say one thing about materials today, and that is that I understand the ubiquitous nature of masonry as an academic precedent. I also know that masonry was used initially largely because it was locally manufactured and could provide fireproof construction. That is no longer the only case now with the use of wood. Timber structure, timber interior, timber resources, and sustainability are shaping the way all of our buildings are being reconsidered. What our goal is to try to use as many locally, regionally sourced materials as possible. That is not so true with brick anymore in this country. And it is true with the New England tradition of cedar, that we can still get this from Vermont, we can get it from Lower Canada, we can start to get things within a regional area that are important to our sustainability initiatives. In addition to that, the stone is either locally sourced or reclaimed. And I think that's an important piece, again, of education and also of the beauty of any new building, is that it comes from something that already was, rather than saying it's imported from many places that 20 years ago we might have thought about. So that has been an undercurrent of this project. The other thing that has been shaping this project, and I'm perfectly aware that different people always have different opinions about architecture. It's worse than restaurants. Everyone's entitled to an opinion, absolutely. But another thing that's important to me as an architect and to our practice is that the buildings teach. And they're not intended to teach by imposing or intimidating students, but by offering them a chance to connect with buildings that don't just look like home, but look like they might offer something else. And I think that's the point.
Probably need to move on to Mr. Canning, but thank you very much
Could
for
I ask
answering.
one question?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Do you have a view of this building if you're coming up the loop toward the Ruth West Hall? I'm wondering how much.
I don't with me, but we have filed a lot of things on file that show a lot of views.
Because
so.
I'm not thinking that, I'm thinking that if you're driving up toward the main entrance past the tennis courts, that what you see is the Ruth West Hall building. And I don't know how much you'll see this building if you're driving in from the south entrance.
That's a really good point. This building, here's Ruth West Campbell. It's
Ruth West
quite
Campbell.
a distance from there.
Can you speak into the microphone?
I'm so sorry. Ruth West Campbell is down here. This is all, Tim will talk about all of this, which is all going to be proposed to be reclad in rubble stone as a connective kind of tissue with Ruth West Campbell. And then this building starts with stone, breaks into wood for this period of time, continues with stone. So the amount of stained wood here is very limited. It only is when it comes over to this setting that it starts to loosen up into more of a stone and wood building, and then internally too. But there are two main entrances to this campus, and they don't connect by road. One is Ruth West Campbell, and one is the northern part of the campus, which is deliberately for younger children in the middle school. So they're not paired as a next to each other set of buildings.
Thank you very much.
Yes. I don't know. We had it lower before the ARC comment, so. I mean, that's one of the issues, is that it was lower for the ARC, but then they wanted it higher, so.
I don't think we want it higher.
Yeah.
That's my sense.
No.
Okay, Mr. Canning?
Oh, I do.
What? It was more chalet, I don't know how to put it, more Swiss.
That's what it is right now.
Oh, show me the other one. Mr. Canning, it's your turn according to Mr. Cohen, right? Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Cohen, you wanted Tim Peck to go next? Okay, well then let's do what you'd like. Yes, go ahead. Yes? Yes, Mrs. DeLuca has instructed me that I should let you sequence it as you wish. If you would come forward, though, to the mic before you say anything.
Thank you. This will be very great. All this buildup, and I have a very small part.
We're going to have a big collection of these things.
Yeah, we've got quite a few boards. Modification, it's a beautiful building my name is Tim Peck. I'm an architect representing Greenwich Academy for some of the ancillary pieces of this project. There are a lot of moving parts, as has been noted several times this evening, in addition to the beautiful new lower school building. There are modifications to several of the surrounding buildings and some demolition that needs to happen in order to get all the pieces in the right place. Primarily limited to, I'm going to try to do this without shutting everything off, Patrick, so I apologize. Young Hall, which has been discussed, is being reduced in a couple of areas. Currently, it's adjacent to the Ruth West Campbell Hall and the large service courtyard. Here's some quick photos of the area. This may help to bolster the case for a multi-story building. The backside of Young Hall is approaching 3 stories in this solid 2.5. If you walk that area between the existing Young Hall and the lower and middle school, it's a fairly tall structure in the back. So the areas that we're going to be touching on Young are the facilities garage, which is visible from North Maple, which is the large brick building in the middle of the middle photo. And then we'll be also addressing a bit on the lower end. Young Hall currently houses the facilities department, kitchen and dining hall in the upper level, as well as a STEM lab and a small auditorium, lower school auditorium on the lower level. The shingle facade will be created on the new end cap when we remove the facilities garage, which was an addition in and of itself, to push this service court back and to shrink this area so that we can provide a nicely landscaped separation between Ruth West Campbell and the lower school. So what we're really talking about from the North Maple side is pushing the building back, adding a canopy, and creating a low stone wall that will come across the building as a veneer with a water table, and then transform into a garden wall with a gate that will enclose the service court. This will provide a nice backdrop for Bill Kenny's landscaping that's going to be going on in this area. One additional piece is there's a connecting canopy and a highly trafficked connecting area between Ruth West Campbell and Young Hall. This will be enclosed by a continuation of the wall with a pedestrian gate on the walkway side for security. In conjunction with the work on this upper level, as I mentioned, we'll be adding an elevator. We'll be removing that existing one-story stage platform that comes off the lower level. and replacing a portion of it with a new elevator for accessibility and adding new fenestration on that side. This will face the courtyard side. On the plan, just to go back to that, the facade I'm talking about is down in here. So we'll be removing an existing one-story portion and infilling a little piece of it in this corner with a new elevator. The existing building does not have an elevator, and this will provide accessibility between the two floors. The lower level, the current auditorium, will be converted into additional STEM lab space. There's a fab lab on the lower level now. That was an approval a few years ago. So this area here will then be opened up and new windows into the new lab space. The addition on the front side of the canopy, this cross section through here, this existing service yard will be shrunk down. Again, with the stone wall, we were proposing a brick facade before, in keeping with the existing building. ARC's suggestion that we work with the stone and try to tie the two buildings together with the stone and play the shingle off of the existing Ruth West Campbell. So we'll present that tomorrow night and see if they're happy with the changes. The other piece of this that's very important to the project is the removing of a portion of the Cowan Center. It's being modified and being returned to its original campus function. The Carriage House currently houses the Cowan Daycare Center, which has been discussed before this commission previously. It also serves as, there's a small staff apartment on the second floor. It serves as the on-site daycare. The Cowan Center is proposed to be removed to off-campus to a new space at 96 to 100 Maple as part of that other application. That proposed location provides a much larger, open, and brighter classroom areas for the kids, as well as some more flexible learning space than the current facility allows. We'll be reducing the size of the existing building by removing the west wing and a covered overhang on that side. The Carriage House will then become the home of the new facilities department, which will have an entrance on the south side and two staff apartments up above. Facilities was previously, as I mentioned, located in this building before moving to its current location. The proposed apartments in the building will take advantage of a portion of the attic space, which is currently unused. A little bit of storage up there, and the larger of the two units will be the home for the facilities director. This change serves several purposes that are relevant to the overall site plan process. Many of these have been touched on. I'm just going to reiterate a couple. One is that it keeps the facilities department on campus, which is very important as it's an integral part of the operations of the school, but it's away from its location on such a prominent point. You guys were there today. Having walked the site, you can see how visible that area is and that service court is, and reducing it is really a function of trying to address the North Maple neighborhood. Allows more space within this building for operations, office storage, and work that they have. Returns the second floor to all residential use. As I said, it'll be the two apartments. Maintains an on-campus residence for the facilities director. Mrs. King has spoken previously about there are certain operational positions within the campus hierarchy that have on-campus needs. Facilities director is one. In as much as site planning goes, the facilities location where we're proposing will utilize an existing curb cut here to move the service completely out of the flow of the traffic on the north entrance. So the idea is that we'll utilize that existing curb cut to come in, make drop-offs, and then loop around and back out, as opposed to being tied up in any of the queuing space. It also allows for a much neater layout of the parking and a redesign of the flow in that space. And at this point, I'd like to introduce John Canning, who I know is the man of the hour that you'd all like to speak to.
Mr. Peck, before you sit down,
Absolutely.
the stone wall in front of the service court, what kind of stone is that? Is that actually matching what's on the
It's
roof
gonna
building?
match what's coming across from Ruth Campbell. There's an existing crenellated wall to the north side of Ruth West Campbell that handles, it actually hides, I think, the gas meter and the generator, and there's some other service areas. So to continue that wall across, I think we would step it down to the water table height, so it's not 6 feet high. But the idea is just to carry that band across.
Of the same stone, same
stone.
size,
Yep.
same layout.
And then that would turn from a veneer along the building into the garden wall with the gate.
Can you go back to your, you had a site study?
Up here, or
That.
that one? Yes.
Shingles to match, shingles and stone skirt to match, okay. You have an interior corner.
In here.
Wouldn't that have been a really great place to actually break up and the materials? If
Well,
Young Hall's
Oh,
other
this
three,
is going to be open on
Right.
this side, so this is just going to be a low wall that people will be able to look through with the canopy at the top of it.
right. Young Hall's other three facades are brick and
Brick and
concrete.
CMU, yes.
Okay, and this one side is going to be shingle.
Correct.
It seems that inside corner would have been a perfect break to return back to the brick, and that was on the other three facades.
The original proposal to ARC had brick on that facade, so this was
And they're talking about,
a direct response to their communication.
I'll have to talk to those guys.
I would tend to agree, but it's,
Yeah. Because I think we're getting back to what I was saying about the campus feel. You've got Ruth, the Ruth building as significant architecture, it's central of the thing, and then the other buildings actually working as a campus around it. Now it seems like actually we're kind of bleeding Ruth onto one facade of one of the campus buildings. Seems a little odd to me.
I agree. I like the idea of carrying the stone across because I feel that base carries across very well into the new building.
Connection.
It's a connection. Now, whether above that is brick or shingle, as you point out, brick is the large portion of the existing Young Hall, which is, we're not undertaking major renovations at this point. That, as Mrs. King stated, would be part of the phase two within the existing footprint of the building. So at this point, we're trying to make that connection, trying to close off that service area, and really minimize that portion from the street.
Great, okay, thank you.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the Commission, staff. Thank you very much. I've been advised that you can't see the screen. I think you guys can see the screen, but anyway, if you wouldn't mind passing those out, thank you. For the record, my name is John Canning. I work for Kimley Horn. I'm a professional engineer licensed to practice in the state of Connecticut. I have over 20 years working in Greenwich at private schools. I've worked for Greenwich Academy for a number of years, and most recently I was engaged on the master plan starting in September of 2017. I'd like to take a quick broad view look at this, if I may. Greenwich Academy is located in the center of the picture here. It's on the west side of North Maple Avenue, which runs down into Maple Avenue, down into US Route 1 and into the downtown. Below Greenwich Academy is the Brunswick School, and to the southwest of the Brunswick School is Greenwich Hospital. And then from Brunswick and Greenwich Academy, North Street runs up to the Merritt Parkway, the Backcountry, Pound Ridge, and Bedford. So there's a fair amount of activity going on in this area. And the key intersection, I'm not sure if you saw it when you were out there today. By the way, thank you for taking the time to go out there. I hope that the time you spent there will help you understand what we're trying to accomplish. The key intersections out there are the intersections of North Maple with Patterson and North Street. Basically, in addition to being a regional issue with the various uses, it's a geometric issue because you have two streets with a lot of cross traffic intersect offset by 90 feet. and the right-of-way isn't there to realign them. In an ideal world, somebody many years ago would have said, oh, wouldn't it be a good idea if they connected opposite each other? So what that means is when you have traffic coming to work at the hospital or coming to Brunswick or coming to Greenwich Academy or going to the downtown, it gets quite busy there, particularly in the morning. It lasts for about 30 minutes. There's about a 15-minute burst in the afternoon that it gets very busy there. But it does work well to the extent that it is relatively safe. Our accident review for 3 years indicated there were only 7 accidents reported at those 2 intersections combined, and only one of them resulted in an injury, and that individual refused medical attention. So I would be much more concerned if there was a lot of traffic at this intersection and we had a lot of accidents. So thankfully, that is not the case. As part of our due diligence for the master plan, we evaluated several improvements to these 2 intersections to see if we could come up with something that was a, let's say, silver bullet. Surprisingly, we did not. We did look at a roundabout at Patterson. We looked at a right turn lane on North Maple at Patterson. We looked at an exit from the Greenwich Academy Upper School. So the Upper School driveway is just about here, down through to Patterson Avenue, or a back exit from the Upper School around the buildings there and out by 68 Patterson. For a number of reasons, these were determined to be infeasible, either for an engineering perspective, ineffective because there were other measures that were as effective as them that were less impactful, or it was determined that they would be unacceptable to the neighbors because they would either change the character of the neighborhood if you put a roundabout in at 2 Patterson, or they might be so effective that they would change traffic patterns on Patterson Avenue.
We've heard that issue about roundabouts before.
So after we had invested all of this time in studying these intersections, we basically came to the conclusion that the school, in this instance, would be better served expending its efforts fixing what's not working adequately on the campus, which you saw today how conditions operate, to keep campus activity from impacting on-street activities on North Maple Avenue. Keep myself hydrated here. Firstly, I'd just like to point out, as Mr. Macri rightly questioned, about Phase 2. So based on what I've been through on the master plan, from a traffic, parking and circulation perspective, the front door access, Phase 2 is not going to change that. So it's a good question. If we're approving this and then you're going to come back and change it all over again, why are we doing it? So the intent is to put this in, make it work, and then there are a few small elements that are coming along at Phase 2 that will fit into the campus further back. The proposal in front of the Commission is one to improve the school's teaching facilities and its environment. There's no intention or anticipation that enrollment will increase. Therefore, the proposal will not generate any additional traffic off-site or any additional parking. In developing the master plan, we did undertake a thorough and exhaustive study of traffic and parking, which consisted of doing counts, observations, analysis, and more counts, more observations and analysis. It took us about a year to get through the process. In our traffic study, which we provided to you, we have provided details of accounts. It's kind of boring, but it's a detailed account of operating conditions at the upper school at drop-off, the upper school at pick-up, the lower school at drop-off, the lower school at pick-up. We wanted to be as transparent as possible in explaining the issues. I'm glad you went there today because you saw them for yourself and it'll be much more tangible. We identified measures specifically aimed at addressing existing factors that contribute to inefficiency of the drop-off and pick-up operations. So I'd like to sort of go through those one by one. When we were out there, we observed that the school buses stop at the top of the loop. And when they stop, they just sort of stop anywhere they want to stop. And sometimes, even when they stop close to the curb, they put out the stop indication. And when you're on private property, curbside, discharging or having students get on and get off, you don't need to do that, and you're not required to do that. So if they were to pull closer to the curb and not put out that stop indication, the cars behind them that are dropping off or picking up wouldn't be stuck. They could go by them and exit.
Well, one of the things that New Lebanon School did, Nick was on the building committee, that's why I'm looking at him, but one of the things that they did is they separated the buses from the cars. But looking at your site layout, I didn't see a way that that could be accomplished, but it gave for much greater efficiency.
There was a dedicated bus loop
If we,
right to the front
we
door.
had a
There was a way that you could do a bus, that's what but again, they were doing de novo, they were redesigning the whole facility.
Right.
But that was one of the things, because we saw your comment about the flag going up, the arm going up, and then everybody has to stop, both out on the street. Anyway, so go ahead, but that was something that I was looking at today anyway, is was there a way to segregate those buses?
Right. In addition, you have people who are, a small number of people who are coming in to go to the parking, either students or teachers. And when they come in, they have to go all the way up the loop and around to come in here. So they're competing for space and time in this area. There's also a little bit of a curb bump out. They're all the rage now in a positive sense in complete streets. Well, we have one here there's no sidewalk. It just sort of bumps out and narrows it down, so it makes it kind of tight for these vehicles that are trying to circulate around. There's only one lane in and one lane out, and we did notice in the morning that when you get that crush down at Patterson Avenue, for a brief period you get the queue coming back to here, which means that anybody who wants to turn right here has to wait, and anybody who wants to turn left is stuck behind them, so you then get this queue building back up in this direction.
And that, Mr. Kenning, is really our greatest concern, at least my greatest concern. I shouldn't speak for everybody, but my greatest concern is what happens out at the street. When you start getting the backup onto the street, you're impacting community, you're impacting neighbors. So I saw the improvement you got in, I don't know what to call it in traffic terms, but storage capacity, queuing capacity. You got some improvement, and I'm skipping ahead in your story, but is there any way that you could get more? Because as I recall, you're still going to get some you're still going to get some backup onto the streets. It's hugely improved. And you still, okay, you shook your head that you can't get more improvement, or that you're not going to get back up, because what I remember reading is that you do.
Today we do get back up.
And you'll still have it. As I remember it from your analysis, you still have some.
We're, excuse me, fighting a cold. We're on the same page. The bottom line is the school's activities should take place safely on the school's campus and should not interfere with the street. And that's our goal. And as part of the process, we have developed a number of measures, and we've even augmented them. There we go. We've even augmented them as part of this process was developing. One of the other issues that we noted is that there are 24 students that park in this area, and that this area has more parking pressure. There are spaces that are available in the other parking lot that are not used, and so one of the things that we have recommended is to take the students that park here and have them park over at the north
And
campus.
this is the seniors, and that was confusing numbers. You have 26, you have 24, and then there's an 80 that shows up.
It is confusing. There's a lot happening at the campus.
But
So there are 80 seniors who drive. Okay.
And 26 of them
And
have spots
There
here.
are 26 spaces here.
Okay.
So 26 students come in, they get spaces, and the other students, I'm not quite sure how it works. They may come in and go out.
They make do? The other,
Andrea, are those spaces assigned to the students individually?
the other
individually?
54?
Not individually. So the bottom line is
They make do.
You come in, if there's a space, you get it. If not, you go up to the north lot. So what we're recommending is you take all but a handful of the student spaces. If you'd like to reserve some spaces for students that have special needs or have special accomplishments from one season to the next, take a handful of spaces
The
for
All-Americans,
students.
for example.
Basketball.
But the rest of the students will have one place to go, they'll park there, where
Okay.
there's more space, more capacity, and that will ease conditions at the upper school. That's number one.
Yep.
Number two, today, I'm trying to do the math on this, there are 340 students, have these numbers written down somewhere.
730 in total.
There's 730 in total.
You mentioned the widening of the upper school, that 30 feet, right? You've talked about that already?
I haven't.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Slow down.
There are 340 senior students, there are students in 9, 10, 11, and 12.
Okay.
That all get dropped off and picked up at the upper school. There are also 125 students in grades 7 and 8 that get dropped off and picked up here at a slightly different time. So what we're proposing is we'll take one more grade of the 7th and 8th, probably the 7th graders, and flip them over to the lower school, so they would be picked up and dropped off with grades. Well, there's 1 through 4, which is the elementary school, then 5, 6, and 7 would get picked up at the north school instead of 5
I
and 6.
don't remember seeing
That's
that.
not in there.
Staggered times.
Staggered.
That's not in here.
No, because
Because we actually thought we were being brilliant yesterday because we were suggesting it.
so
Go ahead.
I'm speechless. What can I say? So what else have we done? We've proposed to pull the buses around to here, have them pulled curbside, don't put the lights on. We said beef up your staff and have them be a little more, get them some training, give them a vest, and have them be a little more assertive so that they feel that they have the right when people aren't doing what they really should be doing, to encourage them to move on nicely and they'll be listened to.
The nuns from Sacred Heart.
We're switching, that we're providing, the entrance to the parking lot here, right now is here, so you've got to go all the way around, come in here. We're going to move it down here so that you can come in and go right in here and not have to compete with everybody. We're removing this little pinch point here.
And who would you be if you were doing that?
Member of staff, no longer a student, because we're moving you to the other side, so mostly members of staff, but also visitors. We're proposing to widen the driveway from here to here by about 6 feet. So it's not a lot, but it's enough to get 3 10-foot lanes. So that on the inbound, you could, once you got past these guys, you could come in and turn in here and not be backing up out to the street. And then on the outbound, you could have left turners, could skip a couple of right turners. There's a police officer here in the morning who directs traffic.
Now, Mr. Canning, since you took a breath, the comment from Beta was that those 3 lanes could be confusing.
Yes?
Could you, it seemed that since you have the officer,
Yep.
I don't think you've responded to Beta yet, have you?
I have not responded.
Okay, so it seemed that since you have the officer, that there could be enough marking and enough clarity with the 3 lanes that you could change the direction of one of the lanes.
That was my intention.
But Beta didn't have that response, so what?
They felt, so it's more conservative to have everything exactly the same every day. But it's, let's say,
More efficient.
more efficient.
If you can get people to obey.
If you can get people to obey and to vary it. That's why we do have reversible lanes on major thoroughfares.
Yeah.
And so the concept was, well, maybe we could do it here. If Beta feels that they're uncomfortable with having a reversible lane, what we've shown here basically is a left turn lane here. You can just about see the double yellow line, and then a left turn lane here. So,
But if you have that 3rd lane, the switching lane, you create the bypass lane earlier
correct.
in the queue.
Yes.
Okay.
And
Because
frankly,
we saw that today where some people come at the wrong time, and so you're accommodating the people so that they're in shifts.
well, well, first of all, drop off is easier than pick up because you come. It takes a minute for your child or children
Right.
to pull their books and athletic gear and musical instruments and all the stuff they take to school out of the car.
Boom.
Get in and you're gone. Pickup is people arrive, they don't want to be late, they want to be early, they're in a hurry, and so you get everybody's there before arrival, and then it just sort of builds back out. So in the morning, the start time is 7:45 for grades 7 and higher, and it's 8 o'clock for grades 6 and lower. So there's the stagger is just two, and that kind of seems to work.
Okay, so that was one of the things we talked about yesterday. If you made a greater stagger, could you use both loops at this, for, say, the lower school altogether? Then you're done with them, and you bring in the middle school, and you use both loops. So all we're doing is, our goal is the same as you articulated, is there anything kind of out there that you could do to get that congestion off the street?
So, you know, physically, yes, it's possible. Practically, can you run a school when, you know, you have teachers and students and parents, and you have a curriculum and a certain number of hours to teach each day? I'll certainly bring that question back to the school. What I can say is that...
Well, the high schoolers apparently like to sleep later, so you'd be all set. No,
I've
go
heard
ahead.
stories of the benefits and perhaps not the benefits of that around town.
So, okay, so you looked at those kinds of things, doing both loops, because Dave, that was the suggestion you made yesterday, right? Was trying to use both loops and,
Yeah, I mean, it's a sticker system of some sort. I have an unrelated question, though, because I think the town in general does a very poor job of promoting bicycle ridership, and is there any possibility, given the congested nature of North Maple, to do anything to get more people on bicycles here?
The school, I do know, promotes bus use. It promotes carpooling. It has its own buses in addition to the town's buses. The town's obliged to bus students. But in addition to that, they have substituted their own buses. If there was a demand or an easy way to encourage cycling, I'm sure they would. In my mind, I'm a parent, I'm not sure I would like to pack my child off to school on a bicycle on these roads, frankly.
Well, that's my impression, that this is
a safety issue.
Much too congested, but it's, at some point, it's something we should all pursue.
In my experience, the advancement of cycling is a community-based issue. You know, you need to decide for yourselves, we want to have a network all over town that's going to connect, and then you need to figure out, okay, can we do it? Where can we do it? Because if you try and do it patchwork, you just go from one good place into bedlam. So I would like to see it happen. I'm not sure that it's going to happen with this application.
Okay, so I know there's people in the public who are waiting to speak, so I don't...
Before we move on with Mr.
I know, I've got questions. I'm not ready to move on. I'm just trying to make us more efficient, like the drop-off.
So I'll try and quickly finish here. We're moving students. We're moving a grade. Into the microphone. Oh, sorry. I have it in my hand. I'm looking around for it. We're moving students. We're moving a grade for drop-off. We're providing an extra lane. We're getting rid of this little pinch point. We're pulling the buses around. I feel confident that with these measures, we will eliminate spillback from the upper school onto North Maple. Today, at its busiest time, we get 7 cars on the street, which is not a lot. I think that's not a heavy lift for us. At the lower school...
But before we move on from
certainly.
The original loop there, there's no anticipation of increased vehicular traffic. The enrollment's not changing, so we're really not having any more cars come to the site. It's just the management of the cars that come today as they back up.
Exactly.
Okay. How many buses come to the site per day, or at one time?
It's in Michelle's letter.
Okay.
Hold on.
So you're showing 2.
I mean,
Yes.
Okay.
but
So
there's more.
At a typical drop-off or pickup, there's only 2?
From my recollection, seeing them there, I only saw 2, but I want to check my notes. I don't want to give you a...
We have it. We have the information, I think,
Well,
most
she's
of
looking
it.
for it. Could the buses actually move off into that adjacent parking lot?
So I have thought of that. That, the issue I think with that is in phase 2, am I correct in saying this, in phase 2, this is going to be covered? A portion of it may be covered, and we may not be able to get buses under there.
Oops.
Michelle, can you get me some? Yeah.
Because it would seem to me, just by the movement as you're showing us, just a few feet with the two buses that you're showing, we've got to increase capacity. If you could move a lot more, all the problems are solved. So I'm just saying that, and it seems that actually phase 2
It's
would
something
have
that-
been
it's something
good to
that we
know.
haven't looked at. I'll have
Yeah.
another look at it. I know we'll
Okay.
be back to you.
It's,
With the loop, and back to your point 5, location 5, it seems that that becomes a very tricky intersection. You've got oncoming traffic, you're passing parked cars or queued cars, you've got a exit queue that kind of may cross over that intersection. Could it be possible to have the loop come around and connect to itself farther up? Yeah, like up in that area, so it's avoiding that conflict of 3 different or 4 different moving patterns?
So come up, cut across here.
Well, the loop goes up to the building, and as it comes back down,
Yeah.
connect above that intersection.
Well, it does today.
that's not what he means.
And so it comes up and comes back down and comes in here.
No, he wants to come through that first parking lot there.
No. Go
you
back
wanna-
here, yeah. You've got,
I'm here, right?
right, you're coming up and you're in the loop, you're going all the way around, and then you're coming back out. Okay, keep going. Great. Now, if the loop now, that where you are actually connects back, no, the other way, back to that,
Yes.
okay, would you avoid the conflicts of the traffic pattern that you're proposing down at point 5, the point 5 intersection that you're proposing?
I'm not sure that I understand.
Here, let me show you here.
Here, let me give you the clicker.
Here.
Okay.
If it comes up, comes
Yeah.
down, and comes in here as opposed to
Oh, I got
crossing
you.
through here, that way everything connects here and you're bypassing that.
Well, if it comes back here on the way out, it's still going to cross over, right?
Yeah, but it would seem as you've got this, and this all happening at the same place.
It's got to go to the north.
All right.
Okay, so I understand
Okay.
your concern. I understand the issue that you suggested. And there are apparently there are some significant trees in that area.
Yep.
I will say that there's a speed bump here, there's a speed bump here, there's a speed bump here.
I would think my concern was actually more of
He's
turning patterns.
Right.
Trying to get in and out of the parking lot, cars that are queued, cars that are trying to pass, those kind of things, where you've got a lot of things happening all in one place at the same time.
Well, it's really not that much. You can go right or left, so that's 2. You can go straight, or you can turn in, but you can turn in up here, so that's 3, 4. And you come out, and you can go left or right, 5, 6. So it's 6.
6 things happening all at the same time in one area. So I think it's just a point of concern because you've got 6 different things happening at the same time, also oncoming traffic, that kind of thing. It could seem like a real potential issue.
Okay. Now, you were ready to go to the lower school?
But just to go a little bit further, if you come into that number 5 entrance, what prevents people from going all the way up the hill and going that way? Isn't that? Do you want that to be one way coming down, or is it okay for people to come all the way up the hill?
Well,
or is it done? How is it done now?
How it is done now is you come in here and you go out here.
Right.
Or you go out here, actually, right now.
Okay.
This would be posted with a, do not enter. So you could come in and park up here. And we could leave one space open so that if you came up and there was no space, you could just turn in and turn around and go back out.
So it will be kind of internally, there'll be a loop. You'll be able to do a loop if you go in there.
Inside those parking lots.
So, and there's enough space there right now to do that.
Yes.
Okay.
Don't forget, I guess that's phase 2 as well, so we don't know what's happening
Yeah.
at all.
Building, My
I
friends.
believe the building will be over the parking lot.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so we ready to go to the lower school?
Yes.
Okay.
So at the lower school, Mr. Kenny has already pointed out, you come in from the street,
The 30.
then you make the right turn. And basically, you have, at this location, you've got 2 lanes going out, and the 1 lane only goes into the parking lot at this location. You have the group 1 parents are picking up, and before they pick up, they wait here 2 by 2, and then when pickup starts, they pull forward and pick up single file from the curb, which is, yes, sir, Mr. Yeski.
Just to help you, big
Yeah.
picture,
Yes.
today, is there backup on the North Maple on the northern campus?
At this location, I'm not going to say never,
Okay,
because
but
because
seldom to never.
seldom to never, correct.
And the improvements you're suggesting, will there be backup?
No, no. The biggest problem today is because of this sort of, it's like a racetrack. You come in, you go around, and you go out, and then this also goes out, so that the only way in is here, and when the parents are the children are staggered to be released in groups, groups 1 or grades 1, 2, 3, 4. So grade 1 is getting picked up, but I'm an over-eager parent, and I arrive for grade 2 soon. So I wait up here, so now I'm getting in part of the problem. And I'm a super over-eager parent from grade 3, and I now wait here, and somebody waits here behind me, and then we've seen it, before you know it, it's blocked. And so what we've got is basically, we've got 2 aisles here for all the over-eager parents. They can wait, they're not in the queue, and it's a bigger queuing area. The queuing goes from, I think, 1,020 feet to 1,665 feet. So it's a massive improvement in the lower school.
Plus, the Cowan Center loses its wing, right?
That's correct.
You have a whole nother corridor there in
We have
case.
a whole other corridor, and 2 of them are 2-way. So right now, we've got an inbound, and this is out, and then an outbound. And
Got
in
it.
the future, you've got an inbound and an outbound, and then you've got 2 two-ways, so you've got a lot more flexibility.
And is there ever going to be a conflict with the students you're transferring over here from the southern?
Not really, because they're seniors, so they arrive earlier than the lower school, and they leave later than the lower school.
Do you have a designated area for the seniors?
Well, we were going to put them,
In that one corridor right there, that next to the Cowan Center?
you know what? I have it here somewhere. We were actually going to put the visitors next to the Cowan Center because it's closer to the front door. We were going to put the students basically here, here, and here, those 3. And then there'd be some like undesignated spaces, because you're never going to get it perfect, the exact right number of
Got it.
students, staff. So then you see some undesignated spaces in the place people want to park the least. So they'll be there for when they need it.
So you don't, there doesn't seem to be a parking issue, internal traffic issue on this side.
Well, there is today, a little bit, but we're definitely straightening everything out. We're providing an extra lane and straightening this out, and an extra aisle 2-way, and making the other aisle 2-way.
Just trying to help you, man.
Okay, so
You're doing a fine job, thank you.
2 things. Actually, the bus thing is not as weird as I remembered it being when someone said how many buses, because it reads as if GA only has 1 of those big ones, and yet I know there's more than 1 that was on the campus. And then there's the yellow Gator shuttle, and there's some that are contracted. So it would be good to know. The other thing, Mr. Canning, on the parking, at the briefing yesterday, the commission was mostly uncomfortable, I would say, with using the existing 176 North Maple as overflow parking, because it's on the street. I know it's going to be landscaped, but you're putting it at the front of the site. And in a commercial development, we frown on parking in the front yard. And here is someone who says, geez, look at what we're going to do. We're going to tear down a house and we're going to use it as a parking lot. And we're going to do that no more than 15 times a year, or was it 30? It's something like that. But I think people were concerned about that. So have you thought about any other solutions? I know Mr. Yeski, would you?
No, we were thinking. I apologize. We were thinking about the tennis courts, but then we were told that that's unacceptable to the neighbors. I mean, that's what we were told. So it just is a large piece of land there that doesn't get used that often. It's not bubbled. To keep it away from the street, the landscape more, have that greenway, the entrance and everything else. But, you know, it's just, you know, we've been told that it's not acceptable.
So I've been told similar. I believe if the residents felt that it was a good idea, the school would be open to doing that. With regard to the parking, basically there are 301 parking spaces on the site now. There's 200 in the north lot, and there's 199 or 100 in the south or the upper school lot. And with the students and with the administration and with the teachers, there's more pressure in the south lot. So we're adding, I think, 13 parking spaces down there, and we're taking 24 students and sending them north. We did some parking surveys, and we looked at a lot of data for events that the school has on a yearly basis and how many people attend. So we basically, our base parking survey, we went out there when there was something on, but it was kind of small. It was like 10 people or something. And we got a parking demand of 264 vehicles parked. The south lot was full, and there was 30 or 40 spaces free in the north lot. So that's basically in this range. So this is the current capacity of the school, and all of these events occur. So these are school days, basically. So 20 and 30 is 50, and 40 is 90, and 40 is 130, and give that another 20 is 130, 170 days, 160 days a year. They have plenty of capacity. Then they have, you know, parents' coffee hours and take your daughter to work day, or I don't know what they have in school anymore, it's such a long time. But they have events periodically. And so what we found is these are the events, and they sort of tail off in size. 300 to 305, there's 8, 305 to 310, or 310 to 315. There's 5 and 3. And then you've got graduation, a concert, an alum day. Those are the really big events, and the school has approval to use the front lawn for those events. So what the school has noticed is there's a little pocket in here that they're a little bit short. And on those days, they have to scramble around a lot to try and accommodate everybody. And what they've asked for permission to do is, when this home is taken down, which it's being taken down anyway, regardless of whether it's parked there or not, could they not use that level, graded, screened area 15 times a year for overflow parking? If the school allows, if the board commission approves this project and allows it, the school would be willing to commit to a fixed number of times and to gating it off so that it wouldn't be used. And if it doesn't happen, then parking will be no different but slightly better than it is today. They'll have a few more spaces because they're creating, I think, 3 or 4 more spaces. They will have more flexibility in the big north lot. So if they have an event, they could, you know, that demands it. So if, let's say they have a lot of parents coming in, they could do some sort of valet parking in there, because it's a more helpful shape to valet parking. The squarer it is, the more spaces you can get in. So that's something that they could possibly do. But the request is there if the board deems that it's not too impactful to the community to use it a few times a year.
So it's no longer paved, correct? It would just be a grass area?
Grass.
So does it make sense to gate it then? I mean, it's kind of similar to the other side, to the.
Gate it? Sure.
No, I'm saying, does it make sense to gate it, since really, as Mr. Kenny was saying before, it's that greenway extension, because the the way I'm visioning it would function the same way as the main greenway.
Well, you could, so you'll basically have the curb, and right now you have some trees and some boulders, so you make sure that there's enough room, you have a mountable curb, you make sure there's enough room that you can drive in, and then you could have, planters on wheels or something that you could wheel in front of it, so it's not something hideous.
But there's some beautiful trees there now, some big trees like this.
Right, but you would go in
But
between.
you go in between them?
Yeah.
Mr. Canning? Oh, sorry.
Yes.
We've got a lot of numbers about the overflow events, so your report says 15 to 20. I think the applicant says that they want to have 40. I think we saw a proposed agreement with the neighbors that you would have no more than 30. So what is the appropriate number? Because we seem to have a wide range depending on the actual or the desired by the facility to use that area.
So we've identified 12, right? But it's not an exact science, so it could easily be 15 or it could easily be 10. If the board is willing to consider this, the school will, work with the board and the neighbors to come up with a number that's acceptable to all parties.
Well, there's, just as with the gate, we have a specific agreement with our next door neighbor, Mr. and Mrs. Peisch, as to the fact that it must be gated, so we have to provide a gate. And we're aware of the fact that John Canning's estimate is 12 events a year, but as he says, it could be more, it could be less. It's not exact, and we used 30 for the agreement. The neighbor was willing to accept it on the basis that there could be unusual events. But essentially, it's going to be, that area is going to look like the other overflow parking areas that the commission has previously seen, which the school needs.
And Mr. Cohen, I think it was noted that there'd be up to 30 vehicles that could use that space at one time?
I think that's the right number, yeah.
How is that arranged? Is that self-parked? Is that valet? Does that,
It would be self-park.
is it possible, I mean, if the commission's okay, with getting a layout of that so we could see that scaled? Because it seems like a tight area to fit it in.
Great idea, thank you.
Just to add a little bit to that. So we have a plan that shows it lined, and we'd be happy to provide it, but the bottom line is that when you have an unlined area, you're not going to get as many spaces. So if we show 30, you'll probably get 20, 25.
It'll be grass, and it's not going to be striped. Again, that's another part of the agreement with the neighbor.
Well, then the follow-up question that would be, if you don't have 30 spaces, are you meeting the demand that you think you need to attenuate for?
Well, in light of the fact that it's more than twice 12, I would say yes. Thank you very much, Ms. Hoffman. We're very, very appreciative of all the time that you've given us to try to persuade the commission that we've met site plan and special permit standards, and we'll be glad to answer any questions.
Okay, why don't we go to public comment, and then we'll come back to you, Mr. Cohen. Mr. McRae, do you have the sign-up list?
Yes. First name I have is Brooks Harris.
Hello, Mr. Harris.
Hello, thank you very much. That was a great presentation. Thank you very much. My name is Brooks Harris, and I'm a member of the RTM from District 10. I'm also the father of Elizabeth, who's a 10th grader at GA. I'm here tonight to speak in support of GA and their renovation plans. Such renewal is key for them to grow and continue to be on the cutting edge of education for our community. GA has been a positive force in the life of our young women for almost 2 centuries. The school has created an environment which has inspired and empowered generations of leaders. GA is one of the many things that makes Greenwich the vibrant and attractive community we are. When we moved to Greenwich over a decade ago, we certainly considered GA and the other great schools in the town as a primary reason for choosing Greenwich to raise our family, and it's a certainty that many others do the same. As an RTM member, I understand that the school system in Greenwich, both public and private, is one of the big growth engines of our town. Our flagship schools attract people from all over the world into our town stabilizing property values, and adding vibrancy to our community. We need to do all that we can to allow the educational institutions in this town to continue to grow and evolve and provide the kind of benefit to our community. I know that local residents are concerned about traffic, and I'm personally aware of this and understand the concern. While I do experience this firsthand every day, every morning, I found the problem to be short-lived, and if I'm there 15 minutes early or 15 minutes after the regular drop-off, traffic has substantially cleared. GA has done a great job in hiring traffic monitors, and even at peak times, the traffic gets through. While I do not want to minimize the inconvenience of the traffic, this is common to many of the schools in the town. I've found that Central Middle School and Greenwich High traffic can be even more vexing, but in all cases, I know the future we are providing our kids overshadows any momentary inconvenience I may face. Finally, I know that GA genuinely cares about the community. While education is naturally paramount to those who have devoted their life to teaching, GA does what it can to address the concerns of the neighborhood. Whether it's by hiring police to help the flow of traffic, encouraging kids to walk to school or carpool, or encouraging buses to ease the traffic, GA does what it can to help. The school body often receives emails directly from Molly King, strongly encouraging people to respect the traffic patterns and the neighborhood side roads. GA cares. Providing world-class education opportunities is one of the most important functions a town can perform. We are lucky to have a high-quality array of both public and private schools in this town, and this is a key factor on why people want to live here. When we have the chance to help these institutions remain on the cutting edge and improve an already excellent product, we should embrace that opportunity and make the investment for our kids and for the future. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Scott Stewart?
Excuse me, could we have a copy of your letter, if you wouldn't mind?
Could
We have a
copy
copy of your
for the
letter?
files.
Record. Thank you so much.
You can get another one from your computer, right? You can print another one out. Thank you.
I'm tempted to say ditto, but I
Oh,
have
that
some
would be a,
prepared
no,
remarks.
go
right?
ahead.
My name is Scott Stewart. I live at 519 North Maple Avenue, just the other end of Maple Avenue, and I'm speaking in strong support of Greenwich Academy's plans for expansion. For the past 25 years, I've been a happy neighbor of GA's. My 4 kids attended Greenwich Country Day and then GA in Brunswick for high school. I've served on the boards of Greenwich Country Day in Brunswick and have a business here in town, Sageview Capital. My wife, Lisa, is a member of RTM, who got out early tonight, serving District 11. She's an alternate on the Education Committee. She's also served on the boards of Greenwich Country Day, Waterside School, and the Boys and Girls Club of Greenwich, where she's been on the board for 15 years and served proudly as board chair for 3.5 years. I know everyone agrees that supporting good schools is the foundation of a strong, vibrant community. Our plan of conservation and development clearly recognizes the value of strengthening our schools. We moved to Greenwich specifically for the schools and intentionally found a home close to GA in Brunswick. Our kids grew up sledding at GA and playing on the fields and the tennis courts. We often run in the school's spring race throughout the neighborhood. From sitting on school boards myself, I appreciate that learning needs are constantly evolving. There are increased needs for collaborative learning spaces. GA's plans to demolish and reconstruct its lower school and expand its middle school are driven solely by the need to provide these more open learning environments. Equally important, GA's plan includes improvements to the traffic flow, which we've heard about tonight, and better parking, so that changes will have a net benefit to our neighborhood. And I think the North Campus entrance just looks a whole lot better. GA's been a valued member of the North Maple Avenue community for nearly 200 years. I know firsthand how they take great care to maintain ongoing communications with their neighbors and to control impacts on our neighborhood. Neighbors are apprised of campus changes, and GA goes to great lengths to reach mutual agreements that benefit our neighborhood and the town of Greenwich. They've hired policemen to manage traffic and have staggered drop-off and pickup times. Private buses have been organized, town transportation is always engaged, and there are walk-to-work programs. We are all welcome to use GA's fields and playgrounds, and we're invited to performing arts and community events on campus. GA's campus is carefully maintained with lovely landscaping so that it adds to the beauty of the neighborhood. I think it's important to remember that there are many other vital non-residential entities in our neighborhood. Other schools include Brunswick and Second Congregational Preschool. Nonprofits include Second Congregational Church and the Women's Club, and commercial establishments such as Stanton House Inn and Doctors and Dentist's Office. We are a rich and varied community right near the Post Road. Private schools offer another benefit to our town by providing affordable housing and affordable daycare to teachers, thus bringing this dynamic young population into our neighborhood. We all want Greenwich schools to be leaders in their field. That is the lens through which I view GA's plans to renovate their facilities. GA is a responsible and vital neighbor, and I fully endorse their plans to expand learning for future generations. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, sir.
Scott, that's all. Could
You
you
want me
print?
to email it?
Yeah.
Yeah, that would work too.
Bart Oldman?
Thank you for your time. It's Bart Osman. A little bit repetitive the last time I was here, but a little bit added. So, my name is Bart Osman. On behalf of my wife, Kate, our 3 daughters, and myself, I'm here tonight in support of Greenwich Academy's main campus plans. By way of background, I am a graduate of Brunswick School in 1986. My wife and I moved to Greenwich in 2004 and currently live on Dublin Road. I have 3 daughters who are all attending or have attended Greenwich Academy. Eliza, 22, started at GA in pre-connecting and graduated in 2015. Emma, 19, started at GA in the Cowan Center and graduated in 2018. Eloise, 15, started at GA in the Cowan Center and currently is in 9th grade. You can keep track of all that. We have been a part of the GA community for almost 20 years, starting in 2001. Our older daughters, who are now at Dartmouth College, had an amazing 17 and 14-year experience, and our youngest daughter has enjoyed 13 fantastic years on her way to 17 years, assuming Molly. In 2017, we purchased 171 North Maple. It's directly across from the main entrance to the school. This is, let's see. We began building a home, which will be completed in the spring. Now that we are 50-plus years old and 3 years from an empty nest, we see this as our dream home and hope to be there for a long time. Our family is extremely excited about it. We are moving to North Maple for a number of reasons. The proximity to town will enable us to have a short walk to town with all that offers, as well as a short drive to the train station. The other reason is proximity to GA. It will be convenient for our youngest daughter for the remainder of high school, but more importantly, it will be a joy for us to continue to watch the GA girls come and go. From the little girls in the Cowan Center all the way up to the high school students, they are an upbeat, polite, smart, and interesting group of young women. We look forward to remaining a part of that impressive, vibrant community of young women. I am sure my wife will continue to volunteer long after our daughter has graduated. I am certain the main campus plans will be tasteful and of the highest quality, as are all capital expenditure projects at GA. We have spent a lot of time reviewing the plans and look forward to a beautiful new lower school building and visual arts center structures. In addition, we are particularly excited about the plans for the return of significant green space directly across from our new home, with the removal of 176 North Maple and 2 Patterson. The result will be the extension of the school's amazing great lawn, which will be directly in our view. In addition, as always, I am sure the school will invest in and put in place the necessary resources to mitigate any temporary impact on the neighborhood from construction. Like all schools in Greenwich, traffic can be an issue for 10 to 15 minutes around pickup and drop-off times. And I'd like to stress that as a direct neighbor, yes, there can be congestion, but it is really for only 10 minutes or so in the morning and 10 minutes in the afternoon. The rest of the day, North Maple is a fairly quiet street. GA has done its best to mitigate the traffic issue by hiring police officers to direct traffic, encouraging bus ridership, running its own buses, and encouraging faculty and students in the area to walk to work, and to school. As part of its current plans, GA is proposing to improve both the north and the south entrances lots, as well as its corresponding parking management plans. We're confident that this will not only improve traffic in the neighborhood, but also on North Maple in general. In summary, we believe the Greenwich Academy main campus plans will actually greatly enhance the neighborhood. The structures will be beautiful to look at, and the added green space will be a visual upgrade to the neighborhood. Moreover, I have every confidence that GA will work with the community in any way possible to make the transition a smooth one. Thank you for your time.
Miriam Kresner.
Thank you very much.
Good evening. Miriam Cruiser. My name's Miriam Cruiser. My husband and I own 57 Maple Avenue, across the street from the parking lot of Second Congregational Church. We are parents of a first grader and fifth grader at Greenwich Academy, and this year I'm also serving as the assistant treasurer in the Parents Association. I'm here to voice my full support for Greenwich Academy's plans proposed before the P&Z this evening. Like many younger families coming to Greenwich from urban environments, we wanted to be downtown with all the downtown amenities. We wanted to walk everywhere like we had in London, and for the last 8 years we have. Whole Foods, the pet store, YMCA, our church across the street, doctors, ballet studios, and now our school, Greenwich Academy. My first grader and I enjoy our brisk walks, and today was actually a nice leisurely walk because of the weather, to and from GA with our frenetic pup. And my fifth grader has really been enjoying the independence of living close by and joining her neighborhood friends afoot on her daily commute. Maple Avenue is a great street, but it's not a bucolic, solely residential street and neighborhood. Maple Avenue is walkable, convenient, and a busy thoroughfare with some lovely old historic buildings, including, if I might humbly say, our sweet 1852 Italianate. Our neighbors are a church, actually 2 on the weekends, an inn, and a handful of offices and a few schools, and certainly some residential homes. The town, via the town assessors, realizes the busyness of the street by giving my home, and I'm assuming the other residential homes on Maple Avenue, a property tax discount due to the traffic influence factor on Maple Avenue. Check your card. We loved our home and did not mind the mixed use of Maple Avenue as we were accustomed to it coming from an urban environment, and we actually welcomed it. Now, with regards to this specific neighbor, Greenwich Academy, we have found GA to be a responsive and respectful neighbor over the years. GA, as you have heard, hires police officers to detect car and pedestrian traffic at the school entrances. The administration is open to spearheading discussions with the Department of Public Works over general improvements to safe crossings in the neighborhood. And as you heard, trying to get their heads around the awkward intersection of Maple, Patterson, and North. I actually had a situation with a fast car coming towards my daughter and I during one of our walks. And it's nice to know that you can call Greenwich Academy. And immediately I had an email from Andrea Sabazzana, the CFO, saying that she was going to talk to the CFO at Brunswick and talk to DPW in general about better signage and ability to sort of control things better on Maple Avenue. And as you also have heard, with the encouragement of the administration, there's been a successful push to increase bus usage from students in Old Greenwich and Bellhaven. For example, to reduce traffic in the neighborhood. And I'm will actually say that the women spearheading this as part of the Parents Association are very energetic and the types of personalities who will convince their friends in all of those neighborhoods to get involved. So GA also thinks about who exactly they're going to have spearheading these types of initiatives. The school has kept us abreast of the campus proposal for many months via letters and a comprehensive informal neighborhood meeting some months ago, which included the administration, the architect, the landscaping company, basically everyone who was before you tonight, but in a small environment within the campus in West Campbell, just for the neighbors. I'm impressed by the forward-looking vision of the proposed GA campus plans. As a member of the RTM in District 7, I've followed the master plan recommendations of the town's Board of Ed consultants closely. The consultant strongly advocates that schools of the future require creative space design to discuss, to build, to experiment, not just the desks and chairs of our generation. GA's campus plan wholeheartedly concurs. This significant investment in the future certainly requires more physical space. And while 200 North Maple, as you will agree, is on a beautiful plot of land, it comes with inherent topographical challenges. I'll also add that it's also heartening to see that the plans include flow of traffic improvements within campus to ease congestion in the neighborhood at pickup and drop-off, as well as those additional parking spaces on the handful of special events, the holiday concerts, the grandparents' days, and you might see, as you're sometimes coming across North Maple, it's obvious when those special events are happening because sometimes parents will actually park on North Maple on the curb, which I can imagine, for me as a neighbor, I'd rather see those parents occasionally on a lot with nice landscaping within. In closing, I feel that it must be said that I'm sometimes dismayed as a parent and a neighbor by the portrayal of Greenwich as some sort of community parasite in a residential oasis. In addition to all that I've stated above, we can't lose sight that Greenwich Academy is a Greenwich institution that has been educating young women in our town for nearly 200 years. It is part of the historic fabric of Greenwich, and particularly the Maple Avenue neighborhood. And just an interesting story on 57 Maple Avenue, I've been told that had I lived there almost 100 years ago, the Greenwich Academy tennis courts would have been right beside my home. So, if you're a lover of history and you understand sort of the makeup of Greenwich, it's stories like these that, want me even to vow more for this institution here in town. So for all the reasons above, but also importantly as a downtown resident who knows the draw to Greenwich and to my neighborhood that this 200-year-old institution creates, I want to again wholeheartedly voice my support for Greenwich Academy's proposed plans before the commission. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Excuse me, could we get your written? Oh, okay. Is that it?
Kim Fiorello.
Hello.
Hi.
My name's Kimberly Fiorello. I am a parent at GA. I'm also an RTM member in District 7. As an RTM member, I've had more occasion than I expected to speak up for what I believe is right for Greenwich. And I've often spoken for freedom, economic freedom, for individuals to decide what to do with their own funds, for regulatory freedom so that we are not overburdened with too much regulations. And tonight, I think I am speaking for corporate freedom, for groups to be able to pursue excellence as they see fit. I think the concerns of the community are very fair and legitimate. I myself live in the neighborhood. I too seek to protect and preserve and honor and respect the character of Greenwich. At the same time, I did move to Greenwich for Greenwich Academy. And I also took advantage of sending my younger kids to Whitby School. And I've found that in Greenwich, we have such a rich history of these really wonderful educational institutions. GA is the 6th oldest girls' school in the United States. And Whitby School is the founding Montessori school in the United States. And GCDS was founded by 3 enterprising mothers. So I feel that these schools are also a part of the character of our town. The feeling of the schools encroaching on the neighborhood, the threat of too much traffic, I think is very valid as well. And that is certainly a balance we have to strike in our neighborhoods. I think as GA strives to teach these girls to learn with character, grow with character, I want to share that it's a school that has lots of quirky traditions. So at its heart, it's a school that does respect history and traditions and things being done the right way, and maybe even because they're old and have been done for a long time. One of the quirky traditions is something called mumming, where the entire school, all the girls come together at the holidays for the seniors to create a tableau vivant. And this past year, it was of the Adoration of the Magi by Botticelli, a painting from 1478. And if you can just imagine all these girls looking at the seniors standing still for a moment to recreate a historic ancient painting. I mean, this is the kind of school that GA is. I do think that it is hard to create this balancing act of the schools wanting to strive for the best and the communities wanting to protect their neighborhood feel. I hope that you will err on the side of individuals and schools and enterprises having the freedom to pursue, to be the best in their field. And I think that's what GA is trying to be. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Do you have anybody else?
Nobody else on the list? Any more comment?
We've got,
I'm Ellen Galvin, District 7 RTM, following on my two RTM District 7 colleagues. I am a supporter of GA. I'm a stepmother of 2 GA graduates and of 3 Brunswick graduates.
hold on just a second. Nobody can hear you, apparently.
Sorry.
Would you like a cough drop?
I hadn't planned to speak tonight. I've been back from Australia for less than 24 hours, so I'm rather blotto at this moment. All of the presentations were very interesting tonight, and I support Greenwich Academy. I'm the stepmother of 2 GA graduates and 3 Brunswick graduates. However, I hope all of these presentations have been so interesting, going into the details of the bricks and mortar and the type of stone, but I hope we don't lose sight of the people. You know that I'm one of the neighbors very involved in the 96-100, and I keep thinking, you know, we had petitions from the neighbors, and you saw the map with all of the houses, that we take issue that it's a largely commercial or industrial area, that it's really a residential area. And I know that you haven't decided, or I don't think you've decided on the 96-100 yet, but there are a lot of moving pieces. I mean, that is really important, because should that be rejected, the plans for the Cowan Center and the demolition and moving facilities, et cetera, they'll have to go back to the drawing board. So it's a little difficult to look at the master plan, and a lot of these things are really very, very good, but without taking a holistic view of the entire picture. So I think it's really, really important to consider these together. Because one of the problems, and I worked in urban planning in my career, and the NIMBY issue is very much at working here. I know Mr. Fritz well, and he had his little side arrangement, and the Peisches are very good friends, and they've worked out their little arrangement now. And the 96-100, a lot of people have been involved, and we haven't had that sort of, I almost wish we could have a meeting with the school, with that group, to discuss it in more detail, because it's really, really important. And if that is turned down, the whole thing has to be rethought. So it's very complicated. So as I said, I urge you, keep the people in mind as much as you so carefully consider all of the details for these buildings.
Could you just take the name of the record again?
Ellen Brennan, BRENNAN, Galvin, GALVIN, RTM District 7. I'm Secretary of the Town Land Use Committee.
Thank you very much, and welcome back. Anybody else? Up, okay, you were hiding in the back.
Hi, Madam Chairman, Commission members, staff. My name is Quentin Pearson. I live down the street, excuse me, from Greenwich Academy. They've been a very good neighbor thus far. However, I've learned a lot tonight from all these presentations. It's been very interesting.
Once again, Mr. Pearson, you're going to need to speak up. The back
you can't
of the room's
hear.
not
Sorry.
hearing you. Yeah.
Okay. I've learned a lot about what's going on in my neighborhood, because I live at 64 Maple, and I own the Stanton House Inn with my wife, which Bruce Cohen informed you was a boarding house, but it has 3 diamonds by AAA, so I don't know how it's a boarding house, but whatever. It takes liberty. My concern is that if this is approved, the Phase 1, it's going to be a de facto approval of the Cowan Center move to 96-100 Maple Avenue, which I think is a very bad idea from for traffic purposes.
Would you mind not commenting on the relocation of Cowan right now? Because we've closed it for testimony.
Okay.
And we're not supposed to hear, and we kind of let Mrs. Galvin get by, but
Oh, all right.
we can't hear any more testimony about that
Okay, very
right now. So just focus on the site plan.
Because that decision's going to come way before.
That decision we'll probably make at the next meeting.
Okay,
We
well-
have in February.
Yes, and
But so if you just stay away from that, because by law, we should not hear comment, any more testimony on it.
Well, then I'm against the closing of the Cowan Center on Greenwich Academy 200 North Maple.
Okay.
Is that clear?
Okay. You don't like that part of the proposed site plan?
Correct.
Okay.
I think it
All
should
right.
stay there because the teachers would love to go over and breastfeed their babies and whatever. You know, it would be, I think, more advantageous to the staff to have it there.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else?
Madam Chair, I have 2 emails, if I could just read them into the record, please.
You're limited to 3 minutes. I told you to put that timer out now.
The first is from Karen Fassiliotis, Fassuliotis. Dear Planning and Zoning Commissioners, please register my objection to the application being considered tonight for the Greenwich Academy. It is my understanding that the Commission is considering rezoning part or all of the property to R20 to allow the Academy to have additional FAR. I strongly urge the Commission to reject such a proposition, as it could be construed as spot zoning and would set a bad precedent for other applications coming before the Commission. While I understand that private schools must expand and change to meet a growing demand for their services, although private schools in general have been projected to decline in student enrollment, Greenwich Academy's expansion plans would further degrade the neighborhood in which it sits. While adding an additional lane for entrance and egress from the property may sound like a good idea, it would, in my opinion, create further traffic mess as individuals are seeking the fastest way to enter and leave the premise. Further, the proposed demolition on the corner of Patterson and Maple will further erode the neighborhood, with another home being destroyed. I urge you not to rezone and ask that you curb the expansion of Greenwich Academy. And just for the record, I would note that there is no proposal before the Planning and Zoning Commission to rezone this site. Although having said that, there was a mention of it at the briefing yesterday, so perhaps that's where it's coming from. But there is no proposal before the Commission. The second email, totally separate and apart from the first one, is from Stephen Bishop. He is the chairman of the Historic District Commission. Members of the Planning and Zoning Commission and supporters of Greenwich Academy, the Historic District Commission would like to extend its services to Greenwich Academy should they wish to discuss and consider receiving zoning incentives for placing historic overlay designations on 176 North Maple Avenue and 2 Patterson Avenue. Both structures qualify to merit examination and exploration as to how their preservation can best suit Greenwich Academy's future plans for their campus demands. Further, the Historic District Commission understands and respects that a great deal of time, effort, and consideration were used in producing this application, and it is not commenting as to whether the application is appropriate or not. Further, as the historic overlay incentives were recently created, they were not available at the time Greenwich Academy's concept for their new campus was originating, and it is the hope of the Historic District Commission that should Greenwich Academy wish to consider or pursue this option, the Historic District Commission welcomes the opportunity to discuss integrating the aforementioned properties into their plan. The end. Thank you.
Mr. Cohen?
In response to that first letter, as Katie noted, there's no rezoning application being made, and the FAR is conforming today. It would be conforming after this application is approved. And as far as Mr. Bishop's letter is concerned, the school has spent, or my office has actually spent a lot of time with the architect in researching the background of the two buildings we're talking about. We've looked into the records of the Historical Society, and we found nothing that indicates that there's any aspect of these buildings or their features that are of historic relevance, nor are either of them now zoned HO, or have neither of them have been designated as historic properties. And as you know, the school is having followed the advice of the POCD, it's acquired properties for this very purpose. And the school, in order to make this project happen, must use the development rights in those two structures. Again, thank you very much for all the time you spent tonight. Appreciate it. We understand that there are a number of things that we've promised to provide, which we will, and so I'm sure this will be kept open.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, may I ask, and you say if appropriate or not, but the applicant is going before the Architectural Review Committee tomorrow evening. Do you want to give any direction or any comment on that for the ARC?
To ARC or?
To ARC? Or not? That's fine if you don't. Because there's seem to be discussion from the ARC.
I personally do not, but
I think we
what
should.
do the rest of you think?
I only, on one specific point, is the roof line, because they had come in with something that the ARC asked them to adjust, and it appeared that you were more in favor of the
No, I like
first
the new one.
version, but we haven't seen side by side, so that was the one
We
thing
have-
that appeared a bit of a conflict.
We had
Right,
the,
that's, you have the.
we had the original and we saw this one. I like this one better because it's more consistent with the rest of the buildings, but,
It's more than roof line.
so you guys do want to give feedback to ARC?
Yes.
Do you want to do that now?
I think it would be helpful.
Okay. Go.
I think ARC should be looking at the approaches to the building from North Maple in both directions, to understand the magnitude of the new object building on the street. I think a discussion of the materials and relevance to the campus feel of the other buildings. I think they have discussed the roof lines. I think it's a further discussion of the roof lines to understand we've got flat roofs in the campus feel, and we're creating something starkly different from that. I understand the use of the locally sourced materials, so on and so forth. But again, I think it's getting back to that campus feel issue. For the young building, I think it's a consideration of the shingles on the side. Understanding the young building on three sides is brick, and now the fourth side is something completely separate. Again, departing from the campus feel, although it has a relationship to the roof building, I think there's a point where it could be disconnected from the roof building. I think the landscape plan is successful, but I would hope that actually whatever buildings are there are not overtly screened by the landscaping so much as to hide them, but enhance them. Do you have any additional?
Mr. Levy.
As a further to what Nick said, this lower school building is interesting but different from the rest of campus, so I think that really needs to be explored a little bit more. I think that a lot of the comments that the architect made can be achieved very successfully, and from what I've heard, are going to be done on the interior. I don't know if they really need to be done so significantly on the exterior. The entrance to me seems, from the parking lot, seems a little close and maybe even a little imposing. And I think that that could easily be corrected. There's a starkness to the exterior, which I think could be softened. And the relative verticality that's part of this new building seems to be quite different from the rest of the campus, and something to consider how that fits in.
Mrs. Goss, Mr. Hardman?
So are we still just on the topic of ARC and our thoughts? I think I made my thoughts known hour ago. And I would normally defer to my fellow commissioners who are trained architects, but I do think these could be quite complementary, and the high-quality materials and design, I think, are quite positive.
I would echo Mr. Hardman's comments that I think it could be quite positive, but I would again also defer to the architects on this issue.
Okay.
I do have a comment. I would strongly suggest that the ARC not contradict anything they've done in the past. We do not want to get into these situations, he say, she say, in the architectural style, which cannot be regulated, becomes a bouncing ball.
That was really my hesitation, Katie. I would like the ARC to go at it on their own. They're all architects and professionals in the field, and they're advisory to us, and I want them to just be who they are. So to take our input, to be informed by it, but if they have strong feelings otherwise, to do to tell us where they come out. That's why I was hesitant. Okay, so we are leaving this application open, and how about a 5-minute break while the room clears? And thank you, everybody, that we
fixed it. The earlier one wasn't working. Don's monitoring that will show what's live. So check yourself.
I am. I hope
And I've been a big supporter, and, you know, I mean, I'm the one who
Peter's not back yet.
Oh, Levy, not yet. Okay. Hold on. We need Peter Levy.
I just need to know what application to start with. So I can
We might as well go in order, right? Does anybody have any objection with going in order?
No.
Doing 585 first? Okay.
Site plan first, right?
Yeah. Well, the other thing is we can send the court, if we do 5 and 6 and not do the whole show of other ones yet, we can send the court reporter home because that's all regular meeting. That's the other thing we could do, and not open. Do you want to talk about all of them at the same time? We did that the last time, didn't we? So we need to talk about all the 585 ones at the same time?
I think they overlapped. I think you
Okay.
want to get out of here at a reasonable hour, but
Okay,
I would
let's
say-
do that. Okay.
no, you don't. You don't. Well, maybe
We don't have a life.
we all have a life. In fact, I don't know. Let me ask.
Okay, we're going to do them all together.
Okay. Well, let me ask Mr. Hegney if he's okay with that.
Either way, just to get the entire thing on the record, I think, is the key thing.
Oh, yes. I am here. I thought we were on the synagogue, actually. John misled me. No, I'm really Tom. Just ask Ms. Alden.
Diane.
You're on TV.
Oh, my God. Did somebody take his picture?
Yeah, I got it.
Ken, do you have your camera? Did you get that?
Too tired to do anything.
Okay.
That was excellent. That was a great opening. Okay, thank you, Mr. Tessie, and we'll move on to the, okay, no.
I would be prepared for retaliation of some sort.
Shave his head.
All right, okay, so we now move to item 5 in the public meeting, which is 585 West Putnam LLC and Putnam 600 Acquisition LLC, final site plan and special permit. We will also do item number 7, Office Park LLC, Putnam 600 for the final subdivision, and applications number 8 through 10 for the final site plan to construct the driveway.
Thank you very much. Chairman Albin, members of the commission, just for the record, I am really John Tessie here, representing the applicant. My principal, Mr. Ferrari, kind of got out of his sick bed tonight to be here with you, but fortunately he was able to take a 3-hour cat nap, so he'll be able to hang in here. We have our traffic engineer, Ron Reeman. We have our usual team from Granoff, Mr. Granoff, Mr. Zambell. We have our landscape architect, and hiding somewhere back there. And we also have, of course, Mr. Molnar, who's Mr. Ferrari's right-hand man when it comes to these projects and solving problems. Speaking of solving problems and just some cleanup for you, I was able to spend time today with Melissa Evans on a couple of conference calls with our traffic engineers, and I wrote a letter to Melissa earlier today addressing her staff comments. Mr. LaRoe was copied. I think I copied also Katie. Melissa responded with an email confirming that her comments have been adequately addressed. Now, I don't think, Pat, you passed out that either my letter, Melissa's comments, or the memorandum from Mr. Riemann. We can take you through that if you want us to, but basically, and it also applies to the main comment from Beta when it comes to 581, 585. And that is that basically we're dealing with some site details from the Beta comments, which our team could get into. It has to do with crossings and curb cuts and signage, which to us are cleanup items to deal with staff. But the most important points are they're comfortable with how we're addressing the traffic, overall traffic issues. When we get to a later application on 500, there's a more in-depth exchange, but Melissa has confirmed we've addressed all of their issues. And the only issue to address when it comes to traffic will be the signalization, which really is a post-zoning commission approval because we can't even go to the state without your approval. We then need to deal with the Board of Selectmen to approve the light. That's in Melissa's email to Pat, which we know about. And then we work with the state, because obviously it's a state road, with respect to the recalibration of the light and the addition of the driveway, which, again, I'm not going to spend much time on it because that's 500. We'll get into it in further detail. But this is a precursor of things to come. So maybe for the record, Pat and Katie, should I submit the letter, the email in the memo? Happy to give it to you, Ms. Albin.
And then she can pass it down, that's fine, just so she can take a look at it.
Mr. Tessie, is that the only copy you have for the commission right now?
It is, because I thought it was getting passed out.
understood.
But I have everything electronically saved. This is my original letter.
Show it to Ms.
So,
Allen and
no,
pass it
happy to
down.
give it to you. Melissa's emails on the top. But again, we had a conference call today on it for about 45 minutes with our team going over the points, and Mr. Riemann can answer questions. Again, I think most of them probably will come up with respect to the other application at 500.
We're going to address all of those issues that Beta raised.
Well, Beta, we'll explain it. Beta, some of the issues Beta raised are kind of like beyond the scope of what they should be raising because they have to do an internal site plan. There's one recommendation, for instance, to we're okay with when we get the curb cuts and when we get to how we're going to orient the properly signage those driveways
Right.
that are going out to the post road to make the right-hand turn only. That stuff we're all in agreement on.
Yeah.
There's one comment about putting a sidewalk along the roadway running from the project to Valley Drive. I personally think, and I think others would agree, that's kind of like a sidewalk to nowhere, because I don't see anybody going that direction to Valley Drive at that location, unless they want to go look at the junky conglomeration of pickup trucks and other vehicles at that gas station. Where they're going to be going is out to the Post Road, logically, not taking
So
that
we
route.
should.
It's really a
Yeah,
walkway to
okay.
nowhere.
Staff is saying do it.
Well, if you don't
Do
build
what?
if you don't, everyone will say that and we'll never have one.
Exactly.
No, we're building sidewalks, plenty of sidewalks. They want a sidewalk along along this roadway. They're suggesting a sidewalk along this roadway
The
here.
internal side roadways,
Here.
those two.
And I'm pointing out, it doesn't go anywhere. It goes here. The idea of having a sidewalk, the sidewalks in integration here, where you have Citarella across the street, that makes some sense. We're saying nobody's really going to need to use this. It's just a wasted effort. It is tight in there, it's tougher to do. Greg Suter can get into it, but, you know, this is raised by them on an internal issue. It hasn't come up with DPW, hasn't come up with traffic. It's just come out of your third-party consultants.
What if people in those office buildings across the street want to get to the grocery store?
They want to go to what
On
grocery store,
No,
over here?
across the street
Yeah.
on Valley, right there. Yeah,
Here?
15 Valley Road. What if that office building wants to walk to the grocery store?
Well, this isn't about,
I'm just saying that there's.
talking about here.
I'm just saying there's offices
they
and
can walk-
buildings, a post office is over there. There's activity on that side.
I don't think there's any sidewalk up here.
No, there's not, but I'm saying
So what-
you're creating a
So that's
major
what I mean,
amenity.
it's a sidewalk for nowhere. Well, look,
It's not, though. I think you're creating a big amenity
Okay.
in that area.
Look.
And the people are going to want to go to it.
I think, Mr. Tessie, it goes back to an issue, I think that we heard is actually creating a better sense of place for this site. I think what Mr. Lucas is kind of hinting at here is that getting back to that original vision, if you have other offices, people in other parts of the area that want to come to whatever's happening on the site,
yeah,
having a sidewalk at that location allows those people farther up Valley to walk down and come on to the site safely.
you walk down the middle of a tight street.
I understand that.
Yeah.
I understand that.
Well, I think, well,
I'm more
I have
thinking-
my personal view, it's a sidewalk to nowhere. It's not up to me, it's up to Mr. Ferrari to decide when he's going to draw the line
Well,
on how much, you know, we're doing here for this community, which is a heck of a lot.
so let me throw it a different way then, because if you come from those office buildings and you go down past the car storage area, whatever the service station, and now you've got this major intersection there
Yeah.
with lanes and whatever. So what kind of pedestrian safety is there? In other words, you're saying you want people to go down to the signalized intersection as opposed to through that other path, right?
Right. We do have we have a sidewalk system built in. And and obviously these are the crosswalks here. I'm not entirely sure of your question.
So on that side of this, on the, put your finger there, Marcia, right, on the other side, yeah, go up, on Valley, so that's a sidewalk right there?
Yeah, right.
Okay, so people from 15 Valley Road, let's say, Valley Drive rather, they could cross over far back where you are right now, where your hand is right now. They could cross over and then go all the way around?
Yeah.
I know, yeah.
Well, look,
I mean, what about even like
My view-
some sort of path? How about this,
Yeah,
as some sort of path, like a gravel, not gravel, but some sort of material like that? Like, in other words, not a fully structured sidewalk, but some sort of walking path through the wooded area?
Hey, Greg, do you have any comments about that? Greg Studer's our landscape architect. Greg, what do you introduce yourself?
Craig Studer Design Associates, landscape architect. This doesn't have a grading plan, but we're asked to save some rock. There's a lot of rock. We're creating some rock excavation here. There's going to be a lot of rock cut here and rock cut here. There is a sidewalk along here, and there's a crosswalk that comes up into here. Now, that's going to take anybody that's here that's going to come into this point up in there. Now, as far as a gravel path or pea stone, then we're going to have a problem, I think, with maintenance and handicap accessibility and an issue there. But there's a couple of pinch points here as well. So it's like we're saying, let's embrace the rock throughout every presentation we have, and now we're saying let's blitz the rock in order to create this walk that's within this fabric. So that's my only concern. I mean, we could look at trying to improve it, but we think that the whole fact that we widen Valley Road and establish this walkway here, it can take on everybody here. We have the crosswalk that takes us in. You got to remember, this is a fairly steep slope of that drive, the road going up from the circle as well, and this is a loading dock. He's asking for on both sides of the street as well. Well, this shaded area is cobble, for that one time that that the truck comes out. But there's also a little retaining wall right here. So there's a lot of pinch points that
Oh, we're having this little problem with the mics. Only one person at a time can.
So would it make more sense to have a crosswalk on Valley Drive then, so that the people that are on the other side of the street can cross over safely, kind of further north in order to get to the, further up, so, further up so that you could get pedestrians safely on the other, across to use the sidewalk? I mean, there is a lot of there are a lot of people that walk there. There's a daycare facility. There's an office building. There's a post road. People are going to want to use this.
I understand your request. Yeah. I can't answer that because it seems to me like it's mid-block, that crosswalk, and I'm not sure if that's a safety issue with the traffic.
Well, I think that we've been discussing this now for 3 months of how you're trying to integrate the office park into this building and to provide food, grocery, fitness. And engineering just brought up the fact that how do the people for the 3 office buildings that surround this, how do they safely get there? And if you're saying you're comfortable having them walk on the street, we're saying that doesn't seem like a logical solution. And you've got to have how many square feet of office on those 3 buildings, not even talking about the further up Valley Road. And so I just think that you should think about how you safely get pedestrian traffic, because that's what you're trying to sell us on, is that this is going to be a great thing for this whole office park, which we tend to agree with because there's no real great places to eat. But if they have to battle on the street.
This is that pedestrian, sorry. Yeah, this is our pedestrian corridor, and it does link right in here, so like a little plaza or whatever. And that does link in here. This is all legend here and stuff.
But the building that your hand is on, there's a building there and one to the north.
No, I was just referring to this one. There's all legend in here.
Yeah, but so there's no, is there a path to get to the street from that building?
To Valley Road, no, from that building. To this street here, the front entrance is in here.
Right, but.
And there's existing walkers. No, I'm not sure that's going to.
So, just to make the point, yes, this is the entrance, and this is logically where people would come and come out and get to that building. As far as this building is concerned, it's a matter of coming out here, and again, they can come down to the walkway, or if they're coming up here, or if they want to get to Citarella across the street, or the bank, and are there interior on this building, and they'll come up here. So I think internally, we've adequately covered what we have, right? And it was thought out by Craig in Kevin and also Jim on getting access, internal access. So we're certainly not, if you think we're not covering that, we'd be happy to.
Yeah, but I'm talking about
Yeah.
these
But I
three
need-
buildings.
And you need a crosswalk, you need a crosswalk and you come in. Okay.
We don't, look, if you think there should be if you in traffic and highway think there should be a crosswalk here, that's not a big deal. I mean, that's painting stripes. That's up, that's up to others.
Well, we'll discuss it among ourselves. Why don't we move on to some of the other issues, and we'll come back to this later.
Okay, with
among the-
respect,
among the
with
commission.
respect to the sewer department, there was an email yesterday to Mr. Laurel, I don't know if you passed that out, Pat, from Rich Feminella? Okay. Confirming that he's comfortable with the commission approving the application. And we can move forward with him. We're just really fine tuning now the design of the relocated sewer main. Which you all recall that story, but I can revisit it for you. That relocates the sewer main beyond the perimeter of the proposed building, despite the fact there was an easement that actually permitted that to happen. But again, in the spirit of working with Mr. Feminella, we accomplished that. As you also know, part and parcel of the whole approval process when it came to inland wetlands and with Mr. Feminella was Mr. Ferrari's commitment to rebuild a 300-foot or so length of the sewer main on the transfer station property that, for some reason, it was undersized. And that remains his commitment. It's to be part of this approval. It's part of the wetlands approval, wetlands agency approval for this particular site. Another question that came up when it had to do with engineering, and that had to do with engineering, and that was the granting the town of a formal easement for a 48-inch stormwater main that traverses both the Office Park property and the 581 property. That easement actually was sent in December by myself, or November, to December, to Mr. Marucci, and I resent it when I saw his comment, and it's included in your packet. That was recognized yesterday. That's actually a form he and I used for another project that this commission approved. So it's basically his form, which grants the town the right to drain through the property and gives the ownership 100% obligation. I think I told Mr. Ferrari, can't remember, to maintain it. So we believe we accomplished that. That was the only item on his list that was to be addressed prior to zoning permit. And so I think that's addressed. The Architecture Review Committee has approved the landscape plan and the architecture for these buildings.
Mr. Tessie, let's talk about that.
Sure.
The CEO, we had comment that the bulkheads had issues.
Yeah, I'm going to get to that, but go ahead.
Number of stories is 5, whereas 4 is permitted with incentives.
That's not true.
Let's talk about height. We're getting a lot of...
Height or stories?
Height.
Height, we cannot
Talking
exceed
about, we're talking,
47 and a half feet.
From people about development, overdevelopment, so on and so forth. And I think the perception from a lot of people is that they are seeing what they're perceiving as very large buildings. And to them, it becomes the overdevelopment. Why is this building so big? Why is this on the street, so on and so forth? One of the things we had talked about yesterday, and that I'm sure that you had, we talked about actually the double height spaces on the first floor of the building. It seems that it starts with the loading dock for the grocery store. The grocery store being double heights, and everything needs to line up with that, so that's why the whatever fitness area is double height. After our conversations yesterday, one thing I thought is, could the whatever fitness thing or whatever that space is not be double height and lower the height of the building in the front to minimize this perception that everybody has about overdevelopment, bringing down the height? Because I think what's happening is you've got building 9 right on the corner. You've got a little bit of the driveway separation, and then this, so we're getting this very tall wall on that side of the post road, because it's actually so very close to the street. It seems that there's like a 50-foot setback, but the building's about 50 feet high to its parapet, and I think we've had experience in the past where we're kind of taking a look at things and not understanding, like I've always said, the ratio between the curb line and the height of the building. And it becomes surprising to some people later on. Why is that building so tall? Well, it actually conforms, but it's so close to the street, it looks like it's taller. Is it possible to lose part of that double height space on the front building?
Well, that's a decision for Mr. Ferrari and Mr. Molnar, but I do want to respond that, in fact, the building is set back farther from the materially farther, actually, probably 10 to 15 feet, maybe 20 feet more from the pavement itself, because the right-of-way line, as you can see in this plan, is well removed from the street. So it is set back, and there's also a landscape plan that it softens up the view that Mr. Studer is certainly willing to further describe. I'm not sure who the they are that are having a problem with this application, because we've had no
I don't think it's the
neighbor
they
opposition.
having issues with this application.
What's the beauty of this particular application is we have a front building, and then we have the rest of the bulk behind it. Obviously, the parking garage has bulk. I think they've done a good job in terms of the streetscape itself, and I think recognized by the Architectural Review Committee. And we've been before you a few times now on this, and
I've said the same thing before. Actually, you heard yesterday, we were talking about actually, where's the front door to the building? It's actually buried in the back. The grocery store is in the back of the building, where probably any grocer would want to be on the street because they want the street presence.
let me address that point in a couple of regards. One is, I think that is talking about micromanaging, trying to micromanage how an owner is going to fill up his space and with whom. And I think you're dealing with an experienced, highly experienced owner of well over 1 million square feet, if I may say myself, and that's probably way more than that, of space spread out through Greenwich and Westchester. I think Mr. Ferrari kind of knows what he's doing, and if he's wrong, he'll pay the economic price, but I don't think he is. That said, I can also report to you, and we talked about it today, there are no specific tenants. Okay, this project's not being built on a kind of like to suit basis for a specific tenant. So what we're trying to do is move forward with a project that has the capability of sustaining certain types of tenants for these buildings, and not have to look back and say, why didn't we think of that before? That's why, for instance, we have more than technically sufficient parking that we like to keep in our parking garage, given the, I'll call conceptual plan of a supermarket and a gym in front, or a health facility. I think in an ideal world, we'd all agree it would be really great to have a restaurant in the front building. I think you all talked about that. And I think Mr. Ferrari does agree. And maybe that's going to be the case. Maybe a health facility is going to wind up in the rear. What we want to do is not wait to develop this property. It's been sitting there long, as you know, in fallow, till an ideal tenant or tenants come, because we just don't know. But fortunately, he's got the wherewithal to be able to build these projects and have the luxury, therefore, then of choosing the right tenants for the spaces, which I'm sure he's going to do. He's here, he can talk about his vision, but you heard it before, what he wants to create down here. So I wanted to just get those points out myself, but in terms of answering your specific question on the height, Kevin, maybe you want to comment on that, or maybe John?
Mr. Tessie, before you pass it to Mr. Molnar.
Yeah.
I think Mr. Hardman, too.
Tenants come and go. I know, I understand that.
Yeah.
And you're not really designing a building for a specific kind of tenant. But I think one of the things that I always keep in my mind is that I need to really understand the scope of this building and the presence of this building on the street, because in these couple of weeks that we're looking at this, it's got to be perfect, because that building's going to be there for a very, very, very long time, regardless of tenants who come and go. And the perception of the town of Greenwich to what gets built and stays there for many, many, many years. I'll give you a very good example. 640 down the street. Looked at it, the design is there, it's very avant-garde, a lot of people like it. 644. A lot of people love it, a lot of people hate it.
Right.
But there's always comment on that building to this day, and it's been there for 15 years, 10 years now? Same situation. What we look at today is there forever.
Right.
We have to get it right, and we really need to take a look, regardless of whatever's happening in tenant. Maybe it's not right now. Maybe it's got to be looked at again, because it's not just today, it's not just the tenant today, it's the next 75 years.
I'm not sure what the tenant has to do with the building per se, but the
It doesn't have to
streetscape
do
you're
with
talking
it.
about.
It has to do with the building. It's not the tenant,
Yeah,
it's
the building. Well, I think Mr. Ferreri's more than proving his capability to build handsome buildings. I think you all did during your, some of you did anyway, and I think it was you, actually, but maybe it wasn't, who commented how well the 500 office building, West Putnam Avenue office building looks, with John having made the change. Thank you, Madam Chairman. So again, I think we're all human beings, and technically you're supposed to be blind. I think you're supposed to be blind to who the applicant is. But I think in this particular instance, there has to be some comfort in this particular applicant who's showing a willingness to work with actually every agency, including you, ARC, engineering, sewer, everyone on working together to create something here. I can't, my wife, I'm terrible when it comes to my taste. So I'm not the right person to talk about the building, but certainly Mr. Granoff is, who designed it, and Mr. Studer is, and Mr. Ferrari is.
So, Mr. Tessie.
Go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No.
I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, I know you've been patient.
I'll be back. I gotta go to.
No, I think to follow up on Mr. McCry's point, we're not attempting to micromanage private property owners' business judgment, but we do have an obligation, because you're asking for considerable variance from as of right, and that owes to the affordable housing aspect of this, which is all good, but the building coverage greatly exceeds what we could what we could be restricted to.
I understand that.
The thing that came up in a briefing yesterday, and I don't know whether you were there when we began to talk about it, is a real feeling that this site is really busy. The traffic flow pattern is going to be quite constricted, and whether, rather than essentially having two buildings, and again, Mr. McCry points out, you never know what's going to happen with a tenant, especially as tenant sizes move around. Whether might not be better served having a single building, having all the uses within that. It would require a bigger floor plate within the one building, but rather than two different floor plates consuming the lot coverage to the extent it does, to us, or at least several of us, felt like a better solution and also more attractive. I mean, this whole notion of crowding, which was, I think, was addressed in a lot of discussion across the street going back several months, quite successfully in my mind. But here, I think we've got that same dynamic. Just at what point does it become too much? And just doing a simple math, we've got two buildings rather than one that contains all the square footage. You just have the illusion of a much bigger, more dense development.
Well, I can tell you this, that the team, before this team spent an incredible amount of time looking at different iterations for the development of this property under 6110 of the regulations. And you look at trying to preserve the streetscape, you look at the parking needs of the tenants, you look at the justification for coming up with a plan that, you know, helps subsidize the affordable or the moderate income units. So you take that all into account. And we looked at it on that basis, and we took seriously this commission's change in the regulations, both in terms of substance and in terms of procedure, here in making decisions. So we started well before we wound up having the required preliminary department review with both your staff and departments. So when we went in, we had ideas and we discussed them and explained why. We were encouraged to work with the ARC. So this plan has been around for probably more, is it more than a year, Kevin? For more than a year. And we've had to undertake substantial amount of traffic analysis, which is fine, goes with the territory. But we worked very hard, and Rich isn't that cheap, come to think of it. And we worked very hard with the ARC to kind of get this right. And I think you've got to look at your processes. If this commission is going to come around after we've spent a number of meetings with ARC, followed your practices, we're encouraged to go forward, and then find out, no, you know, we can come here and wipe the whole slate clean and you just have to start over again because a few of us just feel it's not working. I just don't think that's fair to an applicant.
They've been saying this all along. I mean, this is not
no,
the first time.
Look, we understand that certain people could have comments, and you're certainly entitled to it, and you basically vote. If 4 or 5 out of 5 of the voting members don't vote in favor of this application,
That's what we're doing the dialogue for.
It doesn't pass. I think that, however, when it comes to this particular application, if the whole plan is so abhorrent, given that ARC group that I know and love, there would have been substantial resistance to what we were doing. So it's not as if we were there with a rubber stamp body. You know how many times I've been back to you whining about what the ARC was doing and stop them and tell them it's your purview. That happened on the harbor project worked on for John, where ARC was giving us a hard time.
In all fairness,
So
this group of people this is not the first time that you've heard the question about the double height on the ground floor.
Look, I'm not saying we haven't heard it. We're just explaining we followed a process.
Right, but you've been hearing the input, and they have to be satisfied. These are 2 voting members, and they have to make a decision.
They have to make a decision, okay? Because there's a lot of good that comes out of this to the town of Greenwich, and I don't think I'm not hearing really what the big problem is. I honestly don't know what the problem is. The major bulk of this project is behind that front building. Again, I'll leave to others to talk about whether we can lower that building. So you don't have a situation where we're creating a huge, giant wall streetscape on this property at all. We have one front building that's going to be handsomely located, that's going to be handsomely situated with a landscape plan that's been approved by ARC, and their landscape architects on that committee are you know, pretty intense when it comes to what they want to see. So I think we did a good job, quite frankly. The next job of, I'll say, hiding the bulk. As far as the specific architecture, again, I'll leave it up to others. So I really, sorry, but I really don't get it. I mean, a 4-story building is permitted.
Mr. Tessie, the 4-story building is permitted.
Is permitted.
But we're starting with a double height space as 1 story, so
but we're limited
getting
by
a perception of a
47 and
building
half.
that's 5 stories.
We're limited, well, first of all, we're allowed 47 and a half feet. think if you're going to find any location in this town, other than Old Track Road maybe, because you don't have it's not on a main road, if you're going to find any location if you pick any location in this town where 47.5 feet should be allowed, it should be at this location in the western end of Greenwich, where we have office buildings, where we have a specific corridor, and where we have a site capable of giving you a significant number of moderate income units. To me, this project should be, whether you can like it or not, this project should stand out as something that, again, is consistent with what your goals were when you made these changes to the regulations. And if you don't like it, maybe it's best that you deny this application and change your regulations so you can tell everybody, this isn't working, we're not happy, we're going back to the old regulations at all. And we're not going to make affordable housing, which is fine, a priority. We think we have other priorities.
Now, if I could
which
just-
interestingly have nothing to do with the neighborhood, because the neighborhood's perfectly content. You've got Citarella that John created, which is very busy. 644, okay, it's got its uniqueness, love it or hate it, but people love to go to that CVS there. And you've got an opportunity where a man's willing to take a risk here and continue with his goal of creating a community down in the west side.
If I could just interrupt you for
All
a
right,
sec,
I'm done
Mr.
with
T.
the speeches, anyway.
Okay, yeah, I was trying to break that speech.
No, that's okay.
You were so boxy.
Congratulations.
They yell at me on this side.
Starting to
Okay,
sound like
so
Trump.
Okay, we're not touching that one either. So I just checked this with Patrick, and that was why he gave us the transcript. The ZEO had, just as a reminder, the ZEO raised a question originally about whether this was a 5-story or a 4-story building. And the commission, interpreting its own regulations, when Richard Maitland was chair, said this was a 4-story building. And that's why Patrick gave us the transcript of the meeting. So we have to bear in mind that that we have already said that that's a fact that we have given them as our interpretation, and it's not appropriate in my mind to reinterpret our regulations because we have changed membership. I know that you've raised these concerns, Nick, over and over again, that you're concerned about the height. I know Dave has the same concerns, the height, and I think you don't like as well the way the garage works.
No, my
But
question
Mr.
very
Tessie, you
simple. I
should
just-
probably come back and, Mr. Tessie, you should probably come back and let the commission talk to you, because we need to get them to decide where they are with this.
Yeah, I wanted Mr. Molnar to
Okay, well,
have
because
my,
Dave was
have my
gonna.
back, because I think some of these questions are better answered by him.
Well,
No, I just reiterate, my question simply, you put all the square footage in one building, site coverage becomes better. And you potentially achieve much more flexibility in terms of leasing requirements, which will surely change over time. And we don't have a crowded front yard. I think one thing that's come across is, Citarella is quite tight. It's a very popular place, obviously, but this smacks of having a little bit of that potential problem. So,
Well, let's, respectfully to each other, agree to disagree. I think that we have, it's not Citarella, we have a substantial amount of green space there. Maybe, Greg, we can pull up the, this is for 581, 585, your rendered site plan here in front. To give you an idea of what you're talking about.
John,
But I also
we
want
want to talk to Mr. Grano.
I think that would help the commissioners that are struggling with the architecture is to talk to, Mr. Granoff designed it, right? Is to talk to the person who designed it and have him walk. Does that help you guys to talk to the architect?
Yeah,
Okay.
well, that's why I had Mr. Molnar up here too, because he could.
Yeah.
This is basically one building.
Yeah.
By the way.
Right.
That said.
Okay.
I think you have to hear from both. Let
Okay.
Mr. Molnar explain to you, because he is the one that is also has been talking to, quote, potential tenants, and to give you a flavor of again, what went into the thinking in this building.
I think I'm trying to help you.
I think he is.
And
It
you're
was-
trying to lead us down a different
No,
path.
I'm just trying to answer a
It was
question.
very clear from Nick and Dave that they're concerned about the height of the building when it's close to the post road. And so what I wanted to hear from Mr. Granoff is what was his thought of creating that extra high space, and proportionally, is it correct or is it overpowering from the road? And then, as you heard yesterday, the commission really, really, really wants to see a restaurant there, not another fitness club.
And as I s-
And you know, I really, I mean, the idea of fitness on our front doorstep, maybe that's all you can rent, but if that's what you're designing this building for fitness, I would hope you would get a better return on your investment than another fitness club. And it's because, and so twofold. One is I'd like to hear why we need that extra high space right on the road. The buildings in the back and the parking garage, I'm comfortable with. And I just want to hear from Mr. Granoff now of proportions and why we really need that extra high space. Because it's a narrow building.
Okay, Rich Granoff from Granoff Architects. So I want to address two distinct points that are based on
I know Andy asked.
the building you're looking at. First of all, it is one building, not two buildings. Okay, let me point this out. So it's an L-shaped building, and it might appear as two buildings, but there's a connector here, which is 3 stories of apartments that you drive through to get into the parking garage. It's an L-shaped building because it's designed around the parking structure, and as you probably know, parking structures are very rigid in their dimensional requirements. So we started by putting the parking structure in the back corner of the property, and then we simply have an L-shaped building that hides the parking structure and gives us the opportunity for 2 mixed-use first floors, grocery, fitness, retail, grocery, fitness, retail, and the parking supports the worst case for those 2 scenarios. As far as the height, as an architect designing buildings in town, when the allowable height for a Section 110G building is 47.5 feet, it's my job is to design the best building for that 47.5 feet. And the requirements for the users of these ground floors, especially grocery stores, are very strict. We were told the first floor needs to be 18-foot clear. And then after that, it's just go to the 47.5 feet and get the maximum height apartments in there, which are 9'6" in this case. We'd prefer to have 10 feet. Couldn't get it. Another really big point here is the current building, which we don't have a photo of right now. The current building is actually taller than what you're looking at because it sits on top of a ledge and it's pre-existing non-conforming.
Thank you. That was what I was trying, that I needed to hear. I was trying to figure that out this afternoon because I parked there and was trying to figure out what happens when the ledge goes away. What do you have left from across the street? Thank you. But is
And they're also closer to the road than the
So
proposed building.
your height,
So our setback is further than the current buildings.
well, that other building is
Our height is
almost,
lower than the current buildings.
that other building
There's
is
two
almost
buildings
in
there.
the road. It feels like it's going to finish crumbling into the
Well,
post
they're
road.
both sitting on top of ledge, though.
But that was very helpful because okay. I was trying to envision that this afternoon. Okay. Questions, you guys? And are you also concerned because we have that?
Yeah, Richard,
Yeah, we're going to buy a really high-tech system. We're all going to wear those things.
you have a drive-up going to the front. Sorry, I don't have the plan. Is it a drive-up or just a sidewalk?
Where are you referring to?
I'm just looking at the front, I can't,
So
it's just a sidewalk.
this is a pedestrian sidewalk that actually curves into the site. It's
Okay,
beautifully
it's not a driveway.
designed here. The vehicular drive is entrance here and exit here, and there's also an exit only down here. But this is a really beautifully designed, almost like a pocket park here, with outdoor terrace for possible outdoor dining. This point here, and then, so the pedestrian sidewalk curves around and comes back to here, and also goes back here. And there's more pedestrian sidewalks.
I was hoping that it was a drive-up. Okay, never mind. But
could be.
But can you just talk about the configuration? And you have, you know, it's kind of an L, but it looks more like a
It's a splayed L that addresses the geometry of the site, which is not a rectangle. So obviously the parking garage is a rectangle, and so this building hugs the parking garage and is parallel to it. But over here, this piece of the building splays out to address this property line. And what it does is it causes a nice open park in the back, which I probably have a rendering of here. There it is right there. So that splayed piece here creates a nice amenity for the green space for the apartment building. And it also allows us, it doesn't put the apartments up against the parking garage. That's the logic of the design there.
Right, so the front building does back up against the...
Yes, so this front building is single-loaded with a corridor back here and one row of apartments. And then this building here is double-loaded, so the corridor in the middle, there's apartments here, and then there are apartments here overlooking this plaza back here.
Do you, what, are the buildings across the street kind of a similar bulk to this, or are they different?
I'm going to ask Mr. Molnar to address that question, because I'm not working on that side of the street. So,
You're not working both sides of the street, that's pretty fun.
We couldn't afford it.
you want to answer that question? The question was the buildings across the street, 500, and the proposed building, similar bulk to the building 581, 580?
Yeah.
Or not?
We'll talk to them.
Existing 500 West Putnam Avenue is existing non-conforming and is taller than the 47.5 feet. I want to say, if I remember from recollection, it was right between 51 and 52 feet tall. The new residential proposed building
47 and a half.
47 and a half feet.
So they're, you know, we wrote a regulation and we said you can go to 47 and a half feet, and that's what people are doing. So as Mr. Tessie, AKA Mr. Hegney, said, if we don't like the results we're getting from the regulation, that's a different ball of wax.
Yeah, but we need to consider a balance. I mean, what are we getting if in that regulation?
Oh, everybody's here.
We're getting a few,
But let's not, we just do the application.
we're getting a few moderate income units as
Yeah.
an incentive to 47 and a half feet.
Right.
But I believe.
And 0.9
as we're
FAR.
Looking at it, at a.
0.79.
We're looking at a building that takes advantage of that at 47 and a half feet, but to what balance? Are we losing the balance of getting a few units in a big building, or are we getting maybe a smaller unit with less units? That's the kind of thing. We're looking for a balance here. And I would think actually that if this is approved and time comes, I'm sure that we will actually have here a lot of pushback of overdevelopment in this part of town because of the buildings on both sides.
Well, I vehemently deny.
I understand that. I understand that. I'm stating my opinion.
I know, I understand, but I do vehemently, I think the people down in the western end are appreciating everything John's doing. And I think this building here is not it's not the 644 building. I think his goal would be to have that outdoor dining in front, you know, but he can speak for himself. And I do believe that there is much more to this application than the moderate income units in this one instance, in terms of what I described earlier. We're also building another lane for right-hand turn for the town on Valley Drive.
I'm well aware of actually all of the work that you're doing, all of the really great stuff that's happening here.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is that the balance, I think, that we seek to find may not be something that we're finding here. We're getting very, very large, and we're getting some units. Is that the right balance? So that's, but we can move on from this.
On it, right. Good.
On the issue of how the west side of town is reacting, Mr. Borsak, who's sitting here, did I pronounce your name right? Just not, okay. He wrote an article on this, on these developments today in the paper, and if there was going to be a public response, we would have heard from people by email during the day, and we didn't get comment. So in all fairness, and he described the proposal, and in all fairness, we didn't get a response, we didn't get a reaction, unlike other articles that get written. So if the litmus test is neighborhood reaction, it seems to be pretty neutral, which we've seen over and over again, or twice, I guess we've seen this.
When people don't come out, it's more than neutral.
Yeah.
John Ferrari, for the record. I'm a little disappointed. Again, I came here, wanting to do what we started to do on the west side, and I think the project has nothing but positive. We're improving the streetscape, okay. We're fixing the sewer, okay. Putting sidewalks in, putting landscaping in. We're giving you affordable housing. I thought it was going in the right direction. It really did. And I agree, 47.5 feet is high, okay, but it's when you look at J-Lofts, okay, do you consider that too high? I don't think it is high. It really, I think you made your compromise already by not going to 60 feet or 70 feet, And as far as the first floor, this is what retailers want. They need, 15, 16, 17 feet on the first floor. That's a non-starter with a lot of these retailers.
One of them asked a question yesterday, and I'm just trying to get all the options out there, because I don't share the concerns, but they need to be addressed for everyone. You thought about making the back building the high one instead of the front building? I mean, no, putting the double story in the back building.
It's there as well.
Oh, it's also there. I never realized that. I thought only the front. I thought only the front had the extra height. Okay, sorry. I always thought only the front did. Never figured that out, but I struggle to read these plans sometimes. Okay.
Look at what's there now. I mean, is that an attractive building? I mean, it's certainly not. It's been that way for years, and
Oh, and it's practically falling into the street.
yeah, and we have a building. The other building, 585, is there. We thought it would be better if we took that and included it in the development.
Mr. Ferrari, I wonder if I could change gears a little bit. You have a lot of these sites, this site. Were there concepts for this site that you couldn't do because of our zoning? Were there things combining your market knowledge of what people want and the neighborhood, but you looked at this site, and I'm in a box zoning, but in terms of demand on that side of Western Greenwich, are there other things that you had and you had to throw out?
We wanted to build a 70-story casino, but
Yeah, I know, right?
we didn't think it would be received well.
Well, I don't think you want to go there.
You're probably right. Anyway, yeah, we looked at a number of different options, Kev, right?
So why do they need to have double?
Like what? I'm just curious, because this whole area of Greenwich, we'd love to develop more of. Everyone's saying the same thing. And we're on a bunch of points, I get it. I personally don't have the problem with that, but you got other commissioners. But I would love to hear more about this area.
Initially, we there was a 30,000.
No, wait a second, you guys have to stay on the mic and the person who's talking. No mumbling off the record.
581, first application that you all saw on that one was a 30,000
This
square
is
foot.
Mr. Molnar again?
There just wasn't a market for 30,000 square feet of office space, and it languished. We renewed approvals, and it went away. Subsequent, after that happened, I did probably 4 different site plans for this location, predominantly geared around the automotive industry. Huge market for car dealerships, but at the end of the day, those didn't work.
Why didn't they
I'm
work?
sorry, what, like car storage, you mean?
No, car dealership.
Oh, okay.
It was just a market demand? Nobody wanted that?
No, there was demand for it, but at the end of the day, the building you could get and the amount of vehicles to meet requirements, just, it wasn't there.
Okay.
Really?
This, came about after we acquired 585, which was a tough office building that.
So you were only talking about 581 at that comment?
At that time, yeah.
Okay, now I get it.
585 came on the market. We acquired that. We hope to rent that as an office building and develop 581 separate. But again, the market wasn't there. Parking didn't really exist at 585. I think the lot, if I remember right, held 37 cars in the back. It just very difficult to rent at that.
Oh, you gotta turn it
What happened was that because of the setbacks on each property, that's why we went to one building, to.
We were saddled with setback issues as well as the easements that crossed the site
Yeah.
for sewer and
This is
stormwater.
one building.
No, at this time we had combined lots. We looked at this as a combined lot development for a major retailer. And with the easements and the parking requirements for that retailer, it didn't fly. We just couldn't get enough cars without major manipulation, which then brought us to here. And then at that time, Greenwich Office Park came into play for us. And one of the things that Office Park always lacked, in the way things changed over time, was that presence on West Putnam Avenue. And so this became the opportunity to achieve that. So, I mean, we spent quite a bit of time, and this is over the course of probably 6 years from where we stand today.
So basically it was office. The office demand isn't there. And then a few retail, but the retail you were looking at, I can kind of begin to guess what it was. Forget the you can't provide enough parking at that point. I got it. Any other uses?
That's been predominantly it.
Other question?
Dealer, we had major
Okay. Mr. POCD?
housing came through.
Yes?
If I could just,
No, it's relevant to this because what they're saying is that this is what they got. They went through office, they went through some retail, they went through some other stuff. You got a fixed site, they're not building any more land, and this is what you get at this point in time.
so to bring the discussion back to the brass tacks,
Thank you, I did.
and even deeper brass
deeper.
tacks. Okay. You had some outstanding issues, though, from the ZEO. Have you addressed the other ones, the bulkhead?
The bulkhead issue, we
And-
internally discussed, and I discussed with Mr. Granoff. Well, first of all, Jody's right.
Right.
Those are not in compliance. They're confident they can bring it into compliance. So that would have to be, if you would vote in favor of this application, that would be a condition of, obviously, condition of approval. To satisfy that.
I didn't think you
That's-
could give us a set of plans where it works, huh?
Oh, it has to work. It's got to work. We need the stair towers to satisfy code.
Okay.
And if we can't make it work, then there's no building. Rich can speak more to it, that he can make it work.
See, Mr. Tessie, that's it. If we move ahead on this, and you want to, it's a condition on the approval,
Yeah.
and then technically I've approved a building that doesn't comply. That doesn't work for me.
Well, then probably 75% of the approvals you've given didn't work for you, because I have very rarely had a decision without a number of modifications that we had to make the plans because they didn't work for the commission or work for the ZEO. So that's your decision. If you want to say you want to see the set of plans and see this application again to show compliance, certainly, Mr. McAree, it's in your purview to say that. You don't want to vote, and I know if one of you don't want to vote or close, then it doesn't
Then we
happen
don't.
unless you have to.
And we don't.
But we have to make it work, or there's no project, obviously.
I think the first question right now is,
Mm-hmm.
are you all comfortable with the questions you've asked, Dave, Victoria, Peter? Are you comfortable with what you've asked? Do you have the answers
Yes.
that you need on the architecture?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, so you have all the answers you need on the architecture, so,
Yeah, I'd tell you yes, and actually, I think I've got a different opinion after.
you've been
discussion.
influenced. Okay.
But I just
All right.
wanted to ask a question about the
Mr. Tessie?
parking, Mr. Ferrari.
Okay, so it's Mr. Ferrari. We're getting a little disorganized here, and it's hard for the court reporters, so Mr. Ferrari, you're on. Mr. Levy's asking you a question. I'm gonna, okay.
Oh, could you describe a little bit more about the parking structure? Is it going to be heated? Is it going to be open to the elements? Is there going to be some kind of design feature which to it? Or is it going to be more of something that you want to hide behind screening? If you could give us just a little.
Our intent is to have it open. We put the parking structure.
Yes, Rich Cranoff. I'm happy to address this. So we went through great pains to design this parking structure. Obviously, it's got to function, but it is open air. But we've gone through great pains to screen it, to make it look good from all sides. And you can see we have these hanging gardens. I think we have more details on that. Let's see. See some of the green going on here. Yeah, you can see the amount of landscaping and the hanging gardens, which are really nice. Also, all four sides. Let's see what else we got.
And during the winter, what happens to those hanging gardens?
The species that we're using are evergreen and will be fine during the winter. It's a specific species that will survive.
I assume that there's some maintenance involved in it, so do you have
Yes.
any thoughts about that?
There is maintenance. We're allowing access from the garage levels to each of the where they're planted, and we've taken maintenance into account on these, so that they can be maintained properly.
I've seen attempts like this to do that, and sometimes they aren't successful. So are you satisfied that if this greening idea does not work, that you have something there that's that still achieves your architectural goal?
Yeah, well, we've done a lot of research along with the landscape architects in green walls and hanging gardens, and it's actually a patented system of installation, and as I said, there's a couple of species that have been proven to be very hardy and work well.
Right, but I understand, but things happen. So maintenance and the cost and so on and so forth. So if it doesn't work out, are you satisfied that what you've designed is adequate, it meets your architectural goals to do something which is nice or whatever?
Sure, I think it looks good without the hanging gardens. It was just another added level of screening.
Yeah.
Yep, and
Pat-
actually on West Putnam, that's a good point. We have a louver system, so you're not looking at the parking garage from West Putnam. This is another piece of a garden wall here. We have this feature around the back as well. So.
Pat, we've got the 6127 issue that's outstanding. Sewer is signed off. I mean, sewer's okay to go to permit. They're going to address the beta comments. We haven't talked about the conservation comments in any kind of detail. trying to think, there's something else. The traffic comments have been addressed, I said that. Do we have anything else outstanding, any staff and department that I'm missing?
Actually, I'm trying to figure out right now if the ARC has actually adopted this plan or not, so we're just. I wanna
Yeah, well,
confirm with the
Mr. Tessie,
applicant.
they met on the 5th of December, it says in the report.
Yeah.
But I didn't see their minutes in our staff report. And Mr. Tessie has said that,
We've got November.
no, I know we've got November when they were supposed to return. Well, look at that, the whole thing.
Okay, so here is the ARC vote to approve the project on December 5th, what it is. Voting in favor, Hines, Straza, Lobalbo, Contadino, Conti, with a few comments that we
Applicant
will
was-
submit with the construction drawings. Same with landscape.
Okay, they're looking at it, because I can't see it from here.
I think the wording is unfortunately a little poor right now, but what I'm interpreting from this, because they're asking for a mock-up at construction, would imply that they've agreed, they endorsed the design.
Yes,
'Cause they
and that's
don't-
something they've been doing lately, saying they're approving the drawings, but they want to see a full-scale mock-up. I did this next door at 125 Field Point. They want to see a full-scale mock-up
Yeah,
of all
'cause
the
they didn't
materials,
like it on
which
here.
is fine. We do it anyway for construction, so.
Okay. I can't read the rest of that list, Patrick.
Oh, do you want me to read it right now?
Well, just tell us, I mean, if you can just summarize and tell if there are any
So
outstanding.
Hand out a copy.
essentially,
Staff
they
work.
expressed disappointment that the large-scale model wasn't at the meeting. That was the first
Add
bullet.
doors.
Applicant agreed to add doors to the retail space along the secondary street per their previous requests. Use of an Austrian pine of the proposed, set of the proposed thunderheads. Add vegetation to the roof-level parking deck to break up the large swath of asphalt. Provide photometric plans for all lighted areas, including the roof. And bollards shall be fully shielded and no more than 30 inches in height. ARC recommends elimination of the exit-only curb cut on Putnam Ave to increase walkability and opportunities for green space. And the chairman recommended,
Commented on the bulk
commented
and mass of this building. And asked the applicant to review any opportunity with P&Z to reduce the number of spaces and parking. Yes, they asked for an on-site review of the materials.
And the mock-up, again, that's, as Mr. Granoff said, that's typical of projects that have gone beyond the approval phase, that's for the
He's saying.
prior to construction.
I'm not seeing,
Okay, so if you want to talk, I turn off my mic.
Yeah.
Okay.
submit recommended revisions, schedule on-site review of large-scale materials and mock-up with ARC staff. I don't see a denial or approval in that. I think what I'm reading here is that there's more to be returned to ARC.
I would argue, well, I'm not going to argue, I'm sorry. If you
Go
go
ahead.
through the agenda, items that I know that we've addressed already, like Round Hill Club, which we approved in January, and on this agenda in particular, and, sorry, there's another one here. 75 Holly Hill Lane is another one. Those things have all been they've been addressed. They've moved on beyond the board review phase. So there seems to be some change in the nomenclature used in the agenda. Again, the ARC is not approving. They're they're making comments. So perhaps they've steered away from saying we endorse or we like or whatever, and just say we're done.
It was approved. We thanked them for their time, and we left with an approval. That's the absolute facts. Craig, you were there also. I know.
So did you, it suggests here that you, Chairman Hine,
You can't turn yours on at all. You have to use ours.
Okay.
You have to use-
okay. It says at the bottom.
So
there that
the
Chairman-
last comment, Mr. Levy,
Yeah.
so in particular, the chairman has made an effort in his comments to talk about parking, and he feels that our regulations require or promote vast swaths of parking when that could be better used for the architecture and landscaping of the
Hang
property.
tight, we're going to fix that one day.
So
Get there.
he's consistently made that comment. Why it was voiced in right here, perhaps the professionals who were there could reiterate that. But that is a persistent comment on the zoning of the Greenwich from the chairman of the ARC.
I'm going to elaborate on that. My name is Craig Studer, Studer Design for the record. When they were talking bulk, they were specifically talking about the garage in the back, and they were talking about maybe eliminating one layer, a level. And as far as any revisions, any changes to the site plan, and they were specific on plants and lighting and all that stuff, that has been submitted. It's all in your package, and it's all been exactly what, according to their requests.
So
it sounds,
basically, the only outstanding item is this question on the compliance with 6127.
yeah, 'cause I was going to say, it sounds like with, speaking with Marisa Anastasia also, that you know, if you want to go forward with it, here are the comments. But
And
we
here's
still
the
have this-
conditions.
Yeah, this other overriding issue or discussion point, but they, you know, it's, which is why I think it doesn't clearly say approved as submitted or something like that, because it's a complex project, which really, it's up to you to decide that complexity.
Because I believe we could close this, and we could condition it. We've got some things to talk about. One of the things is this internal pedestrian circulation that was discussed earlier. But I believe we could close it now. But again, if anybody wants to keep it open, you know we always respect that. Dave?
Fine,
Mr.
close it.
Mr. Levy?
No further questions.
Close.
Is that it? That's,
Yeah,
yeah,
no, I don't
that's
vote.
right. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I do.
Okay, all right, so we're gonna, yeah, now we've got one thing on this. On the subdivision, yeah, we gotta close all of them, but on the subdivision, before we close it, we are gonna have to decide the subdivision right away. Because it's a must decide before our next meeting.
Right.
So we're gonna close,
So what do you want to ask him what his thoughts are on 127?
ask,
We did. Mr. Tessie said that they'll have to address it with the CEO no matter what
Right,
happens.
but the problem is, though, that may be a redesign if he doesn't agree. So, I mean, how do you
Rich,
do
do you
that?
want, Rich can just spend a few minutes, because we've talked about it, or Eric can.
Putting them.
They want to have a discussion with the CEO.
I mean, what's the solution if the CEO doesn't agree with you?
They could, it's an internal modification to layouts. Eric Zambell with Granoff Architects.
To the point where you would lose units?
It's going to be a space condition that we might have to reconfigure a little bit. We might lose one or two in a column line, but most of these comply. I just want to go over real quick what the interpretation or what the thoughts are.
John, you're right in the view. Thanks.
yeah. You know, the guy who sat here the rest of the night
So,
didn't say
so
we're not, just
this
kidding.
this particular stair at the parking garage, at different times we've tried to have a roof on it. There's no way for us to have a roof on it and it comply, so it's not going to be a roof. So that'll ultimately become a maintenance requirement where we have to maintain those stairs.
They're going to give you, I didn't think that was allowed anymore.
From a building code. Then I have to bring it in, and I have to lose a spot. I'll lose a parking, I'll lose a row of parking spots.
You can't have they don't believe you anymore.
Then I'm going to lose 5 parking spaces.
Well,
Do you adjust,
He's changing
you would
too much.
adjust what internal space in order to make up for that? In other words, removal of a unit?
We have more parking spaces.
Assuming we built out a supermarket in the gym concept, which are high users of, parking users, we are still, we're still 70, we're 70 parking spaces above the required number. So losing 5 or 6 is not going to affect the units. We just don't know exactly ultimately what's going to happen. For instance, if we put a restaurant in that front area, there's a different parking calculation. Okay, so we try to give ourselves some wiggle room there, because ideally we'd all like a restaurant there, and that could bring us up. But we figure that cushion is safe enough for everybody. But so the answer is we could easily lose 5 or 10 parking spaces and still be well in compliance with any intended uses, or make them work. A smaller restaurant, if you needed something like that, gym with less equipment, that type of thing.
So it's all manageable is the point.
Yes. I'll just touch. I'll just touch on the other ones that we've highlighted here. The back one meets the requirement.
She's for the other one.
The primary elevator shaft for the residents meets the requirements. This one meets the requirement. This one is around an open sort of court backing the parking garage. It would not, in theory, because of that opening. I could shave 5 feet out of here and push this up on that side, and I'd still maintain an open parking garage.
Mr. Zambell, I don't want to add more fuel to this fire right now, but I think the zoning enforcement officer is going to look at the edge of your roof and not the proximity. The garage is not going to give you that setback relief that you're looking for there.
Okay, so look, I don't think there's any way that, at this point, the number of changes that they're making, I think we're just going to have to let them get them done and talk to Jody. No, I don't think we can close it, because, yeah, I'm going to get rid of some parking spaces, and maybe we're going to get the setback, and maybe we're not. I think we need to.
We have to have an exit we have to have 2 exits at the parking garage.
Oh, I'm not talking about egress. I'm just talking about zoning and the allowed items over the maximum height. And so again, it talks about from the edge of the roof, and your parking garage is not a roof. It's a structure. It's a floor. So if you're when I'm looking at, you're pointing at the interior, the yellow towers there that are adjacent to the parking garage. My gut is that the zoning enforcement officer is going to read that and strictly interpret that as being the roof edge and not counting your garage as another roof. And so therefore you're going to have to move those stair towers more internal to the buildings that are being occupied, not the parking garage. Now the parking garage, I understand what you're talking about there, and that probably will have to be interpreted the way you're drawing it. But I'm just worried about the one at the corner, at the south corner there.
This one.
Yeah, and then the one over to your left there. Those are the two that, by my eye, I think would have to move back that 1 foot per height requirement.
This one and this one?
Yeah. The essentially the 2 ones on the left there. Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
This one's a simple enough move based on the layout.
Okay, let's.
Again,
Look, we've got time on this application. Fix it, get it all resolved, and we'll leave it open.
I agree.
Okay, so the only one we have to.
Macri's more comfortable with that too, so.
And, yes, and
Keep 'em happy.
Nick was not happy with closing it. He agreed that we should wait. And
Okay.
the only one that we are going to close is number 7. I'm sorry. Do we have any public comment on this application? No. Okay, no public comment. Okay, so the only one that we are going to close, that we have to close, is the final subdivision, which is application number 7, and we are leaving all the other ones open because we have time on them. So if you could get this done, you have to do it, if you would submit this to staff for the next meeting, or we have the meeting in early March, because there's 3/9, all of these. 3.
I just have two questions of order.
Yes.
So the 500 needs to stay open because of the variance request that is pending. But do we want to talk about it? Do we have any insight to the applicant at this time? Or-
Wait, 500?
We haven't started.
We haven't even started 500.
I'm sorry, I thought you said
No,
6.
no, we're gonna get to, we're gonna,
I'm sorry, I thought you said number 6 as in your
no,
list.
no, number
I'm sorry.
7 is the only thing we're gonna close, is the subdivision.
My apologies.
So we opened 5, we're discussing 5, 7, 8, 5 on to 10, and skipping 6. We're going to leave 7, we have to close 7 because it's a must decide tonight. Everything else is going to stay open, and we're going to try to get everything fixed with the ZEO. You address the rest of the comments, Mr. Tessie? And
The CEO, and we're going to give you some further comments and our thinking with regard to the beta site and comments. That's what you were suggesting.
yeah, and that whole, think about that pedestrian internal circulation. That
Yeah,
you
we'll
open
dig-
kind of strong negative, but maybe kick it around a little bit.
Did just show how people walk from building to.
Building without getting run over?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. All right, okay, so with that, we are leaving 5, 8, and 10 open, and we've closed number 7. We'll have to decide it tonight. We could wait to decide it till we do
That's what we should do.
number 6.
Do we have to decide?
We have to decide, it's a must decide tonight.
We don't, just to comment on that, I mean, it's perfectly fine to, presumably you're going to approve it. And, no, whether, I mean, yes, decide it. Of course, if you decide no, that's a big problem. So we might as well get one out of the way, because it's not,
Before we
doesn't
do
affect us.
500?
I'm
You want us
talking
to-
about,
We have to do number 7 tonight,
yeah,
whether
as I
we do
said, that's
5.
fine with us.
So we'll do 500 first, and then after you guys have done 500, we'll make the,
Yeah, that's fine.
well, okay.
Whatever you want.
All right, okay, so now we're going to go to number 6, 500 West Putnam Avenue and Putnam 600 acquisition.
Okay.
Okay. So, Mazer. Is it Mazer or Mazer?
Mazer Engineering, you're talking about?
Yeah.
Mazer.
For the record, John Tessie, representing the applicant. And, we have Freeman, our staff engineer, really cutting it out with us. Craig Studer, Molnar, and our engineer, Mr. Gig from Rizzoli Engineering. This is an application that seems like been around a while.
It hasn't.
For over 2 years.
Yeah, but we haven't been looking at it for that long, so.
Kind of. Time goes
September?
by when you're having fun.
September was the first time we saw it, I think.
No, you saw it, doesn't really matter.
Earlier? Okay.
No, you saw it in 2018, and I think in 2017. 2018, early in the year. Want to just make sure that you've got the comments we've received today and were sent to Katie. One is from the fire marshal.
Yes, good, we saw
You
them.
have that. So Mr. Molnar worked very closely with Mr. Natale to address his concerns, which obviously are important because it goes to safety. As I said earlier, spent time with Melissa Evans today, going over her comments to the latest application.
Yeah, you're making
Yeah,
the
Melissa's
viewing
comments in her application.
Your viewing public has been sending emails into everybody.
They have been?
Yes.
Want me to put my mask back on?
You could, I'm sure they missed it, though, because nobody could hear you.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll speak
Okay.
louder. Okay, so what we have here with respect to Melissa Evans is a situation where she has indicated to staff via email today that our response letter, which included my letter and a memo from Mazer, Mr. Reedman, who's here this evening, adequately addresses her issues. She pointed out, which I mentioned to you earlier in the prior application, that part and parcel of this application is the signal modification at the intersection of West Putnam Avenue with Valley Drive, where we are proposing, per the strong recommendation of the Traffic Division, to put a new entrance and exit to the property. That involved, as you all, I'm sure, recall, also the closing of 3 curb cuts on West Putnam Avenue, the far east curb cut on 500, the far west curb cut on 500, and the far east curb cut on 600. The Traffic Division, which includes both Melissa and Jim, that's Jim Michael, were instrumental in pushing this forward, feeling that overall it is a tremendous benefit for overall traffic safety and traffic operations in this vicinity. And Mr. Ferrari has been happy to work with them to get to this point, that they're satisfied. So when it comes to traffic, I know you haven't seen this. I'll give you my letter, the Mazer letter, and also the email sent to Patrick, and I think to Katie, but I know at least to Patrick on
Mr.
that
Tessie,
subject.
while this
It also
slide,
addresses. Okay.
Go back to the beginning there, Kevin. Those red areas, what do those represent? Is those the view sheds for the pictures, or? Those are the to be conquered lands. Okay. All right.
Yeah, because this was a diagram from last time around where there was some question as to how much we held on the street.
Understood.
This was just a clarification drawing from last time.
Humility, thank you.
Unconquered land, I like that one.
So what is that? Is that 15 Valley? The white one on the
Left or right, Katie?
it's what is the furthest left white building? Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Yeah.
See it? Yeah.
Right. So this Kevin created per some requests of the commission members to have an overall view of what's going on in the area and what John has conquered. That was basically the purpose here, so you can get an idea what the lay of the land is like in terms of ownership and future development and how it would look on an aerial basis. Engineering, just go through again, departments. Engineering has no issues with the application. We basically are actually slightly decreasing overall impervious surface. There were a number of comments made by Diane Fox to both our parking adequacy and how our construction sequencing worked, and some traffic comments. I submitted a letter to the commission addressing each of her points. We also included in addressing those points a construction sequencing plan, actually 3 different plans, and a narrative prepared by Mr. Molnar, who's happy to take you through them at this hour. We also requested of Mazer Consulting that they actually do traffic counts while the school is open. There's no question about that. So during school days, during the school day, to get an idea, because we are 90%, or maybe slightly more, but 90% occupied at 500 West Putnam and 100% occupied at 600, to get an idea of what our parking situation looks like at this stage. And as you saw from his report, we're we have 70, I think it's something like 77 parking spaces generally available during peak time.
But those counts that I saw in the report, when Greenwich Hospital hadn't opened.
No, these were after Diane Fox had submitted and gave her her count of the people that were actually there. It was operating. We went to the hospital and got the actual numbers from the hospital and included them. The hospital was definitely open and operating. Not a question about it. We don't make up numbers, and I'm not here to lie. As I said, they're 90% occupied. There's some space of theirs that's not. Major pointed that out and actually added a factor in, a 10% factor, I think. Ron added in, he can talk to you about it, to take into account the space that was not occupied, that 10% that wasn't occupied. It's up and running. It's up and running. I'm sure that's one thing Ms. Fox, Diane Fox would agree with. What we try to do is just look at everything holistically, how this all works, because we spent a heck of a lot of time internally and certainly externally with you all on this subject. We've also pointed out in my letter what we did as a safety measure back when Diane was actually town planner at Equinox, where we agreed, and I pointed this out, to have a managed parking plan as a backup if it's needed. I personally don't believe it'll ever be needed, but if it's needed, we would do our counts. I think it was 6 months, 12 months, and 18 months after occupancy of the residential building. And so, again, John knows how to manage parking. We've challenge over at Equinox, we all know, but it gets done. We try to anticipate all possibilities. As I pointed out in my letter, we have substantial parking available at Office Park. And the truth of the matter is, at the lower level of 644, where you can put a gun to people's head, but they won't go into that parking lot for CVS or any of the doctor's offices or the clinic. So we have plenty of excess parking to handle construction traffic. I know that was a concern of Diane's, not construction worker traffic or parking. Yeah, it's all in my letter. I'm trying to ramble through it quickly. Right. So you all can just tell us, where your hot buttons are at the moment, because we think we've covered every issue.
You're going to be before ZBA tomorrow night?
Well, we will only go before ZBA, and this is why we've held off. If this commission on a consensus basis is basically, endorsing us going to ZBA. We're not going to go to ZBA if it turns out that this commission is not comfortable with this project moving forward.
Okay, so why don't we go to that? Why don't we talk about whether people have outstanding big picture questions on the project?
Yeah, I mean, I certainly appreciate.
And then
yeah, I certainly appreciate it.
Rather than, because we can tie up, if there's additional other stuff. I know we've still got some questions about the parking and the traffic, but let's go to whether people have big picture issues on this. Dennis, are you seated?
I'm not seeing it.
Okay. And do you have any questions? No. Okay, Andy.
Parking, I'm still concerned about. I'd like to talk to the engineer. You have a drainage exemption, but how are you literally handling the stormwater for these buildings? You didn't submit any plans, you got an exemption, but as you know.
Do you want him to answer that now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Jim McTighe, Grizzly Engineering. The site is practically impervious. It's over 90% impervious. So we don't have to provide peak attenuation, but we are providing water quality, which is what Scott requires in situations like this.
So how are you handling the 25-year storm?
We're not required to, because
That wasn't the question. You are required.
We're only required to handle the increase in impervious coverage. There is no increase. We're actually decreasing the impervious coverage. This is the.
How are you handling a 25-year storm?
We're not required to.
Jim, why don't you answer, where is the water going?
We are providing water quality units. We're providing sand filters, 1, 2, 3, 4 of them, to handle the 1 inch of water that hits the site for all the areas that we're disturbing to provide the water quality.
Again, so during a storm event, where is the water going?
There are existing catch basins in many places, and we're providing some additional basins. All the water goes into a drain line headed this way and heads out into a drain line that goes underneath the town dump.
Don't turn it on, just use mine.
I think that's what he wanted to hear.
No, it may not be what he wanted to hear.
Well.
So all the water from this site goes to the...
Right, so currently, none of the water on the site is treated.
Right.
After we're done with construction, the first inch of water that hits the site will be treated, so we will be improving the conditions for the runoff.
And the pipe has 25-year capacity?
Greater, it's a large pipe.
Simple question.
That's the 48-inch pipe we talked about in the previous application, yes.
And we've actually been asking people with exemptions to look at what their situation is, because we...
It's a fair question.
I mean, it behooves me. You
I
have
know.
a drainage exemption, but you still have
I happen to know, that's why I say tell them where it goes, because I know where it goes. It goes into that 48-inch pipe, so does 600. They both do, 600 and 500. Okay, and that 500, when it was approved, is up to basically current, stormwater management. 600, if I said 500, I meant 600. And then 500 does tie in nicely to that 48-inch.
And 600 ties into it?
Oh, yeah, yeah. And that was approved.
I think, Andy, you have to figure it this way. It's going from a sea of asphalt to a pond of asphalt, and I think Scott Marucci's looking at it in that way. Looking at it that way is actually, it's getting, not great, but it's getting better than it is. And I think that your question is kind of valid, is actually, okay, so where does the drainage? The drainage is basically staying the same except for quality. So all of the water on the site still goes to the same place.
Yeah, which
it
is
does now.
interesting because, right, when you talk about location, this is basically down, we're basically down here, close to the water, compared to where this water starts from. And historically, I know it changed so much, but you wanted to get that initial water out, right? So the first flush, so to speak, to get it out early when the storm waters come down. So actually, I think it works smartly with the cleaning up, and I think Scott was comfortable with that.
I think it's an interesting thing, because I think actually, and I'm sure if you followed your water from this point all the way down to the sound, it actually winds up at Byron Park, which gets shut down every rain, because there's no collection, there's no nothing, it's all just dumped right into Muskrat Pond and right down to the stream and right on out. But
Well, what they were doing is we're cleaning up the water quality there.
At this site, yeah.
Yeah, on this site, and also we're going to be able to regrade, so we shouldn't have ponding, so you're going to get a whole new regrading that's going to help any issues regarding
Sorry.
ponding. So it'll all be brand new.
So,
You can't turn yours on, you have to use this one.
600 was approved to use parking across the street,
12 parking spaces.
and those go bye-bye?
We believe we have adequate parking for, for the project as proposed. So, including taking back those 12. So we took them into account in our parking numbers. We can, so again, we can listen. I know you said you're concerned about parking on the site. You don't know how a site's going to work until it actually works, right?
I agree.
And we're happy with the concept of a backup managed parking plan, which I've actually told Diane's clients a number of times, and John's already, has also indicated that if in fact that's needed, and we've discussed that with the hospital too, because they need, obviously, with respect to their patients, to have adequate parking on site. I just think we're going to see in this site what we've seen in every site recently, which is that just less people driving and there's more spaces available, but.
Excuse
that's
me?
me.
I'm more concerned about doing the north side of the street first, where you're producing a new parking deck with a bunch of extra parking, and then doing this building. I'm very
It's
concerned.
not how he wants to do it.
I know.
In a parking garage,
Okay, so,
You're okay with that?
Patrick, regarding the parking,
building the north parking lot.
this
Parking deck first.
this list that we got in Mr. Tessie's letter
Yes.
does not really give us the full
Which,
breakdown of the medical professionals.
I think what.
Okay, hold
what
on
we
a second, because
Go
now
back
that
to
he's
the other
back,
one.
let him finish Andy's question, and
Okay.
we'll go to that.
John is comfortable with the idea of leveling the other site and using that, right, for parking. Is that during construction? Yeah, during construction. The other side being 581, 585.
Right, no, we know that.
So basically a variation of what you're saying. He'd like to level that first, so it's available for parking. He figures there at that location, it's a little closer to people. Build out 500. Then he'll work on 581, 585.
My
next.
concern
Yeah.
is we've got a bunch of improvements as part of the north side of the street in turn, the right turn lane.
Yeah.
And those other improvements
Yeah.
to improve traffic.
Right.
I don't want 500 to go forward and we have a financial problem where the north side of the street doesn't get developed. And so I'm
Wait a minute, let's go through this for a second. 5 years, that's a fair question. That's a fair, that's a
Yes,
fair.
thank you for that.
That's a fair question. The, I sound like Tony. But let's understand this. We'll make the 581, 585 site available for additional parking. Insofar as the improvements are concerned, if the 581 and 585 project did not go forward for any reason, that site work on Valley Drive to create that right-hand lane is irrelevant, because the whole purpose of creating that lane was to be able to siphon off park traffic coming out of the office park or coming out of the new building on 581, 585. There's no reason to build that. As far as the change in the light's concerned, in the new synchronization, that we presume would be a condition of the 500 approval. So you're going to get that. You're getting everything. The only thing that will happen is we under that scenario you're describing, Mr. Macri will be happy because we don't build a building. So,
You're not going to do part of the infrastructure at that intersection, including retiming the lights and new lights, and then come back in a year and do the right turn lane.
the right turn lane would be a function of the approval on 581, 585. That has no bearing on that has no bearing on 500 and 600.
You're aligning that whole intersection as part of the project.
That new light will take that into account. If you, it's up to you to put as conditions of approvals. I can't tell you what to do. You expressed a concern about 581, 585 not getting built and not getting that right-hand lane. I'm just saying the purpose is, the purpose of that really was to satisfy that need. Your concern is, well, wait a minute, when you get an approval, what I'm hearing from you is if you get these two approvals and you've got to work with the town and the state on that light, you're going to have to take that lane into account. And I think that's a fair comment, and I think that's a fair comment. I don't have an answer. It hasn't been designed yet by the traffic engineers. It may or may not be a moot point. So, if you're going to sit there and, if you you've got to decide on an approval. You may want to, I can't tell you what to do, but I think you can condition your approvals however you see fit to get the infrastructural changes that you believe you need for either or both projects. That's up to you.
Why is there such pushback about doing 581 second and 500 first?
Pushback?
Well, I've been trying to get the north side developed, and
I think Mr. Ferrari can answer that, and I think I know what his answer is going to be. Let him answer it. He's a developer.
Sorry, what was the question again? Why?
Why do you want to do it?
500
I'd like to do 500 because the outside is completed and, the site work is not completed yet. So, to get that done, and also what we need to do is we need to level off across the street, 581, 585.
Less to do
so we
for
can get
revenue generation.
Parking.
They're closer to revenue
when we do the
generation.
construction, temporary parking,
Right, that's what we see.
Yeah, but they're closer to revenue generation on 5 and 600, so they'll start generating revenue sooner on that one because it's less work overall.
I think part of it too is,
Okay.
I think we talked about it is,
I'm trying to get back to the
as
parking.
John said, 500 still not really finished. There's a degree of construction fatigue. We have certain,
Okay.
I
think we got the answer.
I think you'd like to get it finally
Okay.
over with.
Before we move on, just one real quick question.
Yeah.
There's no chance that they actually would be done concurrently. You'd want to finish one completely before you moved on to the next. I think that would be a bigger concern of mine, of having construction on both sides of the street at the same time.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I would agree with that, yeah.
Parking. The question that Andy asked and what we were talking about at the briefing yesterday was that the head count that we got didn't help because it doesn't have
It needs to
Good
be,
enough.
it needs to be cross-referenced with the zoning, so.
6.25.
Certain medical, paramedical
You
professionals.
got what the issue was at the briefing yesterday, so.
No, I am prepared to go through that. We spent time with the hospital. When I gave you the numbers, they were based upon the actual medical professional definition that we all.
That might get turned off, or?
Well, maybe.
Oh, here,
Maybe if it died.
there's another one.
No, we shut it off.
Okay, thank you.
I'm back. Okay.
Mr.
The,
Bristol is getting very good at.
So what I was saying to you is that list of medical professionals that I enumerated in my letter is what Jody recognizes, and historically, while Diane Fox was town planner, has always been recognized as the medical professional count. And we were liberal in that number, and you pointed out during your staff briefing, and maybe it was Katie, but you both pointed out that it has to do with the number of medical professionals actually treating patients at a given time. And there's certain professionals that are the providers or doctors, as indicated there, the medical professionals. I even gave you a number for therapists, if you want, based upon how you counted therapists, and I cited the decision of the commission when at Equinox. So I gave you a very liberal, when I say liberal, or that's the right word, a very high number. That number still doesn't come close to what was approved by this commission, as you cited in your decision, and cited yesterday in your calculations, where you came up to 100.
Right,
We're entitled to 150. 50% more than that number. We may never technically get there. But so the bottom line is we're comfortable with the limitations that you've imposed. It's very simple, that you originally imposed when you approved the Greenwich Hospital expansion in that building. That number of medical professionals, we're not there yet. We're not close to there.
Those are the approved numbers and expected occupancy of the facility at 500.
The numbers we gave you are people actually there.
Today. Right.
Today.
So, and that was the point of the conversation, is that you gave us real numbers today.
Yeah.
You had an approval from a year and a half, 2 years ago for more doctors. Right. So I guess the question was, at least in my mind, was from the briefing, was how how does the approval match the proposal that we have today? Is that expanding, changing, or is that still the number that you're going
Well,
forward with?
we promised the hospital in the lease, in their lease, that they could have up to that number of approved medical professionals. We don't have the legal capability of agreeing to a lower number than that number of medical professionals, because then we'll be in breach of our lease with the hospital. They're relying upon that. How they get there over what period of time and what their mixes are, I don't know. You saw one count where we have 6 doctors, but only 1 is there, right, treating. Well, I think I said, well, use 2 or 3. They may decide they're going to add more. This is today. But that's not going to change how they really treat patients, because as you know, there are a number of, and it's taken, there are a number of employees, nurses, technicians who work under them, but they're not part of the account. They may change their mix from 1 to 4 to 1 to 3, 1 to 2. All we can say to you is the beauty is this, that we need to keep that count because we have a lease that requires that. But more importantly, operationally, right now, we're able to do something ordinarily that you don't have the luxury of doing, to see what the account is like. As I said earlier, they're 90% full, and we added a 10% factor. We always anticipated that if, in fact, we ever had a problem, and we talked to the hospital about it, it's in our lease with the hospital, that for some reason they exceed their maximum number of spaces, which they have not, then, and they're posing any problem for any tenant, including Diane's clients, that we would have to, that they would pay for the implementation of a managed parking plan. If it's not caused by them and it does happen, again, I don't believe it ever will, then John would pay for it. So we have an internal agreement with our primary tenant that.
Heard you the first.
So, Mr.
first couple
Tessie,
of times.
the difference in numbers from the approval that has already been granted and this, the letter that you issued just recently is 50 spaces. There's a 50 space difference. So that's 8 medical professionals. So are you saying that the hospital has yet to fill their 8 doctors that in the building? Is that the sense?
I don't know if the number's 8, because I gave you a number, but also I took into account some space. I thought it was fair to add spaces based on a physical therapist rooms, and that's 2-for-1 count, which I put in my letter. But the answer, because I think the answer really should lie in that the hospital has a capacity of 150 spaces. Kind of like how they get there doesn't necessarily matter, but if it works out that it's 8 professionals on site
nice.
Treating simultaneously with others, then that is then that is the right. That doesn't mean that the parking, that doesn't automatically mean that you're going to need more parking spaces, because you're talking about people that are supervised by doctors. That's why you have the 6 1/4.
Well, right, but again, the zoning definition for medical professional is licensed in the state of
Right.
Connecticut. So that would include physician's assistants and those things. So I think the question that you were going to hear from people in the public and part of the commission is,
Do you have
are
a
those
question?
numbers tracked in your list there? Because there was no
Major
physician
issues.
assistant listed in the
Major
totals.
issues.
As was stated yesterday, which has been a history of the interpretation of the regulations, I submitted an email, and I submitted an email to you.
But John,
from
Mr.
Jo-
Tessie,
from-
that
from-
email
from
was
Jo- from
specific
Jody-
about
from Jody
registered
Couture.
nurses, though.
It's the same principle. The principle.
It's not the same principle, John. It's the.
Excuse me. Let's. I heard what you said yesterday. I know. I'm only cutting you off to say this.
Okay.
The principle has always remained the same. If there is a professional that a licensed medical person, okay, who can treat patients
on their own
without doctor supervision,
it's 6.25.
That's a 6.25.
Yeah.
We all agree that that's it. And I'm saying to you, there's no one we didn't count who can do that.
Do you guys know what that means?
Okay.
Okay. Just making sure, everybody.
Diane in her memo was counting everybody under the sun, including regular nurses, and you know that's not right.
Just for the commission's sake, so
Right.
we're all on the same page, a medical professional by the local zoning is licensed medical doctor, psychiatrist, doctor of dental surgery, doctor of medical dentistry, or other similar uses such as chiropractors, doctors of osteopathic medicine, and other medical professionals requiring medical license in the state of Connecticut. So,
And it was interpreted by the zoning commission. You made 2 major interpretations that you've been consistent with. Number one, you stated that after the list of specific people, you said that's a group where they don't need supervision to treat patients. It's the first thing you said. The second thing you said is that it doesn't matter how many medical professionals are on the mast. We only count those who are actually on premises treating patients and supervising others. Those have been the two. Okay, etched in stone interpretations of your that regulation, because nowhere do you find that.
Okay.
That's the way you've consistently
What I'd like to suggest
applied your regulations.
we do now is go to public comment. I have something I would like to address with the architect.
You want to do that after public comment?
I want to do that after public comment. We've polled really quickly basically, the outstanding issue for the commissioners that have not asked is the parking. So we have to lay it out in a way that everybody can get their mind around exactly what you're doing and what works and what that satisfies all the questions about what the use is today and what the anticipated, because apparently everybody's still walking away with the question.
Well,
And
I'm here
so
to
if we
answer the
could go-
questions until the sun rises
Yeah, I
and
know,
beyond,
but I
because it's
think
black and
you're
white.
actually not answering everybody's question.
Well, I don't know what everybody's questions are. I answered Pat's questions.
This is not as clear as.
Yeah, I think if we could make this more clear, was what Andy just said, that everybody was having trouble with this table on how you got to the spaces from it.
You're talking about the
This is the
hospitals,
letter.
what the hospital gave us?
Sorry, this was attached to the letter you just wrote.
Yeah, that's from the Greenwich Hospital. And it specifically notes.
Okay.
I'm not
Okay,
sure what.
so if you can turn the whole building into what we need for zoning. Could we go to public comment?
You're the chairperson, I think so.
Okay, thank you. Was almost news to me. It's 1 o'clock is my.
Yes, it is morning. Good morning. I will try to be as brief as possible. Let me hand these out. So with regard to Mr. Tessie's, I'm sorry, thank you, Diane Fox, and I'm representing the law firm of Whitman, Breed, Abbott, and Morgan. And most of the attorneys don't stay up this late, I guess. But let me just quickly go over a couple of these things. You will find three things. First of all, Attorney Fulton had submitted to you, to the commission, his brief affidavit. I've included them because I want to point out a couple of points. In his affidavit, which is attached to this material, he went through and on the affidavit outlined exactly what he took into account in terms of how he came up with the numbers of the people that are there in the building. Now, one of the key things there, I know you've talked about Greenwich Hospital, but we've got the Yale New Haven Pediatric Center. And included in this package as well, and that goes near the end, we have the Pediatric Specialty Center. And there's a whole list of their specialties, as one would say. And in the building, there is a directory of the Yale New Haven with all of those specialties. Now, obviously, not all the doctors' names are listed, but one can make some assumptions on that. So in sum total, Attorney Fulton put together, we've come up with at least 27 medical professionals, and by that I am excluding, I'm being very clear, physician's assistants, nurse practitioners, and therapists. We're talking about doctors per se, based on what is actually in the building that Attorney Fulton found. So the prior approval, I believe, said there was a total of 24 medical professionals permitted. We've come up with 27, excluding the nurse practitioners, physician's assistants. Now that raises the other issue, that the memo that Mr. Tessie wrote to Jody Couture did not include the words physician assistants. And they do take their own appointments. They are under supervision, no question, but they do have their own separate appointments. And we know this to be true with the pediatric center there. I have personal knowledge, let's just put it that way. So I just point that out to you, that the nurse practitioners and the physician's assistants, which are in the building, do have their own separate appointment schedules, and those were not counted. So Jody did not include physician's assistants in Mr. Tessie's memo, number 2. We still stand by the statement that there are more medical professionals than what Mr. Tessie has indicated, and as I say, I'm excluding the therapists at this point at both sites. So that's number 1. There also is the question about the interpretation, and Mr. Tessie was raising that. Personally, I'm not familiar if there was an interpretation that was done in 2017 and 18 because I wasn't involved. However, the courts have been very clear that the interpretation of the regulation is up to the commission, not to the ZEO. So I suggest to you that if we have something in writing that the commission has made interpretations on this, I think it would be helpful for the public to know as well, because as I say, I'm not personally familiar with that, but I'm not sure anyone else is either, and it's certainly not in the regulations per se. The total building is not totally occupied, as Mr. Tessie said, so we're not in disagreement on that. During the construction phase, and I will say that Mr. Tessie's, Attorney Tessie's memo did elaborate on how some of those issues that I had raised before are being addressed. So I'm not saying that they're not addressed, but there are still some little twitches here that might be helpful. He says that the Greenwich Office Park and 644 West Putnam Garage parking could be used for construction workers. That's fine. I would suggest you make that a condition of approval. And I'm assuming that that will be worked out. And given the fact that we just heard the statement that they're going to level across the street and allow construction parking, certainly sounds like the right direction. The office workers at 500 West Putnam, the response is that they also would be able to park at the Greenwich Office Park. Now, to the best of my knowledge, there's no shuttle that goes between them. And if you have all these people, both the construction workers and office workers parking across the street, the need for pedestrian safety, I think, really comes forward very clearly on that one. But also perhaps a shuttle might be worthwhile to consider. And I think that might be something to think about. Valet parking. Mr. Ferrari, quote, has no problem agreeing to provide valet parking during construction, and that should also be a condition. I think that's a very good move. Is there adequate width for drop-off and through traffic at the entrance of 500 West Putnam during construction? Mr. Tessie's memo says there's plenty of room. I question that. I would also point out that the rear door at 500 West Putnam does not have a handicap button. That's a very heavy door. So if somebody's being dropped off in the back of the building from Holly Hill, there's a curb, but there's also no handicap button that you can get that door open. I suggest that that might be an improvement to the building itself. The question about the existing driveways. Now, this was a little confusing to me. According to the memo that Mr. Tessie submitted, existing driveways will continue in use until near or end of the construction. That includes the eastern driveway for construction vehicles, which is where the new building will be started to be constructed. And this appears to be a little bit unworkable. Also, that construction workers will be using that easternmost existing driveway. So that's not at a light signalization. So this is the one next to Anthropology is the best way I can describe it. So if you have construction workers going in there and workers going in there, office workers, and you have a building being constructed, my question is, how is that all going to work together? I think that could be a construction issue. So I think that needs to be addressed. The variance, as Mr. Tessie said, they are scheduled to go to that. To the best of my knowledge, you need to have that in hand when you make your decision. That's usually the case, at least to the best of my knowledge, in the last 20 years or so. Particular concern is raised if you have simultaneous development, and I think Mr. Macri raised this, across the street at the same time. That does create, I would say, not just confusion, but that could create a major traffic hazard as well as pedestrian hazard. And I have seen people walk from the Valley Road Office Park down trying to get to Citronella for lunch, which I think is wonderful, but the safety issue, I think, isn't. And if you have both sides being constructed at the same time, you're just adding to that problem. Post-construction, 1 parking space per unit. I consider that to be inadequate for 13 three-bedroom units. The applicant's own traffic report states an estimation parking ratio of 1.94 spaces per unit, which results in 68 spaces for the residential building. This raises the question of having the 2- and 3-bedroom units with only 1 car permitted. So is that going to be part of the rental agreement, that only when you're in a 3-bedroom unit, you can only have 1 car? I know what the applicant has stated, that they can park overnight and on Saturdays using office parking. That may be fine, but if nobody's assigned to anything, it could be a little brouhaha too at the same point. But I do think that's in it. And I know they're not going to have assigned parking in the garage. I assume they will have some assigned parking for the residential units. Otherwise, that could be a real problem. And the pediatric and the hospital do have weeknight times for medical appointments, and they have Saturdays. So there is something to consider. I don't think it'll be overflowing, but it is something that I think needs to be concerned. Ongoing valet service after construction. Mr. Ferrari has agreed to do what was done at Old Track Road, and that is after 6 months of full occupancy of the office building and residential units, evaluation of functions and parking will be done by Master Construction, and again at 1 year and 18 months. So my question, and he says that the commission will be provided with this, and I suggest that that's a great idea for an approval, but the question then becomes, what if it's not functioning properly? Is there a guarantee that that valet service will continue? So I do think that it's an operational issue, but it's very important. The question about the traffic signal, and I think you were getting to that point also, and that is if the other side is not being developed and the new traffic signal goes in but no right-hand turn, how is that really going to function for this site in particular? I'm not talking about the other side of the street. I'm not involved in that. But it does raise the question about the operational efficiency, and that's something that both DPW and I'm assuming the state of Connecticut's going to have something to say about that too in terms of the timing of that traffic signal and the new driveway. And the last items, the future uses in both buildings. Is there going to be a cap placed for medical licensed professionals for both buildings? This issue was not addressed by the applicant in the memo. We did raise that issue before because this could be an ongoing problem. There can be turnovers over time. And how do you monitor that? Is it going to be, we went through this with the former ZEO, examining books of the medical professionals, what's your appointment schedules? I mean, let's quite honestly face it, the ZEO does not have time to go looking at books. So this is not a self-monitoring situation. So there should be a cap and some condition placed so that it has to come back to you at some point. And how do you set that number? I don't have an answer for you on that. We're not against the medical practitioners in this building. It's just a question of making sure there's adequate parking and being able to put or monitoring the number of medical professionals in the building. This has become, as other parts of Holly Hill buildings, sort of a secondary hospitals. And they do surgery, and the timeline on some of these things is not well known. You can't say, all right, you come in for this, it's going to be a 20-minute appointment, and then, oh yes, this surgery will take 1 hour. That's a very confusing schedule, and I don't know how you monitor that. But, excuse me. The other thing is about the use of the ITE estimates of parking spaces in the long term, and I just think about what's happening across the street, having the excess parking. Not such a bad idea, actually, because in the future you don't know who those tenants are going to be, and likewise in this building. And this is a legally non-conforming site with regard to parking. So I think it warrants an extra look at this issue. And while we appreciate the applicant has addressed many of the concerns we raised, there are still some outstanding issues, and we ask you to have those addressed as part of any approvals you might give. And I just recall also that Attorney Fulton also submitted a letter on February 1st that he goes into the question of the definitions of medical personnel and medical professionals, et cetera, so I would just ask you to take a look at that too. You all get copies. Thank you.
Mrs. Fox,
Yes.
do you know how many people are on staff at Whitman Breed?
No, but I'm sure we can find out. I'll be happy to ask them for that. I have an estimate, but I wouldn't want to put that on the record at this point.
Okay, send that out to staff, that'd be great. Thank you.
Absolutely. Anything else questions? Okay, good, thank you.
Very much, Mrs. Fox.
Mr. Chair, I want to reiterate we were talking with, Mr. Tessie and I were talking about the approval for 500 right now, and he is correct that the decision of the commission, which I believe you have that in your staff report, is that there's a 150 parking space count for the medical offices in the building. So essentially, what he's saying is that he'll never exceed 150 spaces per the medical, for the total number of medical professionals on the property under the
But
current approval.
what was unclear then is, as Mrs. Fox was speaking, the numbers that we got from Mr. Tessie are provided by Greenwich Hospital, and is everybody in the building affiliated with Greenwich Hospital, or are there other medical professionals beyond those, and that's not clear?
On the fourth floor. No, I pointed that out actually in my letter.
Okay.
They're unaffiliated also at 600. One of the
So
problems.
the total would be good, because, so you've got only Greenwich Hospital here.
No, we add the fourth floor based on what I was told by the client.
But see, here it just says Greenwich Hospital.
No, but on my narrative, not on that chart. That came from, as I
How
pointed
about a
out, that
good
came
chart?
from the hospital.
Yeah.
So I didn't alter it and add things. I just took the number from the hospital. One of the inherent, and I have no reason to think that anything that Diane or Jim wrote was false here. One of the problems is that, and we'll get in here, is that, there's some interviewing going on, talking to doctors. You're looking at mastheads. As they said earlier, there's a big difference between the medical professional, the doctors, particularly on the masthead, and how many are treating patients at the same time.
So you,
And so you're dealing with an apples and oranges situation.
you
when
give us the
when
right
you look at-
numbers. Just if you can break it all out.
Giving you the numbers, right. Now, let me say this. It's not a question of whether or not Jody, because I saw a comment, is interpreting the regulations. I have to laugh because if anything, I've said that 1,000 times, including the last application. Jody is enforcing the regulations as interpreted by this commission
We
and
know
applied
that,
by the
Mr.
commission.
Tessie. You don't
Okay,
have
number
to
one.
lecture us.
I'm not lecturing you. I'm just
Thank you.
responding to her, reminding
Okay,
Diane.
we know that. You don't have to remind Mrs. Fox either.
Really?
We know that,
Okay,
yes, and I think she does too.
Okay, well then.
Okay, so we could
she
move
happened
on.
not to
Can
mention
we-
that
So
conveniently.
what
So-
we're looking for is in tabular form and not alluded to in a
I
letter.
understand, but I have to go over some interpretation issues now, because these
Okay.
are new things. She's listening here.
But we're not asking you to use Mrs. Fox's numbers.
No,
We're
I have to know
asking
from you, because there's a little.
a medical practitioner that does not require supervision
Right,
and that
well,
is
as you
licensed
readily-
in the state of
Right,
Connecticut is 6.25.
Good, because physicians' assistants, as she admitted,
Take their own appointments,
But
but
it has to be
technically they
under-
are supervised. I recognize that that's a
That's
flaw in our
why
regulations.
I really appreciate you being chairman of this commission. I must say that right now. You
What?
get it, I get it, they get it. Now, what do you want me to do about
You
tomorrow
used
night?
to say the same thing to Richard. You forget that I sat next to
I suck
Richard
up
for
to all
9 years.
chairman.
Yeah, you were just sucking up, exactly. Okay.
I
But-
thought we've always said PAs were counted.
No, because they require they require supervision by a physician, and the way our regulation's written, it's supervision.
That's where you get to the 6.25.
See the regulations.
I don't know if, I don't see the regulation saying supervision.
I'm saying that that's the way it's been interpreted by this commission consistently.
Right, and we
It says
can.
medical professionals, and I don't even think it says licensed in the state of Connecticut, but
No,
that's.
No, it does say that.
I'm not sure it says Connecticut. I looked at it over the weekend, and was.
Other requiring medical, the last stanza is other medical professionals requiring medical licenses in the state of Connecticut.
Okay.
And just to go further, because I believe Mr. Fulton's letter notes therapists and the like, and those are explicitly excluded from the medical professional.
And in
definition.
reality, although they're technically supervised, the PA does take their own appointments, and they have a full schedule, and they see a patient every 15 minutes all day.
I thought it was the River Road application where this
We
came up.
need
and
to look at the River Road application. It's the same one.
Stanford Hospital.
Yeah, and I
Yes.
think, Andy, you're right.
The
that we
one
said
that Chris
they
did
do
such a
count.
wonderful job on,
Okay.
very concise and clear.
So why don't we
Opposed
pull
to
out
me?
those
Against
decision
them.
letters for you?
Let's pull out those decisions.
No,
letters.
and
That's
it's the
good.
same, it'll be the same thing. You can pull them out. That's the way you
75.
consistently done it. When you approve,
I know we had the conversation about the PAs. It was on River, and I know we had that conversation because I remember we went and asked how PAs worked and how many people they saw, and that's why I remember the whole. But, okay, so we're going to look at that. If you can give a complete, this is only the hospital, and in your text you allude to other medical
fourth floor
professionals.
and the ground floor.
Do you think you could give us a table that gives all the medical people in the building?
Well, the whole building.
The whole
Because
building?
we need it.
I do have it in the narrative, but we could put it on.
I
that's
don't
why I'm
want
just
it in
trying
the
to get
narrative.
apples and apples in terms of what you're
This is
looking
like the fourth time, Mr. Tessie, in a table. In a table, everybody who works in the building, not in the narrative, because your narrative was in places not easy to follow,
And,
to be
and we
honest.
also need it in a chart where we can give it to staff in the future, so when there are changes of use, we can do the math simply.
So we
Yeah.
agree that, just so I understand, speech therapists, what are they?
We're going to confirm, what we're going to do is, before you give us those numbers, we're going to look up all the old decision letters that we're remembering, which is River Road, the Stanford one,
75 Holly Hill Lane.
75 Holly Hill, I worked on that.
and
we were
we're going
going
to
along with the same
confirm that the interpretation is consistent, and we will give you that consistent interpretation. And physical therapists, we looked at,
That's a healthcare professional, not
we
a
did,
medical.
and we're going to check, you mentioned checking the licensing yesterday? No?
Well, you've
Physical
never-
therapists,
you've
we did
never
at
counted
Equinox,
physical-
and that
No,
was, yeah.
And I gave you the example of Equinox.
Right.
We don't have to do that because the regulations explicitly exclude them from medical professional.
Okay.
So they're under
So you're going to
healthcare.
give us a complete table of the building?
But the building has other uses other than doctors.
Right.
Oh, yeah, general office
So we
space.
need the total
The total
parking count.
building.
We show that.
And
We'll do all that.
and
Table.
then
Okay.
with
Do
your
you-
statement, you won't exceed 150
Okay.
spots.
I-
You're
I-
allowed
Okay.
24 doctors.
Okay, so gets back to,
That's the math. You
Well,
can't have
well,
more
it's
than
over there.
24 doctors.
gets back to, I know you want us to come back, which is fine.
You have to come back.
I just
You
said I
haven't been to the
understand.
ZBA. It's not just fine, you have to. You haven't been to ZBA yet.
That's not the point. The point I'm making, are you all comfortable with this application?
You haven't heard, I just told you, we polled the commissioners while you were talking to
Yeah.
Patrick. The major issues that were outstanding were the parking issues. People want a clear explanation of the parking because there's a lot of stuff. It's
Right, no, I
okay.
understand. I'm asking
Clear.
the question, I'm not making myself clear again. I can't do it in writing or I guess verbally.
Table.
I'll try again. Okay, here's the table. It's like setting the table. It sounds as if you're not comfortable enough to endorse this project, so I can get up before the Planning and Zoning Commission and say, the commission is comfortable with this project.
I don't think until we make a decision
saying.
you can ever
So
do
I'm gonna
that.
postpone, excuse me?
Mr. Tessie, if you don't get your variance, you're never going to get an approval from us. So you're going to have to go get that variance if you want an approval from us.
I
What you
understand
just
that.
heard from everybody here is you have to address the parking
Right.
concern. You're going to run out of time on this application if you don't get to ZBA and get your variance. By telling us that we're going to tell you what we're going to decide, you know we can't do that by law.
I'm not asking you to tell me. I'm asking,
And we're not going to endorse it prior to a vote either. You know we can't do that.
that's
This is not a
really-
preliminary. Would you like to convert to preliminary?
At this point, no.
Okay, if you don't want to convert to preliminary,
We'll see you on the 3-5 meeting.
we'll see you when you come back. You go to ZBA because you can't move forward without ZBA.
No, I understand.
And you address the parking question. Now, I have an architectural question that I've been waiting to ask for an
ahead.
hour and a half. Okay? Could we look at I want that elevation.
Mr. Molnar, she'd like to see the elevation of West Putnam Avenue.
Thank you.
Yes, the north side of the building and the garage. That's it.
The color, you don't have the board with the color thing?
Yes, rendering will be
The
good.
rendering is better. I do better with that.
And Mr.,
Not the angle I wanted.
go back one.
I want the street. No?
the colored north elevation. The one that
Okay.
faces the street up on top.
Did you have a rendering
You
front
had
or
one
back
we
on
had.
on the post road towards?
Can you pull out your, it's the front picture. No, but there's a better picture that we have.
Actually,
Well, we can still ask the question, look. It's a double question of landscaping versus what that looks like. What's bothering me is that if the landscaping is not evergreen, what you're gonna see from the post road is a solid wall, a solid constructed wall. That's the wrong angle.
What you're gonna see on.
See where the pretty green
It's easier
is?
for me to point.
That's, I have another elevation that I was looking at. Okay,
What you have here is the parking structure.
right.
The elevated deck. This is a green screen, metal, see-through.
Has not gone so great at Equinox, that green thing, metal thing.
This
Not
is-
looking so green.
Let me describe
Okay.
what we're doing before you
Okay.
rail it. So there's a green screen that'll be planted with something Craig Studer will tell you what it is, I don't remember. Then you have 50 feet of our property in front of this, which is a landscaped terrace, and then you have the massive red oak trees that are lining the street.
Deciduous. Okay, all I'm asking, it's a simple question. I'm gonna put it to you exactly how I said it to Nick earlier this evening. In Portchester, they have garages that don't look like garages, and I would really like to have one of those in Greenwich. Unless you really are covering it 100% of the year, and you don't see it from the street. But to have
at the-
that solid wall, and
You
when
see on
you
the plan
guys
the
did,
amount of landscaping here?
talking to the boss, okay? When you, and you don't have a mic, so you can't even answer me, it's, okay.
Pictures next time. Something we do.
Okay, that would satisfy, but my concern is that at some point, that becomes a wall facing the street, and I know we asked you for Equinox, don't let it look like that, and you put those climby things on, and the climby things all died, and then you had the fake things, and the fake things looked fake, and it looked like a solid wall with some metal on it. Okay, it looked like crap, sorry, you know, I think you do some great stuff, and,
We just did that a couple weeks ago, and I recall them already, but okay.
okay, so you know the problem, and the problem is that we're focused on having this be a great look, and have it landscaped, and we've been fighting for the landscaping and all that, and then if at any time during the year, you just get this wall. Okay, good. Happy.
Mr. Studer? Right, Mr. Studer?
Yeah, he knows the issue. He knows exactly, because
What's being proposed?
15 years ago, he knows what was bothering me.
Manhattan euonymus is being specified, and that is an evergreen material.
Yep.
And that is the same material that we used at the J House and successfully grew in a very short period of time up.
Yeah, and I have a ton of Manhattan euonymus, and you get a really big bad storm, and it'll die, and so what I'm saying is, if you're ever gonna lose it, you know, the Mariner in Portchester, you could do something so that it never looks unattractive. That's all I'm saying, and you don't have to spend a lot of money. I'm not trying to spend a lot of your money, I just want a pretty avenue. Okay, and parking.
We got both here.
Ron? Thank you.
Site
We
plan.
can send you home. We're going to leave this application open.
Right, he's coming back with the parking table
We
and
can
the ZBA variance.
close the meeting. Well, he needs a parking table. Actually, we owe you information first, because we're going to look at the decision letters. We're going to make sure we tell you, Mr. Tessie, we're going to tell you the interpretations, and the table will be consistent with the interpretations. And then you'll get your variance, and there you go. Well, we're gonna ask for it quickly. Usually what I do is I get home, I can't sleep, and I start writing emails about what I want right away. We're good. You can go home. And we have one decision to make. And it's neither.
Okay. Motion, okay.
Okay, may I have a motion?
Okay, in the item, PLPZ 2018-00479, final subdivision.
He's got to get his recorder.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, sorry, we were ready to roll.
Well, it's only 1:30.
I know, I broke my record.
Okay.
Let me know when you're ready. Item number 7, the subdivision.
The subdivision number 7 on the north side.
In the item of PLPZ 2018-00479 for final subdivision at 481 and 485 West Putnam Avenue. The lots would be revised where 51 Weaver Street would transfer 2,110 square feet to 581, 585 West Putnam, and 1,836 square feet would be transferred to 51 Weaver Street, the result which would increase the lot size of 581, 585 West Putnam by 274 square feet. We have actually listened to all the testimony and moved to find that this is not a subdivision or re-subdivision.
There's no outstanding.
No outstanding issues. We've heard all testimony, and do I hear? I think we're good. We can vote.
The, there's, and IWW does not require anything, but it doesn't matter because it's either. Okay, do we have a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Peter, is that enough?
Yeah, they said aye.
They said aye, they're just tired. Okay, sorry, guys, we didn't do well.
They were all combined. 2-0.